that there was not an intentional headbutt.
Okay.
And if you want to have a peaceful conversation with Ms. Hurd, you might have to placate just a little bit.
Okay. Let's listen to Exhibit 598, please, Your Honor. This is another recording that I believe is just between the two. I just want to confirm with my team, but for now, we just ask to play minutes 6:05 through 7:36 of 598.
So 598A and evidence of 6:05 to 7:36.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Who's loudest is most responsible.
My 16-year-old daughter heard you saying shit
by the way,
that she would rather not hear.
By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay, whatever.
By the way, my family, my friends,
you
everyone
scream.
around me saw all the bruises and broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that shit, because you're stronger. It does not mean because they heard me that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means they heard me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabrones and the house is significant, and I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool. Thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them my side of things. Because trust me,
You're welcome to.
Trust me, you know I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have even more different side. And in fact, if I told them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think are both sides.
Maybe I should show them this
But
and
if you,
this
that's true. You
from
can do,
the mineral
you
spirits.
can do whatever you want. You can do
a
whatever.
can that you
You
threw
can
at
do
my
whatever.
face.
By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you
You don't
want.
want me to do that.
No, you always.
I'll
You do
never
whatever
speak to you
want.
again.
You do whatever you want.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 526, please. After the incident on December 15th, you wrote these words on the countertop at ECB, the Eastern Columbia building, correct?
That is correct.
And that's your handwriting on the counter, right? You wrote,
I wrote it in my own handwriting, yes, sir.
"Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit." You see that?
Very well, yes.
And that's in Penthouse 3?
I meant it. Why be a fraud?
Okay.
Why lie?
Well, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at Exhibit 580. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the text message 2 up from the bottom. It's a text message. This is my question to you. It's a text message from you to David Hurd, Amber's father, on December 30th, 2015. Do you see that?
Which one am I looking at?
It's good question. 131. Can you scroll up, please?
131.
And my only question for you now is that's a text message from you to David Hurd on December 30th, 2015, correct?
I was just reading it, sir. Sorry. Yes, yes, that's from me to David Hurd.
Your Honor, move for admission of 580. Just that text is all I want to ask the witness about.
No objection, but with the redactions of the phone numbers.
Of course.
All right. 580 entered in evidence with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp, that you sent on December 30th, 2015, you tell him, Amber's father, below is a text that I never hit send on from a week or so again. It was in response to you. Hey, brother, I love you too, more than you can ever imagine. It's rare in life when one meets a kindred spirit, a couple of madmen with their thirst for further. There have only been maybe 3 people in my entire life of your ilk. You're a rare specimen, and our friendship means everything. Yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. I cannot and will not excuse my part inside these dramas. But I can promise you with all confidence they will never happen again. My most sincere apologies if I've let you down. Love you, brother. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
And so, in this text, sent on December 30th, you're telling David Hurd that you messed up and went too far in a fight. And
It
in the
doesn't
audio
say
visit-
physical fight.
And in the audio video-
Fights can be arguments.
Sure. And in the audio that we just heard, Amber's talking to you about people seeing her injuries from December 15th and how she hid them from your kids during Christmas.
Objection, hearsay.
Is that right?
I'll-
We just listened to...
I know, but I'll sustain the objection to that question. Next question.
Okay. After you came back from Australia, you and Amber saw, you can take that down. Thanks. You and Amber saw someone by the name of Dr. Amy Banks. You joined her by Skype. Do you remember that?
The only time that I've ever seen Dr. Amy Banks was on a video link from Australia.
Right. And you saw her for a joint session with Amber, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw her individually for a session as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, a brief session, as far as I remember, yeah.
And during the joint session with Dr. Banks, you didn't contradict Amber's reporting that you were
Objection,
violent toward her,
hearsay.
correct?
All right.
If he contradicted that.
Now, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
We're going to jump around a little bit in time here, Mr. Depp. Earlier today, you recall that we talked about March of 2013, and you saw the picture with the cocaine box that said property of JD. You remember that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few documents here. Michelle, can you pull up Exhibit Defendant's Exhibit 159, please, 159. And Mr. Depp, what I'm going to ask you about is the second text down. It's the text from you to someone named Sis, who I think you testified was, you said at first it was Christy, but I think you then testified that it was Whitney Heard, correct?
Sis is always Whitney. I call my sister Christy something else, another nickname.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for well, this is a text from you to Whitney on March 9th, 2013, correct? You see that?
What am I supposed to see? I'm sorry.
The second, the text, two down, is a text from you to Whitney, dated March 9th, 2013.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this Exhibit 159 with that text and then the second and third text from the bottom, please. With the appropriate redactions on everything else.
May we approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Well, once again, thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in and day out of this trial, now into week number 2. Johnny Depp himself now up on the stand for the third day in a row as he is being cross-examined. We'll, of course, keep our eyes on this here for our viewers. Want to remind you also, if you do want to continue to watch this trial, since we're going to be moving on to some other news pieces happening across the country, you can do so on our second YouTube stream. All you have to do is make sure you're subscribed to LiveNow's YouTube page, and you will always be alerted on these top stories happening all across the country. I'm Christy Larson, and I've been here with you this afternoon. We are going to be taking you next into the Pentagon press briefing with John Kirby when we return after this 2-minute break. More to come. Stick around as we will be getting a fresh update again from the Department of Defense. to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to show you where we ended the day in the markets. Look at that trend, just going down and down and down halfway through the day. We hit the red and did end near that 370-point mark. So did at least want to show our viewers, as we had been popping it up on your screen periodically throughout the morning. Right now, we do have our press secretary, John Kirby, speaking from the Pentagon. Let's go ahead and get the latest update on the Department of Defense action to help Ukraine, as well as a number of key other issues. This all coming after President Biden this morning announced more aid headed to Ukraine. We're going to be listening in right here again on Live Now from Fox.
Yes,
Welcome back.
thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, lots to get through to start. So, first off, I think you all know the Secretary had a chance to meet with his, with the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Denis Shmyhal, at the Pentagon here today to affirm our unwavering U.S. support for Ukraine and the humanitarian situation in that country. The Secretary highlighted the authorization of a presidential drawdown, the additional drawdown that you saw today of $800 million that's tailored to meet critical Ukrainian needs for today's fight as Russian forces launch a renewed offensive in eastern Ukraine. This authorization is the 8th drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August of 2021. Capabilities include, and you can see it up there, 72 155 millimeter howitzers and 144,000 rounds. 72 tactical vehicles which are designed to tow the howitzers. More than 120 Phoenix Ghost tactical unmanned aerial systems, as well as, of course, field equipment and additional spare parts. This commitment, together with the 18 howitzers that were announced on the 13th of April, provide enough artillery now to equip 5 battalions for Ukraine for potential use in the Donbass. And I want to stress again that what we're providing is done in full consultation with the Ukrainians, and that they believe that these systems will be helpful to them in the fight in the Donbass. Where and when they employ them and how they employ them, of course, is going to be up to them. The United States has now committed more than $4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration, including $3.4 billion just since the beginning of the invasion on the 24th of February. The United States also continues to work with its allies and partners to identify and provide Ukraine with additional capabilities. And we're going to continue to utilize all available tools to support Ukraine's armed forces in the face of Russian aggression. Additionally, earlier today, the Secretary met with his Czech counterpart, Defense Minister Jana Černochová, to discuss ongoing security assistance for Ukraine and continuing efforts to help strengthen NATO's eastern flank. And then finally, of course, I think you know the Secretary conducted calls with his counterparts in Germany and France to discuss ongoing security assistance efforts in Ukraine and for Ukraine. He thanked each of these leaders as well for all their contributions, and we'll have a full readout of those discussions a little bit later. But it is, again, of a piece of the Secretary's continued efforts to consult and to communicate with allies and partners, not only in Europe but around the world, to try to improve Ukraine's ability to defend itself, because some of these allies and partners have capabilities that they can provide that we can't. And so he has been literally working this personally every single day. And to that end, I can announce that the Secretary will be hosting a number of his counterparts for a Ukraine Defense Consultative Group at Ramstein Air Base on the 26th, next week. The goal is to bring together stakeholders from all around the world for a series of meetings on the latest Ukraine defense needs and this is critically important, ensuring that Ukraine's enduring security and sovereignty over the long term is respected and developed. Topics will range on the agenda from obviously the latest battlefield assessment of the renewed Russian offensive in eastern Ukraine to energizing the defense industrial base in an effort to continue the steady flow of security assistance, and again, in taking a longer, larger view at Ukraine's defense needs going forward, beyond the war that they're facing right now. We think it's time to have that discussion as well. So the Secretary is very much looking forward to getting over to Ramstein early in the week to have this meeting. And with that, Bob.
Thank you, John. On that last point, I'm sorry I missed it. Did you say how many countries are represented?
We are still working through all the invites, so I don't have a total list for you now. But as soon as we can get you one, we will.
It's more than NATO
But
countries?
they're yes, not just NATO countries.
Okay. My questions, actually, I have two questions about your list there on the board.
Okay.
On the drones, the Phoenix Ghost drones. So what can you say about their role? In other words, broadly speaking, are they intelligence-oriented or are they attack-oriented? And when did you begin developing that asset? And the second question is on the artillery, the howitzers. In layman's terms, what is the significance of 5 battalions worth of artillery that you're helping the Ukrainians develop?
5 battalions of additional artillery will add to their complement of their own artillery battalions. It's added firepower. Now, we're not putting U.S. troops in with these systems, so they're going to have to provide the artillerymen, of course. But it's added capability. It's 5 more battalions, which is quite a number. You know, hundreds of additional troops to field these systems. But they're additional systems, and what makes it important is the kind of fighting that we expect in the Donbass because of the terrain, because it's open, because it's flat, because it's not as urban. We can expect the Russians to rely on long-range fires, artillery in particular. In fact, Bob, we've seen them move in artillery units even before they started moving ground forces in. Or I should say traditional infantry in. So we know that this is going to be part of the Russians' playbook, the use of long-range fires, which are assisted by artillery. Understanding that terrain, understanding the geography, understanding Russian doctrine here, we believed, but more critically, the Ukrainians believed, that they needed additional artillery firepower, and that's what these will offer, in addition to the 18 that are already beginning to move in as well. So we're going to continue to have a conversation with the Ukrainians about their needs going forward. But given the kind of fight that we expect is coming, we believe that this will be a force multiplier for them. And then on the Phoenix Ghost, this is a drone that had been in development before the invasion. Clearly, the Air Force was working this, and in discussions with the Ukrainians again about their requirements, we believed that this particular system would very nicely suit their needs, particularly in eastern Ukraine. And so it was already in development, but we will continue to move that development in ways that are attuned to Ukrainian requirements for unmanned aerial systems of a tactical nature in eastern Ukraine. I'm just not going to get into great detail about the specifications here. I would just tell you that this unmanned aerial system is designed for tactical operations. In other words, largely but not exclusively to attack targets. It, like almost all unmanned aerial systems, of course, has optics. So it can also be used to give you a sight picture of what it's seeing, of course. But its principal focus is attack.
You said particularly useful in eastern Ukraine. Why would that be?
Again, without getting into the specifications, but the kinds of things this drone can do lend itself well to this particular kind of terrain. I think I'm just going to leave it at that. But its purpose is akin to that of the Switchblade, which we've been talking about in the past, which is basically a one-way drone, an attack drone. And that's essentially what this is designed to do. Yeah, Sylvie.
Thank you. I have two questions. A pretty technical one. I don't know. You may already have answered that, but
it's a technical question. The chances of me being able to answer it are slim. But please go ahead.
So the howitzers that the U.S. is providing, are they more? Do they have a longer range than what the Russians have, or are they more precise? So that's my first question. And the second one is, the president said that Putin will never succeed. So does it mean that the objective of the Western assistance to Ukraine is now to push completely the Russians out of Ukraine instead of only avoid a change of regime?
Well, look, on the howitzers, again, not an artilleryman, so this is also for in advance of Mike's inevitable questions. I'm not going to get into the specific specifications on the M777 howitzer. My understanding is it does have a very long range, and this particular variant has a longer range. I can see Mike nodding, so I must be on good ground here. But I'm not going to get into the specifics of it. And look, it should be clear to all of you already that I am no expert on American artillery. I am certainly not an expert on Soviet artillery, so I couldn't tell you how much better this is than Soviet artillery. I can just tell you that as an American system, we're very confident in its capabilities, its range, its effectiveness, its precision. More critically, the early feedback we're getting, by the way, this died on me, so if somebody could get that started again. The early feedback we're getting from the Ukrainians who are undergoing training on the 777s is that they're very happy with the performance of the system, and they're learning it quickly. The training's going very well, and they're excited about being able to use that system in the field. Okay, and then you had the president's comments. Look, I think we've been nothing but consistent here, Sylvie. I've said it before. We said we want Ukraine to win this, which means we want Ukraine whole again and sovereign again, and we don't want Russian forces in Ukraine, any part of Ukraine. And how that gets solved at the table or on the field is really up to the Ukrainians to determine, not the United States. But the president is right. In terms of Mr. Putin's initial strategic objectives, which was clearly to erase Ukrainian sovereignty and to capture Kyiv, he's failed. He has failed to achieve any of those objectives to date. Now the Russians are saying, well, they're going to focus their efforts on the Donbass and in the south. They've been vague about exactly to what end, but that's where they're focusing their efforts. And we're going to do everything we can to help the Ukrainians prevent that from happening. Nazir.
Thank you, John. Our country's situation is still critical. So many Shia people, Hazara people has been killed. These weeks, the situation get worse. Afghan people think that United States forgot them. A very bad situation. And also they want me to pass their message that still the United States remember them or totally forgot them, and how much Ukraine situation impact Afghanistan people. And is it the time that the United States recognize Taliban? So many things.
Yeah, there's a lot there. It's not up to the Department of Defense to talk about recognizing the Taliban government. That's a decision made outside this building. I have nothing to say on that. Look, we absolutely have not forgotten the people of Afghanistan, and the State Department particularly is working very hard to continue to work with non-government agencies as well as the Taliban to continue to be able to get people out of Afghanistan, and that effort continues. There's not a Defense Department role in that, but clearly we are supportive of that. Yeah, in the back, Kasim.
Thank you. Can you just clarify something about this drone to us? You said it is developed for the specific needs of Ukraine, and it was developed before the invasion. So it was still when it was in developing phase before the
I
invasion.
don't have an exact start date.
Okay, and also, will the U.S. Air Force also use this for U.S. military needs, or is it just something for the Ukrainians?
The whole idea of this was for us to use it. So I would expect we'd still have an interest in using this capability, but we're also now, we see the benefit right now, in the moment, for Ukraine to use it. And so we're going to provide some of them.
And also, about this meeting in Ramstein, you said it's one of the goals is ensuring the Ukraine's enduring security and sovereignty over the long term is respected and developed. Are we talking about the post-Russian war or Russian invasion conditions, and then you are talking about the post-war type of security for Ukraine? What do you mean? Can you just kind of elaborate on this?
Yeah, post-war, long-term, absolutely. Yeah, Gordon, did you have a question? No?
Yeah, I just wonder if you could speak to the capacity issues on the Ukrainian side for getting all this stuff, flowing all this stuff in. Do you guys see on this side of the border any capacity concerns? And secondly, are there any issues that, I know you guys are moving stuff in as fast as you can, but are there any issues that's governing or slowing down any of the throughput?
So far, no issues in terms of slowing it down. 8 to 10 flights a day are going into the theater. And not all of those flights are American flights, but most of them are. And every single day, including this day, there has been ground movement inside Ukraine. So we have seen no slowing down. As for absorption on inside Ukraine, I mean, that has not it has not proven to be a problem because it's factored into the discussions and the scheduling in an iterative way, Gordon. So clearly absorption rate is an issue. I mean, they have to be able to receive, to transport, to store temporarily if need be, and then to deliver to units. That's a Ukrainian responsibility. So far, that's that from our perspective and from what we're hearing from our Ukrainian counterparts, they're able to do that and do it quite effectively. But that's always a factor in discussing what gets sent in and how it's packaged for them. We're doing this in tranches. We talked about this the other day. Part of that is because the war is changing, and we want to keep a pace with that and alter what's in the packages based on what's going on the ground and what the Ukrainians say they need. Also, what's factoring into that is their ability to receive and to use and to temporarily store appropriately. So there's all that's baked into the process. There hasn't been like a stumbling block or a pothole that's stopping something from going in because we're factoring that all into the decision making.
Got it. And to clarify on the training, we understand that some of the training of the howitzers has begun, I think, this past week or whenever.
Correct. Started yesterday.
Is that also true for some of the other platforms that also need training? And to clarify, does the Phoenix Ghost need the same kind of training as the Switchblade?
We believe that the Phoenix Ghost will require a little bit of training the way the Switchblade's kind of akin to what the Switchblades require because it's not all that different a system. It's different, but the same basic tactical purpose. So we do believe it will require some training, and we're working that out right now.
But there's no other, but the training.
The only training that is going on right now that I can speak to is the training that's being done outside Ukraine on the howitzers. But we fully expect that there'll be some additional training and familiarization done on some of these things, like the counter-artillery radar, the Phoenix Ghost, even the M113 armored vehicles will require a little bit of familiarization. So we're baking that into the process as well. Megan.
On the howitzer training, is this first cohort going to be the only cohort, or do you need to do?
We anticipate there'll probably need to be more.
Okay, and also, where is the training happening and who is doing it?
It's outside of Ukraine, and I'm not at liberty to talk about exactly who's doing it.
Are U.S. troops doing the training?
I'm not at liberty to talk about who's doing it. Travis.
Thanks. I wasn't sure if you would see me back here in this dark corner. There's been a cluster of suicides on the George Washington carrier. And I know the Secretary has an ongoing effort to try to understand suicides. And he's looking at, I think, 8 different facilities. And you had said before that that list could grow. Are there any plans to look at ships? And do you think that ships provide unique circumstances that need to be understood when it comes to suicide?
Well, the Navy's still investigating these deaths, and so I don't want to get ahead of that, as you might understand. So let's put that aside for just a second. But each death is tragic in its own right, regardless of how. Our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the families and frankly the shipmates, because they're affected too. They're part of a sailor's family. I know that from experience. The Secretary's expectation for the IRC on suicide is that it will look across the force. So absolutely, he wants it to look at shipboard life, shipboard duty, just as well as duty in remote locations. Alaska has had this issue. He wants a broad scope and view of suicides across the force, so not just at installations, if you will. And certainly he would like that to include conditions of shipboard life. And I think, I've served at sea on ships. I've served on ships that were in shipyards. In each of those environments is challenging. I think we have to be a little humble when we're talking about suicide, and it's just human nature to want to point to something and say, well, that's the reason. It's this problem or this culture, or it's because the ship is doing this instead of that. And I think we have to be really careful jumping to those conclusions, because what compels an individual to take their own life is it's individual, and it's complex. And I think, as the Secretary has said many times, a sense of humility going into this is really, really important. So obviously, as we look across the force, we certainly want to look at things like command climate and culture and mission and op tempo, the tempo at which we're pushing people. All those things are stressors in life. Some of them could contribute to the problem of suicides, but again, it's a very individual thing. The other thing we want to do, Travis, is again, with humility, be willing to consider what we don't know and to talk to experts who are smarter about this than we are. We have terrific mental health professionals in the military, but there's people outside the ranks that in the private sector that really do focus in on this particular issue, and we want to avail ourselves of their knowledge and wisdom and be willing to, again, be humble about what we don't know and ask tough questions. When the Secretary was in Alaska, several months ago, he took time to sit with mental health professionals from the local university who specialized in issues surrounding suicide, and he found it very illuminating. Also, very daunting, because they conveyed very clear to him how tough this is, an issue to wrap your arms around.
Do you know if the situation with the GW is going to be folded into this larger effort on suicides? Is it something that we're still waiting to see how it turns out?
Yeah, again, I don't want to get ahead of the Navy's investigation here. The IRC isn't really designed to look at a specific issue or a specific individual act of suicide. It's really designed to look across the force at the factors that compel an individual to take their own life, and what those factors are, and how we can, as an institution, how can we help mitigate those. Yeah, it's not designed on a particular incident. Yeah, John.
Thanks. Are these Phoenix Ghost drones also already in the Air Force arsenal, or are you sending all of them to?
They're already in. When you draw down authority, you're drawing down from your inventory, so it's in our inventory. Yeah.
Are these more capable than the Switchblade? Is that why?
They have different capabilities than the Switchblade.
Are you able to say?
No, that's about as far as I'm going to go on it.
And speaking of unmanned systems, have those unmanned coastal defense vessels arrived in Ukraine yet? And can you shed any more light on what those are beyond what you've said?
I don't have an update for them. Yeah. in the back there.
Thank you, sir. Today, Russia announced that they are sectioning dozens of U.S. officials, and I believe that your name is one of them. So, do you have any response about that? This is the first question. The second question, how much these sections make your communications with Russian counterparts more difficult, especially in military issues?
I'm sorry, say the last one again.
How much these sections make the communications between you as DoD officials and the Russian sides more difficult?
The sanctions aren't having an effect on communications. We've been trying to have communications at the higher levels with the Russians now for several weeks, and they clearly aren't interested in that. And the fact that there are sanctions levied against either side, I don't think that's a factor in the lack of communication. And right now, we believe is. We have believed, but certainly today, as offensive operations begin anew in the Donbass, that this is exactly the kind of time that we need to be talking to Russian leaders at senior levels. But so far they've been unwilling to engage in that. And as for me, I mean, I looked at everybody else on the list. That's a pretty fine group to belong to, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, Tom.
For those of us of the Vietnam generation who were draft eligible, the Battle of Khe Sanh captured...
I just want to make it clear, Tom, that I was not in that grouping. You said we. I don't want you putting me in that group, pal.
Those of us, and not you.
Yeah, but I didn't. I just wanted to state for the record that I'm not those of us.
Thanks for reminding me. Khe Sanh was a big battle in Vietnam where the U.S. was able to supply surrounded Marines for until they were able to succeed in liberating them. Then fast forward to the Bosnian War, when we'd fly into Sarajevo, on the planes would do a maneuver called a Khe Sahning, where they would come in and dump down to avoid ground fire. I reference these points thinking of what's happening in Mariupol, where it's surrounded. How has the U.S. military progressed since the days of Khe Sanh and through Bosnia to be able to supply, should a case come up where the U.S. military is in a Mariupol situation, are they able to supply them, to relieve them, to provide ammunition?
Are you referring to like airdropping?
I'm referring to whatever possibilities there are. Airdropping is one of them, yeah.
Well, look, the president's been very clear. We are not going to have U.S. forces fighting in Ukraine, and that includes in the skies over Ukraine. And that policy has not changed because of the potential that it could lead to direct armed conflict with Russia.
I wasn't asking about the U.S. in Mariupol. I was citing Mariupol as a reference point. If that happened in the future, has the U.S. changed its way of delivering supplies as it did in Khe Sanh and so forth? In other words, we're talking about the U.S. military capabilities in a situation like that.
I'm afraid I am not only not an expert on artillery, I'm not an expert on airdrop supplies and logistics. We can get you in touch with somebody here at the Pentagon who can give you a much deeper dive on how we do resupply from the air. Obviously, we have that capability, but I'm afraid I'm not qualified to offer much on that.
And anybody who looks at you realizes you're not part of the Vietnam generation.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Thank you.
I want to tap your expertise on defense contracting.
Can we just go to another question now? This is going to be a short exchange, Tony.
Well, April 1st, you guys announced $300 million for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. That's not drawdown authority, that's contracting. So far, you've done one contract for Pumas, but not for the breadth of the other list, including switchblades and laser-guided rockets. Where are those right? Where are those contracts?
Yeah, we're working hard on that. I mean, I can tell you, Mr. LaPlante, our new Undersecretary for Acquisitions and Sustainment, is personally leading this effort. You're right, the Puma contract is the first one let. It won't be the last, but we're working hard on that right now.
I'm asking, energizing the defense industrial base, you guys keep talking about that. Has the Pentagon, has Secretary Austin or Secretary Hicks decided to invoke the so-called the DX rule on programs? DX is the highest rated acquisition program. It's like MRAPs in the Gates era. Are any programs being eyed to consider them DX highest priority?
I don't have any decisions to read out with respect to the DX rating, Tony. I mean, this is something that we look at periodically. What is and what isn't given a DX rating, and what that rating should be. I don't have any updates for you on that, and I don't want to get into internal deliberations about the contracting process. We've let the one for the Pumas, we're working that, and Mr. LaPlante and his team are working very hard on the remaining contracts that will be let under that $300 million.
Okay, the Phoenix Ghost got a lot of, everybody's asking you about it. Will you be able to start talking a little bit more when people start putting photos on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook when it's over, though?
We'll see.
Well, seriously, you should.
I appreciate.
Take a look at it.
No, I appreciate the advice, and we'll. Look, I'm only going to be able to go so far here, and I hope you guys can understand why we're doing that. There's some things that we can talk about more plainly and openly than others. We are never straying from our desire to help Ukraine defend itself. And there's going to be things we can talk about clearly regarding our effort to do that, and there's going to be things that we're just not going to want to talk that much about, despite what's on Instagram or TikTok or whatever other social media site you named. Just because it's out there doesn't mean that we're always going to be able to be fully candid about every single capability. It's not. I mean, it's of a piece of so many of the things other nations are doing. That there's a lot of security assistance going to Ukraine that doesn't come from the United States, and those countries don't always talk about it. Some do, some don't, and we have to respect that. And we would hope that you would understand that as well. I mean, the goal here is to help Ukraine defend itself. The goal here is to help Ukraine have its sovereignty respected, have this war end, have the Russians leave. And if that means in the pursuit of that goal that we're going to be a little less transparent about a capability here or there, we can live with that. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Either one of you. Mike, I know what you're going to ask about. Go ahead.
Brian Everson, Aviation Week. I was hoping you could further clarify the Phoenix Ghosts. There's 121 that were in the Air Force stocks. Earlier today, in the senior defense official briefing said that those were developed by the Air Force in response specifically to Ukrainian requirements.
It was developed before. Obviously, this was a system in development before. I mean, you're not going to have 120 on your shelves if you just started buying them on the 24th of February. What it probably wasn't as well worded as I should have been, or it should have been, but it was developed for a set of requirements that very closely match what the Ukrainians need right now in Donbass.
Okay. And the Air Force is referring everything to OSD, so I'd ask you, do you know where this lived in the Air Force? Was it a research lab thing? Was it a capabilities office?
I don't. Mike, please don't ask me an artillery question.
Actually, well, thanks for identifying them as M777s. That was one of my questions.
I knew. That's why we put it up there.
I appreciate it. And I want to ask you about the disposition of the fuses that will be going with the artillery rounds. But I was asking, you did talk about that they're coming from Army and Marine Corps stocks. So are they in like storage somewhere? But I mean, you're not stripping them from units and sending them out there, right? I mean,
we're canvassing the force. I suspect that these 72 will also come from a mix of Army and Marine Corps stocks. But I honestly don't know where every system's coming from, like whether it was a system in storage or one that was being used by a unit. I suspect it'll be a blend of that. But as with every other system we're providing, we are mindful of our own readiness concerns, and we want to make sure that that our own combat readiness is not affected in a negative way by these provisions. So I couldn't tell you where each and every howitzer is coming from, okay. But it'll clearly be a blend of Army and Marine Corps.
I do have a non-artillery follow-up.
Thank goodness.
Times of London said that a Navy P-8 Poseidon from Sigonella was tracking the Moskva before it was attacked by Ukraine and provided them targeting information. Can you confirm or say anything about that, one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, I saw some of that reporting. I'm not going to get into great operational detail here, but as part of our bolstering NATO's eastern flank and our air policing efforts, P-8s have been a part of that, and that includes air policing missions in the Black Sea region. P-8 is, as you know, a very capable ASW and reconnaissance platform. It does a lot of things. It does a lot of things well, and it's built into our air policing and NATO Eastern Flank efforts. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
But the issue about them providing, I mean, whether or not they provided them targeting information to Ukraine would seem to veer perilously close to acting as a belligerent.
There was no provision of targeting information by the United States Navy P-8 or any United States Navy P-8 flying in these air policing missions. So I can disabuse you of that. Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the Secretary's call with the Chinese Defense Minister yesterday.
Yeah.
After the first direct conversation, is the Secretary less concerned that China could provide the military support to Russia?
Again, without getting into more of the details of the call, Rio, I would just tell you we continue to see no indication that the Chinese have provided military assistance to Russia.
Quick follow-up. So you said previously the proper Chinese counterpart to the U.S. Secretary of Defense is the Vice Chairman of the Central Military Commission. Are you working on another call with the Vice Chairman in the near term?
I don't have any future calls to speak to or to lay out on the schedule. This was an initial call. We felt it was a productive one, and our expectation is that it will lead to future conversations appropriate to whatever the issue is we want to talk about. Okay? Yeah. In the back there.
Mike Stone from Reuters. The 184,000 artillery rounds that have now gone into this now 8th tranche and all of them in total. What's the current estimate and how long those are going to last for?
I think how long they're going to last for, Mike, depends on what the consumption rate is by the Ukrainians once they're in the field. I couldn't possibly predict that. It's going to depend on the operations on any given day.
So this is the third unmanned system that's being proliferated into the environment over there. What's happening with the intelligence and surveillance data that's coming off of the Switchblades, the Phoenix Ghost tactical UASs, and the coastal ships? Is the U.S. able to see simultaneously what's coming off those platforms?
Those are tactical systems for which we wouldn't have a feed into, and what's happening to whatever information they're gleaning from these systems, you'd have to ask them. I would remind that the Phoenix Ghosts are not in the country at this point. So, yeah, the back there.
John, a British official says that Russia is using up to 20,000 mercenaries in the war on Ukraine. Vladimir Putin said last month he would recruit people from the Middle East. What do we know about the use of foreign fighters today by Russia, where they might be coming from, how many are there, and is Putin trying to use these foreign fighters so his own men don't get killed?
Can't verify the numbers. I just have not seen a number that we can independently verify like that. We do believe that the Russians have recruited foreign fighters. We believe that that there are. Oh, you better get that. That there are foreign fighters, mercenaries, Wagner Group inside Ukraine, in particular in the east. But again, I couldn't quantify that for you. Look. I would say a couple of things on the larger picture. One, it's not unusual for them to do this. It is additional manpower. That they are recruiting so aggressively, I think does indicate their belief that they need to rely on additional manpower because they know they have taken losses, because they have some battalion tactical groups that have been depleted. So I think it is a statement of need of more manpower because of the losses that they've sustained. But it is a tactic they've used before, this use of foreign fighters. You know, it would be wrong to say that by using foreign fighters, we have sort of greater worries about brutality, because the Russian forces themselves have been brutal in some of the worst ways. But it is, I think, a statement of Mr. Putin's desire to bolster his manpower in response to the depletion of that manpower over the last 6 weeks. Yeah.
Is there any update that you might have on the blockade of grain shipments out of the Mariupol area? That had been something that's causing the world a great deal of stress.
I don't have any data on that. We know that the Russians have continued to prevent the ports like Mariupol and Odessa from exporting in an effort to strangle the Ukrainian economy. That we believe that effort is still ongoing, but I couldn't tell you what the economic impact is. That's just not something that we're tracking.
But the status of the blockade and any efforts to stop the blockade or to break it, is there any organized discussion about that you know of that how to address that blockade and break it so that the world actually can receive some of these food sources?
If you're asking, is the United States Navy going to get involved in operations in the Black Sea, the answer is no, in terms of breaking a blockade. Look, this is just another piece of evidence of the brutality with which the Russians are waging this war, and we continue to condemn it, continue to urge Mr. Putin to end the war now, sit down in good faith with President Zelensky, move his forces out, move his ships away, and respect Ukrainian sovereignty. I just have time for a couple more, and I haven't taken any from the phone, but I do have to get going here. Tara Kopp.
Hey, John, thanks for taking this. I wanted to get back to something you said at the top about the consultative group next week at Ramstein. You said you feel it's time to take a longer view. Do you mean to say talking about the long-term footprint in Europe, or the longer-term view for the Battle of Ukraine? And what does that mean, really?
What I talked about, and if I wasn't clear enough, I'll try it again, that part of the agenda will be to talk about Ukraine's long-term defense needs in a post-war environment, and what that might look like. So the Secretary wants to, he believes that it's not too soon to begin to have a longer-term discussion with allies and partners about what Ukrainian sovereignty needs to look like going forward.
So you're talking about like reconstruction funding and stuff like that?
Not necessarily reconstruction funds, but defense needs, their security needs, longer term. Caitlin from Stars and Stripes.
Hi, John. About the sanctions that you were issued with, you were also listed with several journalists as well. I'm wondering what you think this says about the effects of American media and your own public information about those efforts, and what have they had on this conflict, especially internationally and in Russia?
It's a good group to belong to, and I think it does say a bit about the fear of fact, the fear of truth that Mr. Putin continues to demonstrate every day. And you can see that by the way he has shut down information inside his own country. The only way the Russians can get any kind of information is through state-run propaganda voices and organs. And I think it demonstrates a sense of weakness, not strength, that he so abhors the work of independent journalists and the coverage of the brutality and the atrocities that his troops are conducting inside Ukraine. So I have nobody called me from the Kremlin to advise me that I was being sanctioned or why, but I have to assume that that this effort, both by the United States government, certainly the Department of Defense, as well as you and your colleagues in covering this war, unsettles Mr. Putin. Frankly, I think that's a good thing. Okay, listen, I got to go. I ran a little bit long. I apologize I didn't get to everybody, but we'll see you again tomorrow.
Wasn't that a spam call you got last night?
All right, so another Pentagon briefing going to be happening tomorrow as more of these updates from our war in Ukraine continue on. This morning, President Biden announcing $800 million is going to be dedicated to continue to help Ukraine with their fight against Russia as their attacks not only continue but also have increased in cities across their country. It is now on to day number 57. So we'll continue to stay on top of this, just as we have always right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for 2 minutes, be back with more. To Live Now from Fox. This morning, President Biden announced another $800 million in military aid for Ukraine. This does include heavy artillery and ammunition as we continue to see the war rage on in Ukraine. Now the conflict shifting to the country's east. So let's go ahead, also listen into something that came across our desk earlier here this morning. Speaker Pelosi meeting with the Ukrainian Prime Minister.
Capital of the United States. I do so with great admiration and respect for the people of Ukraine, for their courage, for their commitment to democracy, for their love of their country. I do so on behalf of bipartisan support in the Congress of the United States to help with those aspirations, because the fight of Ukrainian people for democracy is a fight for democracy even beyond the borders of Ukraine, the fight against dictatorship and autocracy. We're very proud to be working with our president, President Biden, who has been a unifier within NATO, a unifier in terms of the U.S. government, and now unifier with the Ukrainian people in so many ways. He announced this morning some expanded sanctions as well as some opportunities to help meet the needs of the Ukrainian people. We have passed, as you know, a $13.6 billion legislation appropriation that is about humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and military assistance. We want to do more. The president said he will be asking Congress for more. We'll learn about that in the next day or so, to be taken up as soon as we can next week. We want to learn, though, from the distinguished ambassador, Shumhal, from Ukraine, as to what the priorities and needs are, so that we can be on time, ahead of time, for some of them in anticipation of some further needs. So again, I just say that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is outside the circle of civilized human behavior. It's horrible. Words are almost inadequate to describe it, and that's why we're so privileged to have received the permission from the Ukrainian government to display their photographs and public manifestations of the war. Starting on April 28th, will be in the capital of the United States. In the hallowed halls of the capital of the United States, we will be demonstrating for a number of weeks the photographs of what is happening in Ukraine, the impression. So it'll be, again, another manifestation of our ongoing commitment, respect, just being in awe of the leadership of President Zelensky, of President Shimha, and we welcome him to the Capitol. Mr. Prime Minister.
Dear Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, it's a big honor to be here. 57th day of terrible war in my country, but we are fighting. We have and we feel great support from United States, personally from President Biden, from Madam Speaker. We have now the main task: to have ammunition, to have sanctions, to have finances, and to have European perspectives for my country. We have all of this. We have supplying new technologies, ammunition. We have sanctions. We work together. We coordinate. The sanctions should be very effective. We need secondary sanctions. We need 6th package of sanctions, and we work closely together. And we also need some finances to finance internally displaced persons, to finance our refugees all around the world, especially in European countries, but all around the world in all democratic countries. We need money for mine cleaning activity because it's a terrible situation. More than 120,000 square miles are under mining in my country, and we need again develop this activity, which is not regular activity for a normal country in 21st century, but we need money, we need technologies, we need support in this sphere. We also need support these people which suffering on the territories where the big battles, or near of which big battles are continuous, because more than 10 million people are suffering because there is no food, no water, no electricity or water supplying. So we again support them, and we have support from our partners in this activity. And thank you, the United States, for its leadership position in this. Thank you personally to Madam Speaker for your leadership in support of Ukraine, and actually for your understanding which problems, which challenges we have in our country because of this terrible war and terrible crimes and atrocities which we have in my country, unfortunately, in the 21st century. So thank you to people of United States for grateful support of my country, and we hope that we will win, and all together, because now the aims of Russia are to create next crises. An energy crisis, we go through this in the winter time. Now they create migration crisis. Now their purpose and the aim is create food crisis in African, Asian and European countries. So I hope that United States also will take leadership position in this issue, in this direction, and will support Ukraine and all of the countries to stop and do not let Russians create next and next crises in the democratic countries all around the world. So thank you, and big honor for me to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Prime Minister Shmyhal. We will now go to a bipartisan meeting, leadership meeting, where we will again be inspired as well as informed by the Prime Minister as to the priorities that we need to be addressing. Our support has always been bipartisan. It will continue to be. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
And a little bit later here in the day, we did have the Ukrainian Prime Minister have a meeting at the Pentagon. We'll play that out here for our viewers a little bit later on Live Now from Fox, because we do always try to keep track of the latest as the war does continue on again into day now 57. And we keep reporting all of that devastation as well. So we'll stay on top of that here for our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to say thanks so much, especially as we've been keeping track of all the top stories coming to you from across the country. One of those top stories took neighbors by surprise when their neighbor had been killed and then left in a duffel bag carried out of her home. Today, they did make an arrest, which was some good news, some relief to everyone who had been following this story. So let's go ahead and head out to our Fox 5 reporter, Antoine Lewis, who's joining us here on Live Now from Fox, just outside of that home. And Antoine, I'm sure neighbors are happy to see that they do have someone finally in custody.
Well, that would be absolutely correct. The other thing is we're learning more about the relationship between the victim and the person now in custody. They recognized him from surveillance footage, the detectives did. They invited him back to the precinct where they say he confessed, telling them everything they needed to hear.
David, why'd you do it? Go ahead, David. David, what happened? NYPD detectives walk 44-year-old David Banola out of the 112th precinct shortly after charging him with the murder of Rosalia Gall.
Mr. Bonella is a handyman who was employed by Mrs. Gall. They have been having an intimate affair for approximately 2 years.
Last Friday, detectives say Rosalia Gall attended a show at Lincoln Center and then grabbed a drink inside a Forest Hills bar before heading home. The 51-year-old wife and mother of two got home after midnight. Police say that she and Banola were in touch by text, and he arrived to the house sometime after 12:30 and was either let in or used the spare key.
A heated argument ensues between the two in the basement. A knife is brandished. A violent struggle ensues, resulting in our victim being stabbed ruthlessly and brutally in excess of 55 times, causing her demise.
Police say this is the knife Banola used, having grabbed it from inside the home. Investigators say that David Banola then stuffed Rosalia Gall's body into her son's hockey bag and dragged it some 9 blocks before dropping it under the Jackie Robinson Parkway near Metropolitan Avenue Saturday morning, leaving behind a trail of blood that went back to the Gall family home on Juneau Street. Authorities say Banola discarded his bloody clothes in a park next to where the body was found and got treatment Saturday for wounds to his hands. This is his last known address on the 114th Street in the Richmond Hills section of Queens. Police say he is originally from Mexico and has been in the United States for 21 years. During his interrogation, the NYPD says he also gave more insight into his relationship with Rosalia Gall.
Okay, Paso, David, why'd you do it? They had been off and on, and they had broken up prior, but had reunited early in the month of April, and their relationship was considered at an end.
Tough news, certainly for the neighbors, certainly for the family inside the home. We also got a little bit more information about the charges he's now facing. This includes murder, too, criminal possession of a weapon, and criminal tampering of evidence. That is the very latest from where we are in Queens. Back inside to you, Christy.
Yeah, just some devastating news, a surprise to everyone who is living in that neighborhood. But thankfully, they do have someone in custody. We do appreciate the update. Again, Fox 5's Antoine Lewis joining us from Queens. Thank you so much. And for all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, you may have missed that press conference. Let's go ahead, listen into it in its entirety right here for you.
Good. Good morning, everybody. Chief James Essig, Chief of Detectives in the New York City Police Department. With me here today is from Patrol Services Bureau, Chief Carlos Valdez from Queens North, the Commanding Officer of 112, Inspector Joe Kappelman, the Assistant Chief Joe Kenny, the Citywide's Investigation Chief, Julie Morell, the Queens Investigation Chief, who led this investigation, Lieutenant Timmy Thompson from Queens North Homicide, the 2 case detectives, Detective Carmine Caruso from Queens North Homicide, and Detective John Benzold from the 112 Precinct Detective Squad. So, good morning, everybody. Last night, while detectives were canvassing for video, they observed a male who was wanted for questioning in a horrendous homicide. He voluntarily came back to the 112 precinct and made incriminating statements. Today, that male, David Bonella, male, 44 years old, residing at 10418 114th Street in Queens, New York, is being charged with murder in the 2nd degree, criminal tampering in the 1st degree, and criminal possession of a weapon in the 4th degree in relation to the death of Osolia Gal, female, 51 years old. This investigation is still preliminary. There is a lot of work left to do, but this is what I can tell you. On Friday night, April 15th, Miss Gal attends a show at Lincoln Center. She takes the train back to her neighborhood in Forest Hills. At 11:20 p.m., she stops in a local establishment for a short while before returning home. We believe she returns home at 12:20 a.m. We also believe Mr. Bonella arrives at her residence between 12:30 and 12:40 a.m. Mr. Bonella is a handyman who was employed by Mrs. Gal. They have been having an intimate affair for approximately 2 years. He is either let in voluntarily or he uses a key he has knowledge about hidden in the barbecue. A heated argument ensues between the two in the basement. A knife is brandished. A violent struggle ensues, resulting in our victim being stabbed ruthlessly and brutally in excess of 55 times, causing her demise. Recovered at that crime scene is a knife which we believe was used. Mr. Bonella then retrieved a hockey bag belonging to Miss Gal's son, placed her in the bag, and as video showed, was seen rolling the body down the sidewalks, leaving a bloody trail through the streets of Forest Hills. At 7:50 a.m. Saturday, April 16th, that duffel bag was recovered at Metropolitan Avenue and the Jackie Robinson Parkway by a member of the public. We believe that after disposing of the body, Mr. Bonella fled through Forest Park, where investigators discovered the jacket believed to be worn by him during this vicious crime. Detectives also developed leads which led them to a location where boots, a T-shirt, and bloody bandages were discovered. Investigation also revealed that on Saturday, Mr. Bonella received treatment for wounds to both hands at an area hospital. As I said before, this case is still ongoing. We are still awaiting forensics evidence and are canvassing for more victim video as we speak. But detectives, through interviews, videos, and the public's help, and specifically the Queens DA, Melinda Katz, and her staff, who have been with us every step of the way, were able to quickly take this killer off the street. I just want to assure the public, and especially the residents of Forest Hills, that there are no outstanding suspects at this time. With that, I'd like to take any questions.
Nicole? Talk about the suspect's background. Has he been arrested?
All right, so once again, we've been listening in. New York police holding this press conference earlier here today, announcing that arrest. And as we just heard from Antoine, who is joining us from Queens, there's a lot of relief knowing that they do have someone in custody. Do you want to say thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox? We have been keeping you covered on a number of the top stories that have been coming to us from across the country. And there's quite a battle going on between Governor DeSantis and Walt Disney World. So here to bring us the latest, joining us from Orlando is Fox 35's Valerie Boy. And Valerie, why don't you catch us up on what has been happening, especially now that there's going to be a new item brought to the governor's desk?
That's right. The House just passed this bill today, and now it goes to the governor's desk for signature. Of course, as this occurs, many are wondering how this will affect taxpayers. So I went to the sponsor of the bill, Representative Brandy Fine. Take a listen.
There's absolutely no reason for anyone to think there would be a tax increase unless the local politicians, for whatever reason, wanted to issue one.
And Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming says taxpayers could get stuck with the bill to pay for services like fire and EMS inside the theme parks, at the resorts, and other nearby property.
If we had to take over the first response to public safety components for Reedy Creek with no new revenue, that would be catastrophic for our budget.
Mayor Deming says it could place an undue burden on taxpayers.
So until we have all of the specifics, it's hard to say what the specific answers or impacts would be.
I don't really believe that the residents or the taxpayers of Orange County are going to get stuck with any part of it.
Florida Association of Special Districts Executive Director Dave Ramba is the man responsible for overseeing 1,600 districts like Reedy Creek. He explains one possible scenario.
Orange County could create its own dependent district around Reedy Creek and assess them that exact same amount of money that they need to pay the bills.
He says Disney pays $120 million in property taxes and says Orange and Osceola counties have benefited from that income.
So both of those counties are getting a pretty substantial windfall for the past 50 years. And
he also says taxpayers shouldn't be worried about getting stuck with Disney's debt.
sounds like $1 billion is a lot of money, but think about how much the Walt Disney World Corporation is worth, and their assets that are located there are in the many multiples of billions of dollars.
Now, even though this is a bill to dissolve Reedy Creek, Fine says they'll have a year to make changes like giving them less power and then reestablishing it. Live in Lake Buena Vista, Valerie Boy, back to you in the studio.
And Valerie, I know you just mentioned how much power Walt Disney has. What's that concern for these Florida lawmakers?
So we talk about power. Well, here at Disney, Reedy Creek has the power to create their own nuclear power plant, and they also have the power to seize property without asking anyone, eminent domain. So those are some of the examples that happened 55 years ago. They were given that approval, and now they just want to go back and review it, make those changes, and then reestablish it again.
Right, and this will be a very interesting story as it continues to develop in Florida. We do appreciate you giving us a breakdown. Again, joining us live from Orlando's Fox 35's Valerie Boy. We appreciate that update.
You're welcome.
And don't forget, whenever it comes to top stories happening across the country, we have you covered. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. Do want to show our viewers this live picture in Portland where the President of the United States, Joe Biden, will be stepping up to speak about infrastructure. We'll have more to come here in just 2 minutes. Now from Fox, we are live here taking a look at where President Biden will soon be making some remarks. He's going to be talking about infrastructure and critical investments at the Portland International Airport. Right now, just some other leaders from the area speaking. They don't have the seal up on the podium quite yet, so it's not time for President Biden to be speaking yet. So we'll keep an eye on this here for you. As soon as we do see President walking up to that podium, this will be something we'll jump into here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. And boy, we've heard from a lot of our U.S. presidents here today. Earlier this morning, we had former President Bill Clinton. He was in New York standing with the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, as well as New York City Mayor Eric Adams. They were talking about how to have a greener building in their city, especially now that we have Earth Week. Tomorrow is Earth Day, so we'll be playing that out a little bit later. But I want to go to former President Barack Obama. He also had an event happening here today. He was at Stanford, and he was speaking about disinformation. So let's go ahead. We're going to be listening into his speech that he made just a little bit earlier this afternoon.
Communal glue. Internationally, the rise of China, as well as chronic political dysfunction here in the U.S. and in Europe, not to mention the near collapse of the global financial system in 2008, has made it easier for leaders in other countries to discount democracy's appeal. And as once marginalized groups demand a seat at the table, politicians have found a new audience for old-fashioned appeals to racial and ethnic, religious, or national solidarity. And in the rush to protect us from them, virtues like tolerance and respect for democratic processes start to look not just expendable, but like a threat to our way of life. So if we're going to strengthen democracy, we'll have to address all of these trends. We'll have to come up with new models for a more inclusive, equitable capitalism. We'll have to reform our political institutions in ways that allow people to feel heard and give them real agency. We'll have to tell better stories about ourselves and how we can live together despite our differences. And that's why I'm here today on Stanford's campus in the heart of Silicon Valley, where so much of the digital revolution began. Because I'm convinced that right now, one of the biggest impediments to doing all of this, indeed, one of the biggest reasons for democracy's weakening, is the profound change that's taken place in how we communicate and consume information. Now, let me start off by saying I am not a Luddite. Although it is true that sometimes I have to ask my daughters how to work basic functions on my phone. I am amazed by the internet. It's connected billions of people around the world, put the collected knowledge of centuries at our fingertips. It's made our economies vastly more efficient, accelerated medical advances, opened up new opportunities, allowed people with shared interests to find each other. I might never have been elected president if it hadn't been for websites like, and I'm dating myself, MySpace, Meetup, and Facebook that allowed an army of young volunteers to organize, raise money, spread our message. That's what elected me. And since then, we've all witnessed the ways that activists use social media platforms to register dissent and shine a light on injustice and mobilize people on issues like climate change and racial justice. So the internet and the accompanying information revolution has been transformative, and there's no turning back. But, like all advances in technology, this progress has had unintended consequences. It's sometimes come at a price. And in this case, we see that our new information ecosystem is turbocharging some of humanity's worst impulses. Not all of these effects are intentional or even avoidable. They're simply the consequence of billions of humans suddenly plugged into an instant 24/7 global information stream. 40 years ago, if you were a conservative in rural Texas, you weren't necessarily offended by what was going on in San Francisco's Castro district because you didn't know what was going on. If you lived in an impoverished Yemeni village, you had no insight into the spending habits of the Kardashians. For some, such exposure may be eye-opening, perhaps even liberating, but others may experience that exposure as a direct affront to their traditions, their belief systems, their place in society. Then you have the sheer proliferation of content and the splintering of information and audiences. That's made democracy more complicated. I'll date myself again. If you were watching TV here in the United States between about 1960 and 1990, I Dream of Jeannie, The Jeffersons, chances are you were watching one of the big three networks. And this had its own problems, particularly the ways in which programming often excluded voices and perspectives of women and people of color and other folks outside of the mainstream. But it did fortify a sense of shared culture. And when it came to the news, at least, citizens across the political spectrum tended to operate using a shared set of facts. What they saw, what they heard from Walter Cronkite or David Brinkley or others. Today, of course, we occupy entirely different media realities, fed directly into our phones. Don't even have to look up. And it's made all of us more prone to what psychologists call confirmation bias. The tendency to select facts and opinions that reinforce our pre-existing worldviews and filter out those that don't. So inside our personal information bubbles, our assumptions, our blind spots, our prejudices aren't challenged, they're reinforced. And naturally, we're more likely to react negatively to those consuming different facts and opinions, all of which deepens existing racial and religious and cultural divides. It's fair to say, then, that some of the current challenges we face are inherent to a fully connected world. Our brains aren't accustomed to taking in this much information this fast, and a lot of us are experiencing overload. But not all problems we're seeing now are an inevitable project or an inevitable byproduct of this new technology. They're also the result of very specific choices made by the companies that have come to dominate the internet generally and social media platforms in particular. Decisions that, intentionally or not, have made democracies more vulnerable. Now, I'm at Stanford. Most of you know the story by now. 20 years ago, pillars of web search were comprehensiveness, relevance, speed. But with the rise of social media and the need to better understand people's online behavior in order to sell more advertising, companies wanted to collect more data. More companies optimized for personalization, engagement, and speed. And unfortunately, it turns out that inflammatory, polarizing content attracts and engages. Other features of these platforms have compounded the problem. For example, the way content looks on your phone, as well as the veil of anonymity that platforms provide their users, a lot of times can make it impossible to tell the difference between, say, a peer-reviewed article by Dr. Anthony Fauci and a miracle cure being pitched by a huckster. And meanwhile, sophisticated actors, from political consultants to commercial interests to intelligence arms of foreign powers, can game platform algorithms or artificially boost the reach of deceptive or harmful messages. Of course, this business model has proven to be wildly successful. For more and more of us, search and social media platforms aren't just our window into the internet, they serve as our primary source of news and information. no one tells us that the window is blurred, subject to unseen distortions and subtle manipulations. All we see is a constant feed of content where useful, factual information and happy diversions and cat videos flow alongside lies, conspiracy theories, junk science, quackery, white supremacist, racist tracts, misogynist screeds. And over time, we lose our capacity to distinguish between fact, opinion, and wholesale fiction. Or maybe we just stop caring. And all of us, including our children, learn that if you want to rise above the crowd, above the din, if you want to be liked and shared, and yes, go viral, then peddling controversy, outrage, even hate often gives you an edge. Now, it's true tech companies and social media platforms are not the only distributors of toxic information. Promise me. I promise you, I spend a lot of time in Washington. In fact, some of the most outrageous content on the web originates from traditional media. What social media platforms have done, though, thanks to their increasing market dominance and their emphasis on speed, is accelerate the decline of newspapers and other traditional news sources. There's still brand name newspapers and magazines, not to mention network news broadcasts, NPR, other outlets that have adapted to the new digital environment while maintaining the highest standards of journalistic integrity. But as more and more ad revenue flows to the platforms that disseminate the news, rather than that money going to the newsrooms that report it, publishers, reporters, editors, they all feel the pressure to maximize engagement in order to compete. Reporters start worrying about, I got to tweet something, because if I don't, I may be out of a job. That's the information environment we now live in. It's not just that these platforms have, with narrow exceptions, been largely agnostic regarding the kind of information available and connections made on their sites. It's that in the competition between truth and falsehood, cooperation and conflict, the very design of these platforms seems to be tilting us in the wrong direction. And we're seeing the results. Take COVID. The fact that scientists developed safe, effective vaccines in record time is an unbelievable achievement. And yet, despite the fact that we've now essentially clinically tested the vaccine on billions of people worldwide, around 1 in 5 Americans is still willing to put themselves at risk and put their families at risk rather than get vaccinated. People are dying because of misinformation. I already mentioned the 2020 presidential election. President Trump's own Attorney General has said that the Justice Department uncovered no evidence of widespread voter fraud. A review of the ballots in Arizona's largest county, the results of which were endorsed by some pretty courageous local Republicans, because many of them harassed and received death threats, actually found more votes for President Biden and fewer votes for President Trump. And yet today, as we speak, a majority of Republicans still insist that President Biden's victory was not legitimate. That's a lot of people. In Myanmar, it's been well documented that hate speech shared on Facebook played a role in the murderous campaign targeting the Rohingya community. Social media platforms have been similarly implicated in fanning ethnic violence in Ethiopia, far-right extremism in Europe, authoritarian regimes and strongmen around the world, from China to Hungary, the Philippines, Brazil, have learned to conscript social media platforms to turn their own populations against groups they don't like, whether it's ethnic minorities, the LGBTQ community, journalists, political opponents. And of course, autocrats like Putin have used these platforms as a strategic weapon against democratic countries that they consider a threat. People like Putin, and Steve Bannon for that matter, understand it's not necessary for people to believe disinformation in order to weaken democratic institutions. You just have to flood a country's public square with enough raw sewage. You just have to raise enough questions, spread enough dirt, plant enough conspiracy theorizing that citizens no longer know what to believe. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in mainstream media, in political institutions, in each other, in the possibility of truth, the game's won. And as Putin discovered leading up to the 2016 election, our own social media platforms are well designed to support such a mission, such a project. Russians could study and manipulate patterns in the engagement ranking system on a Facebook or a YouTube. And as a result, Russian state-sponsored trolls could almost guarantee that whatever disinformation they put out there would reach millions of Americans. And that the more inflammatory the story, the quicker it spread. Now, I've been writing my memoirs lately, including reflections on events leading up to that election. The regrets I have, the things I might have missed. No one in my administration was surprised that Russia was attempting to meddle in our election. It had been doing that for years. Or that it was using social media in these efforts. Before the election, I directed our top intelligence officials to expose those efforts to the press and to the public. What does still nag at me, though, was my failure to fully appreciate at the time just how susceptible we had become to lies and conspiracy theories. Despite having spent years being a target of disinformation myself. Putin didn't do that. He didn't have to. We did it to ourselves. So where do we go from here? If we do nothing, I am convinced the trends that we're seeing will get worse. New technologies are already challenging the way we regulate currency, how we keep consumers safe from fraud. And with the emergence of AI, disinformation will grow more sophisticated. I've already seen demonstrations of deep fake technology that show what looks like me on a screen saying stuff I did not say. It's a strange experience, people. Without some standards, implications of this technology for our elections, for our legal system, for our democracy, for rules of evidence, for our entire social order are frightening and profound. Fortunately, I am convinced that it is possible to preserve the transformative power and promise of the open internet while at least mitigating the worst of its harms. And I believe that those of you in the tech community, soon to be in the tech community, not just its corporate leaders, but employees at every level, have to be part of the solution. The essence of this place, what put Silicon Valley on the map, is a spirit of innovation. It's what led to the globally integrated internet, all its remarkable applications. What we've now learned is the product has some design flaws. There are some bugs in the software. We don't have to just leave it like that. Through the same spirit of innovation, we can make it better. So I want to make some general suggestions for what that work might look like. But before I do, let me offer a few stipulations so we don't get bogged down in some well-worn, not always productive arguments. Number one, media companies, tech companies, social media platforms did not create the divisions in our society, here or in other parts of the world. Social media did not create racism or white supremacist groups. Didn't create the kind of ethno-nationalism that Putin's enraptured with. It didn't create sexism, class conflict, religious strife, greed, envy, all the deadly sins. All these things existed long before the first tweet or Facebook poke. Solving the disinformation problem won't cure all that ails our democracies or tears at the fabric of our world. But it can help tamp down divisions and let us rebuild the trust and solidarity needed to make our democracy stronger and to take on women mentalities and deal with racism in our societies and build bridges between people. It can do that. Second, we aren't going to get rid of all offensive or inflammatory content on the web. That is a straw man. We'd be wrong to try. Freedom of speech is at the heart of every democratic society. In America, those protections are enshrined in the First Amendment to our Constitution. There's a reason it came first in the Bill of Rights. I'm pretty close to a First Amendment absolutist. I believe that in most instances, the answer to bad speech is good speech. I believe that the free, robust, sometimes antagonistic exchange of ideas produces better outcomes and a healthier society. No democratic government can or should do what China, for example, is doing, simply telling people what they can and cannot say or publish while trying to control what others say about their country abroad. And I don't have a lot of confidence that any single individual or organization, private or public, should be charged or we do a good job at determining who gets to hear what. That said, the First Amendment is a check on the power of the state. It doesn't apply to private companies like Facebook or Twitter, any more than it applies to editorial decisions made by the New York Times or Fox News. Never has. Social media companies already make choices about what is or is not allowed on their platforms and how that content appears, both explicitly through content moderation and implicitly through algorithms. The problem is we often don't know what principles govern those decisions. And on an issue of enormous public interest, there's been little public debate and practically no democratic oversight. 3, any rules we come up with to govern the distribution of content on the internet will involve value judgments. None of us are perfectly objective. What we consider an unshakable truth today may prove to be totally wrong tomorrow. But that doesn't mean some things aren't truer than others, or that we can't draw lines between opinions, facts, honest mistakes, intentional deceptions. We make these distinctions all the time in our daily lives. At work, in school, at home, in sports. And we can do the same when it comes to internet content. As long as we agree on a set of principles, some core values to guide the work. So, in the interest of full transparency, here's what I think our guiding principles should be. The way I'm going to evaluate any proposal touching on social media and the internet is whether it strengthens or weakens the prospects for a healthy, inclusive democracy, whether it encourages robust debate and respect for our differences, whether it reinforces rule of law and self-governance, whether it helps us make collective decisions based on the best available information, and whether it recognizes the rights and freedoms and dignity of all of our citizens. Whatever changes contribute to that vision, I'm for. Whatever erodes that vision, I'm against. Just so you know. All right, so with that as my starting point, I believe we have to address not just the supply of toxic information, but also the demand for it. On the supply side, tech platforms need to accept that they play a unique role in how we as a people and people around the world are consuming information, and that their decisions have an impact on every aspect of society. With that power comes accountability. And in democracies like ours, at least, the need for some democratic oversight. For years, social media companies have resisted that kind of accountability. They're not unique in that regard. Every private corporation wants to do anything it wants. So the social media platforms called themselves neutral platforms with no editorial role in what their users saw. They insisted that the content people see on social media has no impact on their beliefs or behavior, even though their business models and their profits are based on telling advertisers the exact opposite. Now, the good news is that almost all the big tech platforms now acknowledge some responsibility for content on their platforms, and they're investing in large teams of people to monitor it. Given the sheer volume of content, this strategy can feel like a game of whack-a-mole. Still, in talking to people at these companies, I believe they are sincere in trying to limit content that engages in hate speech, encourages violence, or poses a threat to public safety. They genuinely are concerned about it. They want to do something about it. But while content moderation can limit the distribution of clearly dangerous content, it doesn't go far enough. Users who want to spread disinformation have become experts at pushing right up to the line of what at least published company policies allow. And at those margins, social media platforms tend not to want to do anything. Not just because they don't want to be accused of censorship, because they still have a financial incentive to keep as many users engaged as possible. More importantly, these companies are still way too guarded about how exactly their standards operate, or how their engagement ranking systems influence what goes viral and what doesn't. Now, some companies have been taking the next step in managing toxic content, experimenting with new product designs that, to use just one example, add friction to slow the spread of potentially harmful content. And that kind of innovation is a step in the right direction. It should be applauded. But I also think decisions like this shouldn't be left solely to private interests. These decisions affect all of us. And just like every other industry that has a big impact in our society, that means these big platforms need to be subject to some level of public oversight and regulation. Now, right now, a lot of the regulatory debate centers on Section 230 of the United States Code, which, as some of you know, says that tech companies generally can't be held liable for most content that other people post on their platforms. But let's face it, these platforms are not like the old phone company. And while I'm not convinced that wholesale repeal of Section 230 is the answer, it is clear that tech companies have changed dramatically over the last 20 years, and we need to consider reforms to Section 230 to account for those changes, including whether platforms should be required to have a higher standard of care when it comes to advertising on their site. And by the way, I believe, and I've seen, that regulation and innovation are not mutually exclusive. Now, here in the United States, we have a long history of regulating new technologies in the name of public safety, from cars and airplanes to prescription drugs to appliances. And while companies initially always complain that the rules are going to stifle innovation and destroy the industry, the truth is that a good regulatory environment usually ends up spurring innovation because it raises the bar on safety and quality, and it turns out that innovation can meet that higher bar. And if consumers trust that new technology is doing right by them and is safe, they're more likely to use it. And if properly structured, regulation can promote competition and keep incumbents from freezing out new innovators. So a regulatory structure, a smart one, needs to be in place, designed in consultation with tech companies and experts and communities that are affected, including communities of color and others that sometimes are not well represented here in Silicon Valley, that will allow these companies to operate effectively while also slowing the spread of harmful content. In some cases, industry standards may replace or substitute for regulation, but regulation has to be part of the answer. Beyond that, tech companies need to be more transparent about how they operate. So much of the conversation around disinformation is focused on what people post. The bigger issue is what content these platforms promote. Algorithms have evolved to the point where nobody on the outside of these companies can accurately predict what they'll do, unless they're really sophisticated and spend a lot of time tracking it, and sometimes even the people who build them aren't sure. And that's a problem. In a democracy, we can rightly expect companies to subject the design of their products and services to some level of scrutiny. At minimum, they should have to share that information with researchers and regulators who are charged with keeping the rest of us safe. This may seem like an odd example, and forgive me, you vegans out there, but if a meatpacking company has a proprietary technique to keep, say, our hot dogs fresh and clean, They don't have to reveal to the world what that technique is. They do have to tell the meat inspector. In the same way, tech companies should be able to protect their intellectual property while also following certain safety standards that we as a country, not just them, have agreed are necessary for the greater good. And we've seen this as part of the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act that's being proposed by a bipartisan group of senators here in the United States. Doesn't happen often. And we've also seen it negotiated in Europe as part of the European Union's Digital Services Act. Again, we don't expect tech companies to solve all these problems on their own. There are folks in these companies and in this community who have shown extraordinary good faith in some cases, but that's not enough. We do expect these companies to affirm the importance of our democratic institutions, not dismiss them, and to work to find the right combination of regulation and industry standards that will make democracy stronger. And because companies recognize the often dangerous relationship between social media, nationalism, domestic hate groups, they do need to engage with vulnerable populations about how to put better safeguards in place to protect minority populations, ethnic populations, religious minorities, wherever they operate. So, for example, in the United States, they should be working with, not always contrary to, those groups that are trying to prevent voter suppression. That specifically has targeted black and brown communities. In other words, these companies need to have some other North Star other than just making money and increasing market share.
Okay, we've been listening in to former President Barack Obama there speak at Stanford University about the perils of disinformation and misinformation, especially on social media. Obama says people are dying because of it, and so he was speaking there to students and to faculty at Stanford. We've heard him speak a lot about this topic. Remember, just a couple of weeks ago, he was speaking on a panel at the University of Chicago put on by Atlantic Magazine on the same topic. So we've been seeing former President Obama out and about often lately. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you the remarks from President Biden. Of course, he's on this trip to the Pacific Northwest, touting his bipartisan infrastructure law and the many projects that will be funded now in both Portland and Seattle because of it. More on that after the break. Live Now look at the White House, 6 o'clock on the dot there in the nation's capital, 3 o'clock here on the West Coast. Let's go out, though, to Portland, Oregon, and this is the first stop on President Biden's Pacific Northwest trip. It's the first time he's been to the Pacific Northwest since he was elected office. It's a rare overnight trip as well. He'll be speaking in Seattle tomorrow. But here are some of the remarks. He's talking about infrastructure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren Heitzman. I'm a 6th-term Inside Wire apprentice and an employee of O'Neill Electric. I'm a proud member of the IBEW Local 48 here in Portland. I've been honored to be a member of the community of workers transforming PDX, and I have marveled at the feats of modern engineering carefully reworking this space into a concourse of the future. They say this project, built with the help of federal infrastructure dollars, will fuel industries, tourism, and allow the region's economic engine to take flight. I see this airport as an opportunity to hone my craft alongside the best workers in the world. This airport is an opportunity, this airport is the firm foundation for families to grow and flourish. I grew up in a single-parent home. My mother often went hungry so that I could eat. She had jobs, college degree, but no health insurance. We had a car, but not really any money for major repairs. I myself have been a barista, a TSA agent, an officer, and even for a short time, a professional mountain biker. That was fun. I could have taken one of a million paths. What drew me to Oregon is the wide open spaces. It was only by chance that I ended up an electrician. That's awesome. That chance has brought me to the IBEW. To me, not only is this project a symbol of modern advancement and ingenuity, it is the vehicle for the promise of a better life. This airport is a landmark. I will forever drive by and see it as a symbol of how far I've come. Projects like this change lives and keep Oregon moving forward. Today, I can buy new boots, or even the latest and greatest mountain bike. But more importantly, I have health care. I have a pension, and I have the security of good pay. And that extra income, I can take my mom grocery shopping whenever she wants. Yes. The financial security that I have to take care of my family is what's important, and that's what this job means to me. The bipartisan infrastructure law that passed last year is not just an investment in infrastructure. It is also an investment in good union jobs. It's an investment in good schools and strong communities. It's an investment in me and my union. The men and women of the IBEW, we're just getting started. Yes. We are ready to rebuild the I-5 bridge over the Columbia River and modernize the port marine terminals and upgrade the container cranes that are so essential to this region's commerce. And of course, finish this airport, making it a jewel of the Pacific Northwest. We are ready to build America back better, and we are so proud to have a president who understands that building America back better means building union. And now, it is my absolute honor to introduce you to the President of the United States, President Joe Biden.
Please have a seat if you have one. Thank you all very much. It's great to be back in Portland. It's great to, and Lauren, thank you very much for that introduction. And Mayor Wheeler, thanks for the passport into the city. Being a mayor is the toughest job in American politics. They know where you live, and everything that affects them, they look to you for answers. Governor Brown, thank you for welcoming me back to Oregon. And Colonel, I want to thank you and the 142nd Wing of the Red Hawks of Oregon and that Air National Guard for hosting us at the base today. We're making a lot of work for you. I understand that. I also want to thank Oregon's outstanding members of Congress. Ron Wyden. Ron has been a leader in the Senate fighting for clean energy and jobs for a long time. and now he's a chairman of a finance committee, which makes him the king of the Senate. But we're going to make sure that teachers and firefighters don't pay a higher tax than billionaires, which in many cases they do. We're going to get it done, Ron. We're going to get it done. And Senator Jeff Merkley, a leader on climate and foreign policy, and you know we've been together, put together this bipartisan infrastructure bill. Jeff was a key leader in getting that done. He made sure it included the money for wildfire prevention, help prevent and respond to fires like the thousands that burned 500,000 acres, 500,000 acres across Oregon last year. All those major fires that took place since I've been in office with FEMA. I've been in a helicopter from Northern California to these across the Northwest and into the state of Idaho. And it's just devastating what's happened, what continues to happen. And Congressman Pete DeFazio, chair of the Transportation Committee. Pete's helped ensure that we're going to rebuild the country, and we buy American. We buy American. And look, with union workers and U.S. Steel, we're going to miss Pete. We're going to miss you, Pete. I don't know. I wish you weren't leaving. And Congressman Earl, where's Earl? There, Earl, thank you. Earl had me ride here on a bicycle, but I don't mind. But I got a new one. It's really not a little race anyway. A critical voice in Congress when it comes to investing in infrastructure. Earl helped bring together labor and business to help get this done. And Congressman Kurt Schrader, he's played a key part in the progress we've made as a nation on jobs, economic growth, and clean energy. Thank you very much, pal. And he's strong and consistent voice to make sure we modernize our infrastructure and help Oregon and everyone all across America. You know, the last guy that had this job talked about Infrastructure Week. Every week he talked about Infrastructure Week. It didn't come for 4 years. Well, I gave you Infrastructure Decade. This is for 10 years. $1.4 trillion. And Suzanne, who works tirelessly to ensure that we have left out, no one's left out, you know, including women and people of color. We're building a better America. When I got elected, I said, and I meant it, people weren't sure I really meant it, but I said, I want my administration to look like America, and it does. There are more women in my administration than men. There are more women in positions of consequence. There are more African Americans judges that have been appointed than every other president combined has appointed. Folks, I want to thank you all for everything you're doing for the people of Oregon. We're here today to talk about investments we're making to modernize this airport and this an economic engine for the entire region. Though through the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're investing $25 billion to upgrade and modernize American airports out of the money that is the over $1 trillion we're spending in infrastructure. Airports all across America are second rate. I used to tell the story that if, in fact, I dropped you in the middle of the night in an airport in China and an airport in the United States, took a blindfold off and said where you were, you'd think the one in China was in America. We've fallen behind. We haven't invested in ourselves. And I want to thank Ron and Jeff, Peter, Earl, Kurt, Suzanne for helping prove that America can do big things again. We can do anything we want to do. Bothers the heck out of me that there's this belief that we can't do big things anymore. But we can. We're proving we can. And we must build a better America. And a good place to start is right here in Portland. Folks, look, Portland International Airport is a perfect example of both the need and the opportunity and the ability to make progress. I don't have to tell you that it's an essential economic engine for the entire region, not just Portland. A lot of folks may not know it, but this airport employs 10,000 people. 10,000 people. Every day they show up, airline workers, technicians, retail workers, maintenance staff, and more. In addition, 20 million people travel from this airport every year, bringing 330,000 metric tons of cargo in and out of this state through this airport in the air. Shipping seafood from Oregon to fishermen all across America, all across the world, quite frankly. Bringing goods from every corner of the country to to Oregon homes and businesses. But here's the deal. It's been much too big and too long since America's invested in our own airports, our ports, and our rails. We haven't done it. We used to have the best infrastructure, rated the best infrastructure in the world. This is a fact. We are now ranked by the international community as 13th best infrastructure. 13, the United States. We've stopped investing in ourselves. We stopped investing in our people. We stopped investing in America. And I know people are tired of hearing me say it, but this time we're going to lead the world and invest in ourselves, invest in the nation, and invest in our people. That's the place to start. People kind of forget it. America invented modern aviation. But like I said, we've allowed our airports to lag far behind our competitors. I remember when I was vice president, I was flying into New York to make a speech, and I landed in New York in Air Force Two in LaGuardia Airport. As I was walking through the terminal to get out to the vehicles, there was a sign on an escalator going to one of the gates saying that out of order, fixed in 2 months. Not a joke. The United States of America, and the leading cities in the world, and it had a sign saying the escalator to the gate would take 2 months to be fixed. At that time, I said it took the average person, dropped them off, as I said, in LaGuardia or anywhere else, they'd wonder where in God's name they were. But look, they probably think they weren't in America if they didn't know better. But folks, by the way, LaGuardia I caused a bit of a stir because I said it publicly what was happening. And guess what? The governor and legislature decided they had to change things. And they invested $4 billion into one of the great destinations of the world, New York. The whole point of telling this story is I realize I'm preaching to the choir as we need to invest in American airports and here in Oregon. As I said earlier, through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which I might add, I wrote the original one with my own paw. I wrote it, sat down and wrote it, because I was convinced there was no other answer other than begin to invest in our country again. And we're investing $25 billion this year to modernize American airports all across this country and across this state, not just here. That includes $211 million this year in Oregon, $42 million being delivered this year alone, not just to modernize PDX, but for 50 additional airports across Oregon, because you got more than one, as you all know. And that's in addition to the $20 million we invested in PDX last year. Look, here's just some of what this investment will do. First, thanks to Ron Wyden and Jeff Merkley and Earl, excuse me. I know. You can call me Biden, Joe Biden. Helping deliver a more resilient, state-of-the-art runway. You know, I don't have to tell you, anyone here in Oregon, it sits on a major earthquake zone. And in fact, you had a 0.4 magnitude earthquake strike not far from here just 2 days ago. Imagine what would happen if that earthquake struck closer to the airport. It wouldn't just threaten lives, it would threaten to shut down the local economy for a heck of a lot longer than 2 months it takes to fix an escalator. Folks, but your senators and congressmen are looking out for you. They fought to dedicate $3.75 million in the last month's omnibus bill to build a resilient runway here at PDX. The project is being modeled on the engineering of an airport that I happened to visit in Japan that remained operational in the face of a devastating earthquake and tsunami in 2011, successfully evacuating families and moving life-saving supplies because their runway was resilient. It was built resilient in the first place. Best of all, extensive research shows that every dollar we invest in our resilience of your runway will save $50 down the road by keeping this airport operational, safe, and efficient. But that's not all we're doing. You're in the midst of a $2 billion renovation to build a cutting-edge main terminal. I just saw one incredible components of that terminal being constructed. 392,000 square feet of roof being built out of what's known as mass timber, advanced engineering, wood design, that you're pioneering right here in Oregon. And it won't just stay in Oregon. Almost every single piece of wood being used was substantially harvested from local forests. You can point to any beam, and the folks building it can tell you where it came from. Best of all, this project will support more than 1,250 good-paying jobs constructing the terminal. Over 95% of the construction is being done by union workers. Union. Someone criticizing me too, I guess it was now 2 months ago, said, you know, you use the word union more than all presidents combined. Well, there's a good reason for that. They're the best workers in the world. There's a reason why it makes sense to have a union worker. They train like it's like going to college to get that apprenticeship, not a joke. And in addition to that, they get it done on time and with the best possible results you can get. We already nearly have 280 contracts amounting to $80 million have gone out to small businesses that are minority-owned and women-owned and veteran-owned, lifting up the economy for everyone. And this is just the start. Because of the infrastructure law, we're going to see modern baggage claim area, improved taxiways, and yes, better escalators. And, you know, the investment all across Oregon is going to continue. Like was mentioned earlier by Coos Bay, you know, we've delivered nearly $33 million in January to modernize the main jetty, making it safer and more efficient for ships, boaters, and fishermen. And improving the capacity of that port is something Ron Wyden and Pete DeFazio in particular have been fighting for a long time. All across Oregon, we're sending the message. These ports and airports are open for more business. And we're sending the same message about your roads and your bridges. Right now, there are nearly 400 bridges and about 1,300 miles of highway in poor condition just here in Oregon. It's estimated that driving on those roads that need repair cost Oregon drivers an extra $256 a year in gas, repairs, and longer commute times. That's a $256 hidden tax on Oregon drivers. And thanks to the infrastructure law, we're making the most significant investment to modernize roads and bridges in the last 70 years since Eisenhower's interstate highway system. This year alone, we're delivering $662 million to fix roads and bridges in Oregon, plus an additional $53 million in dedicated funding for bridges. We're also going to start replacing 100% of the lead pipes and water lines that go into homes and schools in this country. You've got an estimated 14,000 lead service lines here in Oregon. Because of the infrastructure law, we're getting rid of the poisonous pipes and delivering $92 million to Oregon this year to provide clean and safe water. Because every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet, drink water that's clean, and also create thousands of good-paying jobs for plumbers and pipe fitters in the process. Folks, Ron and Jeff and Earl and Kurt and Suzanne, we all share a core belief that high-speed internet is essential to success in the 21st century. But today, more than 1 in 10 Oregon households don't have high-speed internet. And this law delivers $100 million to Oregon to make high-speed internet affordable and available everywhere in the state, urban, suburban, and rural, creating jobs for union technicians laying down those broadband lines. Never again should a parent have to sit in their car, drive to McDonald's parking lot, sit there with their child to get online so they can do their homework, which was happening during the pandemic. The law also builds up our resilience to extreme weather. Over the last decade, extreme weather has cost the state of Oregon at least $5 billion in damages. $5 billion. Our infrastructure law upgrades modernizing and strengthening transmission lines, helping communities to deal with floods, droughts, wildfires that are only coming with more frequency and ferocity. Folks, there's so much more in this law. We made a lot of progress, and the fact is we have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. But we also know that families are still struggling with higher prices. I grew up in a family where when the price of gasoline went up, it was a conversation at the kitchen table, because it made a difference to my dad. We felt it. Let's be absolutely clear about why our prices are high now. 2 reasons. First, COVID. The way the global economy works, if If a factory in Vietnam makes a computer chip and shuts down due to COVID in Vietnam, the ripple effect can slow down automobile manufacturing in Detroit. So because of the pandemic, we've had disruptions in our supply of important materials. So prices went up. Just look at automobiles. Last year, they accounted for 1/3 of all the inflation in America. 1/3 was because of automobile companies couldn't get computer chips, and the price of automobiles skyrocketed because there was significant demand because the economy was growing, but no availability. So I'm calling on Congress to pass the bipartisan innovation bill to make more of these chips here at home and speed up the supply chains. And folks, with regard to supply chains, let me say one thing. There's a little outfit called Intel. The chairman of the board of Intel asked to come and see me in Washington. And he said he wanted to invest $20 billion in a computer chip factory he was going to build just outside of Cleveland. $20 billion. He was going to create thousands of jobs building the facility and thousands of jobs running the facility. Average wage once the facility was built, $132,000. This is, and now if you guys pass and get me that other bill on my desk, he's prepared to invest another $100 billion, $100 billion in that same facility. And what everybody forgets, we invented the damn thing. We invented the computer chip, not a joke. And all the progress, all the change has come from American technology. We don't make them anymore, basically. But now we're changing that. The second big reason for inflation is gas prices. And it's Vladimir Putin's gas price increase. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all around the world. We saw that in the most recent inflation data. Last month, 70% of the increase in inflation was a consequence of Putin's price hike because of the impact on gas and energy prices. And doing everything I can to bring down the price to address Putin's price hike. That's why I authorized the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And I worked with oil producers to ramp up production. I coordinated the release with our partners all around the world because I spent a lot of time with them. And they agreed, over 30 countries agreed to release 60 million additional barrels over the same period for another 240 million barrels over the next 6 months. The largest collective reserve release in history. Nations coming together to help deny ability to Putin to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families in Europe and around the world. And Americans should be seeing some savings, which are already seen in the price of gas coming down. But we need to do something else. We need to get off this roller coaster of relying on oil. We need to declare America's energy independence. We need to accelerate our path to clean, renewable energy that includes adoption of adaptation of electric vehicles like cars, trains, school buses, and transit. We found new battery technology that is just amazing. Beyond gas prices, I've called on Congress to move immediately to lower the cost of families' utility bills, prescription drug costs, while lowering the deficit and reducing inflationary pressures. Folks, give you one example. There's over 200,000 children in America with type 1 diabetes. They need that vial of insulin all the time. If they don't get it, you know what the average cost for that is nationwide? $647. That's how much it costs them a month. Not only is a concern if you don't have the insurance, you don't have the income. Imagine being the parent, robbed of your dignity, knowing you don't have ability to help your child at all, and see what's happening. You know how much it costs them to make that one vial? $10 dollars. $10. With a little bit of help, and I know my colleagues support me, with a little bit of help, and a few Republicans getting out of the way in the United States Congress, because none of them are helping, we can lower that price to $35 a month, and they still make 3.5 times what they pay for. Make a difference in families' lives. We can do it without raising taxes a penny, and anyone making under $400,000. No one making under 400 grand see a penny in their taxes go up. That's the best way Congress can address inflation right now. lower the cost of other things for people, everyday people working like hell just to keep food on the table. Let me close with this. When I was running for office, I'm sure you heard me say 1,000 times, I was going to build this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Because when that happens, everybody does well. The wealthy do very, very well. The poor have a way up, and the middle class can grow. As my dad would say, and just have a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. So we're going to deal in the people and the places that had been left out and left behind. We're making progress. Over the course of my presidency, our recovery has created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs created over the first 14 months of my presidency than any presidency in American history. Over 420,000 manufacturing jobs. Who says we can't manufacture our way through all of this? We are the best workers in the world. Not a joke. Unemployment nationwide is at 3.6%, down from 6.4% when I took office 19 months ago. The fastest decline in unemployment at the start of a term of a president ever recorded. Oregon, you just added 122,000 jobs, and unemployment has dropped from 6.4% to 3.8%. Last year, and during all this time, don't listen to my Republican friends in Congress, last year, we reduced, my budget reduced the deficit by $350 billion. Hear me? We didn't increase the deficit a penny. We reduced it by $350 billion. And the budget I submitted, we're on our way to getting done this year in 2022. We're on track to reduce the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. The largest one-year reduction of deficit in American history. It's particularly important now as we work to reduce the pressure on inflation. Oregon and America have gone from being on the mend to being on the move. We just got to get the hell out of our own way. So we're coming forward with challenges from strength, positions that we're in, not like we've been before. I'm more optimistic about America's potential today than I've been any time in my career. And I've been doing this job in national politics for a long time. Because I see a future that is without a limit. I mean, this is the United States of America, for God's sake. We're the only nation in the world. This is a fact. Look it up. The only nation in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than when we went into the crisis. Stronger. Every single time. I was with Xi Jinping. I've traveled with 17,000 miles with him and spent more time with any other world leader over a total of, I think, and we're up to 90-some hours of talking or meeting together over the last 6-7 years. And we were in the foothills of the Tibet, and he asked me, he said, I had a translator and he had a simultaneous translator. And he said, can you define America for me? This is a true story. He repeats it. I said, yeah, I can, in one word. And he looked at me. I said, what do you mean in one word? I said, possibilities. Anything's possible in America. Anything's possible. And that's what we're going to do today. Do what we are capable of doing. Stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Get the hell up and take this country back in a way that we lead the world again, because we can do it. We're on the way to doing it. And with the help of your delegation, we're going to get it done. I mean it. There's nothing beyond our capacity. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
President Biden there wrapping up his remarks in Portland, Oregon, at the airport there, talking about a major piece of legislation his administration has gotten done in this year and a half he has been president, the bipartisan infrastructure law, talking about federal dollars that are going to go to some projects there in the Pacific Northwest. We also know he'll be speaking tomorrow in Seattle on the last leg of this Pacific Northwest trip there. So we'll have live coverage of that as well tomorrow. Thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft on this Thursday afternoon. We have a beautiful live look as well out of Capitol Hill. Speaking of President Biden, our next story after the break, we're going to be talking about immigration, talking about the border, hearing from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, as the Biden administration has indicated and said that they intend to do away and end Title 42. Of course, those are those pandemic border restrictions that have been in place for the last 2 years that have curtailed those trying to seek asylum in the United States. We also have a pretty cool aerial picture right now. This is not live, we're just replaying it, but I just wanted to show you. It's a very cool skyline that we have, but we don't have it that often. This is in London, and you can see the London skyline there. Of course, so many in the UK taking the opportunity today to commemorate the 96th birthday of Queen Elizabeth II. We'll also have more on that as well a little bit later on, but definitely a skyline we don't see very often. We will be back in 2 minutes with more here. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. Like I said before the break, we're going to now hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott meeting with law enforcement officials in San Antonio, talking about how to crack down on crime in the Lone Star State.
We've seen most prolifically in Harris County, but also in some other counties, the horrific practice of having criminals arrested and then released on either no bail or low bail, only to go out and actually kill somebody after being released because of that low bail. We passed a law this past session to crack down on those lax bail practices. We also need a constitutional amendment to make that bail reform complete. We will be bringing that constitutional amendment back up in this next session. What happened is we brought it up both at the regular session and special session this last time, and all Republicans supported it, only Democrats were against it. We need that constitutional amendment to pass to ensure that we have stricter bail laws in the state of Texas. And then, as we speak right now, we're dealing with what is probably the widest, most prolific crime challenge and law enforcement challenges we have in the state. And that is the open border policies that have been imposed by the Biden administration. Under the Biden administration, there have been more than 1.6 million people allowed into the state of Texas, allowed in an illegal fashion. And this has led to an enormous burden on local communities across the state, candidly, even in communities like San Antonio and Houston. So in response to that, I've deployed 10,000 National Guard and Texas Department of Public Safety officers. Together, they've apprehended more than 200,000 migrants. They've arrested more than 11,000 criminals, including people who have previously been convicted of murder and previously convicted of raping a child. And they have arrested enough fentanyl, they have seized enough fentanyl that would be enough to kill every man, woman, and child in Texas as well as many other states. And Texas is now building our own border wall. All of that is in response to the open border policies that we have right now. All of this is about to get worse in 1 month when the Biden administration is going to end the Title 42 expulsions. When that happens, according to the Biden administration itself, it should lead to about 18,000 people crossing the border illegally a day. If you multiply that out annually, that would be more than 6 million people coming across the border illegally in just a year. And let's just say only half of that involves the state of Texas. Next year, we may see more people coming across the Texas border illegally than we have in the total population of our largest city, the city of Houston. There is no way, whether it's from a law enforcement perspective or a city or county community service perspective or a taxpayer perspective, that we as a state are going to be able to deal with that many people coming across our border illegally. And because of that, we have already taken certain measures to step up what Texas is doing, undertaking unprecedented action to make sure that we're trying to stem the flow of illegal immigrants. One of these measures is the measure of what we're doing to bus people from the Rio Grande Valley or from the border region to Washington, D.C. The catalyst for this was in my talking with local officials on the border. They were having the Biden administration just drop off dozens, if not hundreds, of migrants into their community that they had no capability of dealing with whatsoever. Some of those local communities were putting people on buses, sending them right here to San Antonio, Texas. I said, I have a better idea. Let's not send them to San Antonio. Let's send them to Washington, D.C. And ever since then, we have now sent a total of 10 buses of migrants from the border region to Washington, D.C., including 3 that are arriving today. Typically, until yesterday, we've been sending about 1 bus a day. Yesterday was the first day that we sent 2 buses in 1 day. Other strategies involve things like establishing boat blockades to prevent people from being able to cross the river. Now, also, very importantly, historically, candidly, because the Biden administration is, for one, not imposing federal law and securing the border. And then for another, Biden administration is not doing what other presidents have done, and that is to work with officials in Mexico to try to resolve this problem. It has fallen on the shoulders of the Texas governor, myself, to negotiate with the governors of Mexico for better border security. That's exactly what I did last week, establishing 4 historic agreements with the 4 governors of the 4 Mexican states that are adjacent to Texas that have border bridges coming into our states. And what they've agreed to is heightened border security measures on their side of the border that will reduce illegal immigration into Texas. You can see examples of exactly what they're doing if you just look at my Twitter account today and see what we posted about what the governor of Coahuila and what the state of Coahuila is doing to increase the border security presence. It's very impressive. Bottom line is this on the border, and that is in just a matter of a few weeks, I have done more to secure the border with Mexico than President Biden has done in his entire time in office. The bottom line is this: Texans deserve safe communities, whether it's on the border, whether it's in San Antonio, whether it's in the Panhandle, it does not matter. Safety in your communities is of paramount importance in Texas. Safe communities is a Texas value. Safe communities need law enforcement officers to help keep those communities safe. Law enforcement officers like those here today. The reason why I came here today is to meet with these representatives of law enforcement to learn more about what we as a state can do to address crime in our state, as well as to address the challenges that these law enforcement officers are having. These are ideas and strategies on top of the ones I just told you about that we've already undertaken. And I wrote some notes down about some of the things that came up that I'll be taking back to Austin, Texas, and working with members of the legislature on. One is there is a need for increase in funding. As was pointed out, it's one thing to prevent cities from defunding law enforcement, but when you look at the increase in population, that leads to an increase in demand for law enforcement, an increase in demand that's not being met with the funding that's being provided. And so we will look into strategies to provide more funding and establish higher staffing levels to ensure that law enforcement will be able to achieve our common goal, and that is to provide safe communities. Another thing that was brought up today is something that legislators in Austin, we grappled with this past session, but were unable to come up with an answer to. But because I heard it again today, we're going to go work to tackle it again this next session. And that is, we as a state need to hold district attorneys accountable for their lax policies and not prosecuting certain crimes that either let dangerous criminals out of being prosecuted, or because of their lax policies, it leads to more crime. An easy example is some DAs have a practice of not prosecuting people who steal under a certain dollar amount. If that's going to happen, that's going to lead to great devastation for the stores that are providing goods that these criminals can just walk in and walk out with. And so we will once again be addressing whether or not there are strategies that the state of Texas can use to hold district attorneys accountable for not enforcing the laws that are policy decisions by the legislature that are imposed in statute. Another thing brought up, which I thought was interesting because it's contrary to what I hear from other voices. The comment was more law enforcement officers who focus on mental health. So that there are certain crime scenes or certain situations where a law enforcement officer will be called out to that does require someone with mental health expertise. Some have said that well, as opposed to sending a law enforcement officer, something like a social worker should be sent. And as was easily pointed out, those situations can quickly escalate from something that's not potentially criminal or not potentially dangerous to something that is both dangerous and criminal, which is why you need a trained law enforcement officer who's also trained with mental health skills to be able to de-escalate that situation in a very peaceful way. And then I could go on. I'll mention one last thing because it's something that I thought we had taken.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott there in San Antonio earlier talking about the border crisis and the influx of migrants, especially that is anticipated with the end of Title 42 happening on May the 23rd. Now, there are reports that the Biden administration may delay the end of that. That's not confirmed, but they are considering it. So we'll see what happens on that front. But Abbott there talking about crime, talking about district attorneys in the state that don't prosecute crime hard enough, and so much more. So interesting happening there in the state of Texas. We're going to move on, though, to more stories here on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to stay in Texas, though, for our next story, because a nationwide semiconductor chip shortage is putting several industries in a tough spot, including medical equipment manufacturing. Joining me now with the latest on this story, Fox's Joy Addison, live for us in Houston. Joy, good to see you. What did you learn?
Hi, Andrew. Good evening. I was shocked to figure out that many companies across the U.S. use semiconductor chips to manufacture products, whether it's cars or smartphones or washing machines or the medical equipment you see behind me. These devices here make surgical gowns. There are hundreds, and all of these devices, including the surgical gown devices, use semiconductor chips because they're run by a computer. And these chips are in short supply and taking nearly a month and a half to make it to the U.S.
One computer repair shop owner says the current semiconductor chip shortage is making it hard to keep her customers happy.
He's just not getting any power to his computer, so he won't be able to operate for him until that IC chip is replaced.
And how long have y'all been waiting on that chip?
It's been probably about 20 days now.
In addition to computers, these chips are also used in cars, smartphones, TVs, refrigerators, and more, including arguably the most important items used during the pandemic, medical equipment, and the machines that create them.
You put in mind that this LED are very rare to get at first. This pandemic created a much worse shortage that forced us as a managers, as entrepreneurs, to redesign our products.
Texas Medical Technology makes gloves, masks, and devices like this toilet seat that scans urine levels and this automatic glove dispenser. The shortage has been jacking up the costs.
I think my haircut will shows it all, right? This is what happened after 2 years of shortage. So sometimes you can find yourself with 90 days with no chip. It's required from us to triple our procurement team, because right now we need to source in different countries.
Not only are the adjustments costly, they're needed now as hospitals see an increase in patients, and streamlining healthcare approaches becomes a top priority.
Overall, the volume and the amount of patients seeking care is increasing just because people are getting back to their normal routines and seeing their doctors.
The needs of hospital won't stop.
The White House is proposing a nearly $52 billion bill to help the semiconductor industry with production and supply chain issues. But for now, companies like Texas Medical Technology are looking to manufacture as many products as possible entirely in the U.S. to help with these supply chain issues. Andrew?
Joy, this is so fascinating. This has persisted for so long. Is there any kind of end in sight to this? I know this is a global macroeconomic issue, but from the people that you've spoke to, are they confident it could be ending soon?
The owner of this company that I spoke with said that he does believe this bottleneck will soon open. He says from his experience right now, there are just ships and trucks that are stuck at docks because of the pandemic and because of a struggling workforce. But once we're back to good workforce numbers and have people back on the road and back driving boats and getting products to the U.S., we will have the chips that we need to get these products back working.
Joy Edison there live for us in Houston. Good to see you, Joy. We'll talk again.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, we want to take a quick commercial break. Lots more stories, though, where that came from on this Thursday, including we're monitoring as well some of these major wildfires out in the state of Arizona, where Live Now from Fox is, in Phoenix, a little further from Phoenix, that is. We're also monitoring a lot of these other political headlines. We'll be showing you remarks from President Biden a little bit later on, from the State Department, from the Defense Department as well, with an update on the war in Ukraine on day 57 of Russia's invasion. We'll have the latest headlines on that. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is the exterior of Walt Disney World today in Florida. Of course, the battle came to a head between Walt Disney World and the Florida state legislature, including Governor Ron DeSantis voting in a special session to strip Disney World of a special status it has enjoyed since the late 1960s, granting it privileges to operate in the state of Florida. To talk more about this interesting political battle underway in the Sunshine State, we spoke with Fox 35 in Orlando about this. We're going to hear from them right now. And then Governor Ron DeSantis spoke today, not particularly about that subject, but we're going to see if he mentioned it at all. Here's Fox 35 Orlando's story.
There's absolutely no reason for anyone to think there would be a tax increase unless the local politicians, for whatever reason, wanted to issue one.
And Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming says taxpayers could get stuck with the bill to pay for services like fire and EMS inside the theme parks, at the resorts, and other nearby property.
If we had to take over the first response to public safety components for Reedy Creek with no new revenue, that would be catastrophic for our budget.
Mayor Deming says it could place an undue burden on taxpayers.
So until we have all of the specifics, it's hard to say what the specific answers or impacts would be.
I don't really believe that the residents or the taxpayers of Orange County are going to get stuck with any part of it.
Florida Association of Special Districts Executive Director Dave Ramba is the man responsible for overseeing 1,600 districts like Reedy Creek. He explains one possible scenario.
Orange County could create its own dependent district around Reedy Creek and assess them that exact same amount of money that they need to pay the bills.
He says Disney pays $120 million in property taxes and says Orange and Osceola counties have benefited from that income.
So both of those counties are getting a pretty substantial windfall for the past 50 years.
He also says taxpayers shouldn't be worried about getting stuck with Disney's debt.
Sounds like $1 billion is a lot of money, but think about how much the Walt Disney World Corporation is worth, and their assets that are located there are in the many multiples of billions of dollars.
Okay, so we did hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis today at an unrelated event talking about the environment in Florida, talking about the fishing industry in Florida. But we're going to see if he does comment on the actions of the special session today. Here's this from earlier.
And we have a really great announcement here today. So joining me in the world's luckiest fishing village is FWC Chairman Rodney Barretto, FWC Executive Director Eric Sutton, Coastal Conservation Association Brian Gorski and Trip Ochman, Okaloosa County Tourist Development Jennifer Adams, and then we have captains Justin Leake, Peter Wright, Matt Smith, Todd Jones, and Kyle Pitts. You know, we're fortunate in Florida. We've got a lot going on in the state. Obviously, a lot of people want to visit. I mean, I don't know specifically like with this restaurant, but I know people have done fantastic here, particularly over the last 2 years. This was one of the places you can come. I remember the summer of 2020, you actually could be normal in Northwest Florida, and so people from all over the country would come, and it was really, really exciting, and I know people had a great 2021. We're doing well in 2022. You know, our state has, we have more jobs than we did pre-COVID, actually. We got a lot of job openings, too. And if you look at our budget, this current fiscal year budget is $101.5 billion. The fiscal year ends June 30th. And to put that in perspective, New York is the closest to us in population. They have 3 million fewer people, and yet their budget's over twice the size of ours, very bloated. You know, we have better infrastructure and roads and services, higher performing K through 12 schools, #1 rated public university system, but we're doing that with no income tax and the lowest per capita tax burden. We don't know the exact numbers right now because the revenue still comes in, and it's coming in ahead of above estimate almost every month. But by June 30th, we'll know for this fiscal year, you know, our budget surplus may end up being about $20 billion out of $101.5 billion. So we've never had anything that big in Florida. And so as we look forward, we want to continue to be good fiscal stewards, but it is prudent to make sure that you have adequate reserves, because I'm quite frankly concerned and worried about Biden plunging us into a recession. If you look what he did when he came in, decided to print trillions and trillions of dollars, and the result of that's been the worst inflation that we've seen in this country in 4 decades. And it's killing people all across the board to have to pay so much for gasoline, have to pay so much for bills, have to pay so much for food, and that's really, and they say it's 8.5%, but if you look at the things that matters, it's gone up way more than that. So that's what you're dealing with, and they said it wouldn't happen, then they said it was just a blip, and now they're trying to blame Putin, but it's been going up for over a year. So this is a real problem, and I think the fear is that they're going to do monetary policy, some of this other stuff is really going to put a hamper on the economy potentially. Now, I think Florida is well positioned to withstand some of that turmoil because we've been fortunate to draw a lot of investment. But the reality is, if you look 2-3 years out, there's a not insignificant chance that Biden plunges us into a recession. And so we're prepared. If we have problems on the revenue side, years in advance, we have the ability to plug that immediately. And I think that's the prudent way to do it. You want to make sure that you have the type of reserves necessary to sustain the state if you have to deal with some of these things. So we're proud of that, and we're going to keep doing it. We're also proud of the fishing industry and what that means for the state of Florida. We are the fishing capital of this country, really the fishing capital of the world. We have people who come from all over the country and all over the world to come and fish in Florida. FWC estimates that $13.8 billion to the state's economy and 120,000 jobs are all tied to this industry. And so we know anglers across Florida love what they do. They love to do it. It's a great thing for families, and I know it's been a tradition for many, many people. So that's what we're here today to announce. And I'm really excited to be able to announce that for the 2022 Gulf Red Snapper season, it will last a total of 57 days and include both summer and fall season. And that will be the longest combined season that has ever been available for anglers since state management began. The 2022 Gulf Red Snapper summer season will open June 17th and run consecutively through July 31st. This will include Father's Day and July 4th weekends. Anglers will also have the opportunity to continue the season later in the year with a fall Gulf Red Snapper season. In the fall, there'll be 12 additional days, the longest fall season since state management began, for anglers to catch red snapper in the Gulf, including Veterans Day weekend and Thanksgiving weekend. So these additional days of fishing means that families can take advantage of the holiday weekends to have a great time off of Florida's coast in places like Destin. We know that they love the red snapper here in Destin, and why not? I mean, it's a great thing. This has been going on since the 1800s, and so we appreciate what it means to the culture of our state. We appreciate what it means to the economy of our state, and we're really fortunate to be able to make this announcement here today. So this is going to be a big deal for a lot of people, and I really look forward to all the anglers being able to enjoy this expanded red snapper opportunity. All right, we're going to hear from some folks from FWC, so we'll start with Rodney Barreto.
Thank you, Governor. I traveled here this morning from Miami, and we're open down there too, thanks to you. So, listen, it's really, on behalf of the commission, I'm really happy of the governor's announcement this morning. We're given more opportunity to go red snapper fishing in the Gulf than ever in the history of Florida. But I'd also be remiss if I didn't highlight some of the governor's efforts with the environment, the clean water, the Everglades, our beloved Everglades, the environment in itself. This is the first governor who is a Republican governor who has put all his efforts into the environment and making it better for all Floridians. And I want to congratulate the governor on behalf of that. The governor, I often talk to the governor, and he instills in us, and he says, listen, let's be a trend setter, not a trend follower. So Florida, really, if you look around the United States, most fish and wildlife agencies look at Florida. They look at what we're doing. They look at our management practices. So I want, Governor, with that, I just want to let you know, we want to thank you for all the resources you provide the agency to allow us to do the job for all Floridians. And we want to thank you for all this opportunity to make a better fishing season, a better environment, to enjoy the environment. Thank you.
I want to thank also the governor for his support and Chairman Barreto. They are staunch leaders in our environment and in maintaining our high quality of life. Governor, first of all, nice shirt. Really like that shirt. And I also just want to mention, and I've said it before, but I think it was 3 days on the job, the governor was taking an interest into what we were doing, and particularly in the health of our fish and wildlife. So I want to thank you for that, and it's been continued support. But I also want to thank two other groups. One is the tremendous team that we have at FWC that work tirelessly to bring the most access to the resource that we can, but they couldn't do their job without all the folks here and all the stakeholders and all the fishermen. It's such a great honor to be in this position, to serve the public, to serve these folks, but it's just been tremendous to get to know all of the people around the state that enjoy the fishing and hunting and access and the environment. So, Governor, Chairman, thank you once again.
Okay. All right.
All right, well, I want to thank FWC. Okay, we're going to hear from some folks locally, so we'll have Justin Leak.
Thank you, Governor. Recreational fishing is a big deal here in Florida. It's one of the largest economic drivers. Up here in the Panhandle, the red snapper is one of our most important fisheries. This is a really big step in the right direction for us. We want to thank you, Governor, for not only helping manage these fisheries, but also with your clean water initiatives. What you're doing right now is going to help us have access to these fisheries and ensure that it's here for our kids to enjoy as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jennifer Adams.
Thank you, Governor. We are just really thankful that Governor DeSantis chose Destin Fort Walton Beach for this announcement today. I assure you locals are already put in for time off to go snapper fishing. We love red snapper here in Destin Fort Walton Beach, and they love our waters, mostly because we have the most active artificial reef program in the state. I am truly blessed. My Board of County Commissioners has allowed me to develop my own coastal resources team, where their main focus is fostering our natural resources, including our fisheries. This year alone, we are going to invest almost $3 million.
All right, we were just listening to these officials from the fishing industry in the state of Florida. Huge industry out there, touting and thanking Governor DeSantis for his support. We had thought maybe that the governor was going to comment. I believe actually this happened earlier in the morning, so I don't believe that vote in the legislature had happened just yet about Disney's special status there in the state of Florida. Now, that wouldn't take effect right away. It would be sometime in 2023, and so we'll be following it every step of the way to see how Disney is responding as well. Also in Florida, former President Trump is speaking. You can see him there at the Heritage Foundation Conference on Amelia Island in Florida, touting his administration's accomplishments. Just wanted to show you that live look. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be hearing from officials at the Department of Justice about their investigation and extradition of the former president of Honduras on drug and gun charges. More on that in 2 minutes. Here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look. That picture right there is ex-Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez. Well, today he was extradited to the United States to face drug trafficking and weapons charges in a dramatic reversal for a leader once touted by U.S. authorities as a key ally in the war on drugs. Right now, we're going to hear from DOJ officials, including Attorney General Merrick Garland, about their investigation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm joined today by the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, and DEA Administrator Ann Milgram. Today, Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, was extradited to the United States to face federal charges. Hernandez is charged with participating in a corrupt and violent drug trafficking conspiracy to facilitate the importation of tons of cocaine into the United States from 2004 to 2022. As is charged in the indictment, Hernandez abused his position as president of Honduras from 2014 through 2022 to operate the country as a narco state. Hernandez is alleged to have received millions of dollars from multiple drug trafficking organizations, including from the former leader of the Sinaloa cartel, known as El Chapo. In return, drug traffickers in Honduras were allowed to operate with virtual impunity. We allege that Hernandez corrupted legitimate public institutions in the country, including parts of the National Police, military, and National Congress. And we allege that Hernandez worked closely with other public officials to protect cocaine shipments bound for the United States. Those officials included his brother, Tony Hernandez, a former Honduras congressman who was convicted in 2019 in the Southern District and sentenced to life in prison. Because of these alleged crimes, communities in the United States suffered, and the people of Honduras suffered. As you will hear shortly in more detail from the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, these charges are part of a years-long investigation of criminal drug trafficking organizations and their infiltration of the Honduran government. So far, this investigation has led to the conviction of numerous Honduran drug traffickers who are responsible for the importation of over 500,000 kilograms of cocaine into the United States, as well as dozens of foreign murders. Drug trafficking fuels violent crime and addiction. It devastates families, and it ravages communities. The Justice Department is committed to disrupting the entire ecosystem of drug trafficking networks that harm the American people, no matter how far or how high we must go. As a DEA administrator will explain in more detail, today's charges are part of our broader efforts to disrupt the activities of the most violent and extensive drug trafficking organizations and gangs. The Justice Department is taking a comprehensive approach to protecting our communities and our country from violent crime and from the scourge of deadly drugs. We will work to support the communities most impacted by drug addiction and abuse. We will work with our partners to hold drug traffickers accountable for their crimes, and we will confront corruption and criminal conduct anywhere that undermines the security of the American people. I'm now going to turn the program over to the United States Attorney, Damian Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. The charges we announced today seek to finally hold Juan Orlando Hernandez accountable for years of corruption, years of violence, and years of drug trafficking. We allege that for over a decade, Hernandez abused his positions in the Honduran government, including as president, to partner with and take millions of dollars of bribes from some of the world's most notorious drug traffickers. We allege that he used that money to enrich himself, fund his political campaigns, and commit voter fraud. And in exchange, Hernandez and his co-conspirators helped push 500,000 kilograms of cocaine into the United States. That's 500 tons of cocaine. poison that landed in this country on our streets. And as we allege in the indictment, that's exactly what Hernandez wanted. We allege that during a meeting with the co-conspirator, Hernandez declared that he wanted, and I quote, to stuff the drugs right up the noses of the gringos. This arrest is our answer. It is the culmination of many years of extraordinary work by my office and the DEA. Now let me say a little bit more about the charges. As alleged in the indictment, since 2004, members of the defendant's conspiracy have transported approximately 500,000 kilograms of cocaine into the US. And we allege that the defendant's organization protected their cocaine distribution network with guns, violence, and murder. And we allege that there was another essential component to protecting this drug operation: breathtaking public corruption that started as far back as 2005. We allege that the defendant took millions of dollars in bribes from traffickers. We allege, for example, that in 2013, the defendant accepted a $1 million bribe from El Chapo, who was the head of the Sinaloa cartel, in exchange for a promise to protect the cartel's drug trafficking in Honduras. Hernandez then directed his co-conspirators to travel to various parts of Honduras to bribe officials to manipulate votes for him to become president. 4 years later, when he was running for re-election, Hernandez was at it again, taking bribes from drug traffickers and buying votes. In exchange for those millions of dollars in bribes, Hernandez allegedly facilitated the importation of massive quantities of cocaine into the US. According to the indictment, Hernandez ensured that the other members of this conspiracy were protected from arrest and investigation, that they had access to sensitive law enforcement information to avoid detection, and that their drug shipments were protected by heavily armed security carrying machine guns. This rampant corruption and massive cocaine trafficking came at a cost to the people of Honduras. Honduras became one of the most violent countries in the world during the defendant's presidency. And while Hernandez amassed money and political influence, the people of Honduras endured conditions of poverty and violence. This indictment reflects years of work by my office and the DEA investigating and prosecuting members of this conspiracy. In 2019, we convicted the defendant's brother, Tony Hernandez. He was sentenced to life in prison for his crimes. In 2021, we convicted Giovanni Fuentes Ramirez, another member of the conspiracy. He too was sentenced to life in prison for his crimes. It's now the defendant's turn to face justice. I want to thank the Attorney General, whose leadership of this department and support for the U.S. attorneys across the country has been extraordinary. And I want to thank the DEA's leadership and the Special Operations Division Bilateral Investigations Unit for their incredible work. The vision, commitment, and drive of the case agents all the way up through the leadership at the DEA, and in particular, Ann Milgram, are remarkable. I want to thank our partners in the criminal division.
Okay, that right there is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, who came to D.C. to announce this with the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. Now, Juan Orlando Hernandez has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. In a video message released today, he said, "I am innocent, I have been, and I am being unjustly subjected to prosecution." He says he's the victim of drug traffickers he extradited, who are now lying to seek revenge. This is just a fascinating case there. The United States extraditing the former president of Honduras for his role in drug trafficking charges and weapons charges to face these charges here in the United States. We're going to be moving on to some of these other stories here on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft, and you may have seen the viral video already, but boxer Mike Tyson taking some hits and swinging some punches, not in the ring, but on a plane. Joining me now to discuss all of that, Fox 2 reporter Henry Lee in the newsroom there in Oakland with more. Henry, what do we know? This is quite the scene on this cell phone video.
Yeah, Andrew, the video is quite shocking. Iron Mike Tyson just wailing on the guy behind him on this JetBlue plane, but for now, no charges being filed against him.
Hey.
Former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson caught on video punching a fellow passenger on a JetBlue plane at San Francisco International Airport. TMZ obtained cell phone video of the confrontation.
Who wants to be hit by Mike Tyson? My Lord. He packs a punch, as we've seen in the ring.
It happened Wednesday night as Tyson was set to fly out of SFO to Florida. He was in San Francisco to attend the 420 Cannabis Festival. According to TMZ, Tyson took a selfie with a man who was extremely intoxicated. The man sat behind Tyson and continued trying to talk to him. Tyson's reps also say the man threw a water bottle at him. In the video, Tyson punches the man in his face several times. The man was treated at the scene for facial injuries, but provided minimal details of the incident to San Francisco Airport Police and refused to cooperate further. The men were not arrested and were released from the scene. SFPD says this video surfaced after they talked to the men. Any follow-up investigation will be handled by the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office.
I know a lot of people are under the misconception that, oh, his fists are a deadly weapon. No, they're not.
But KTVU legal analyst Michael Cardoza says the man who was punched could potentially have a case against Tyson, both in criminal and civil court.
He has no right to punch anybody, no matter what that person said to him. That's not justification for punching someone, especially with Mike Tyson's skills.
Cardoza says Tyson's celebrity status could cut both ways.
And he is a trained boxer. That certainly would cut against him in a courtroom should it ever get to a jury trial, which I doubt it ever will.
Cardoza had one word of advice for Tyson.
Get anger management, Michael.
Now, I spoke to a Berkeley woman, Sarah Birchfield, who was on that plane. She says she saw that drunk man before in the airport bar and became annoyed when she realized that he was on her flight. No word on whether both men will be allowed on future JetBlue flights. Andrew?
Henry, have we heard from Mike Tyson at all? Has he, tweeted, issued a statement? Has he apologized?
Nothing of that nature. I look carefully at his tweets, but again, his reps say that that other man was aggressive and had thrown a water bottle at him.
Do we know if the other man is going to, pursue legal action? What do we think on that front?
Yeah, our legal analyst says it's quite possible that he could potentially file a civil suit. And again, although he refused to cooperate with SFPD Airport Police, if it goes to that point, then the San Mateo sheriffs will handle that. Again, this is all caught on video, but again, he might have some responsibility as well if he was indeed intoxicated and if he threw that water bottle at Tyson.
Henry Lee with Fox 2 in the Bay Area. Thanks so much.
You bet.
Probably not the best idea to instigate the boxer Mike Tyson while drunk on a flight. Can't really get over that video there, caught on cell phone on that flight there. So if we get any more reaction, if we do hear from Tyson himself responding to this, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More headlines where that came from on this Thursday night in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, lawyers for 13 girls and women who survived sexual abuse by the former gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar, they've notified the FBI they intend to sue over its failure to act on reports of his misconduct. Others argued today that the FBI was on notice by the summer of 2015 that Nassar had engaged in widespread and ongoing sexual assaults under the guise of medical treatment. They said the Bureau failed to take steps to halt the abuse or notify other law enforcement agencies that might have had jurisdiction. Right now, though, we want to show you this Zoom press conference today with some of Nassar's victims announcing their intent to take legal action against the FBI.
Again, thank you so much for being here. And if you are ready to begin, Grace, please do.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. My name is Grace French, and I'm the founder and president of the Army of Survivors. Not only am I a survivor, but I'm also an advocate, a marketing professional, a sister, fiance, daughter, and founder. Since I came forward about my abuse in 2018, I have dedicated my life to eliminating sexual assault and bringing awareness to sexual violence within athletics. Since this case broke 4 years ago, Michigan State University and USA Gymnastics have been talked about as the enabling institutions that allowed the abuse of hundreds of young athletes to occur. Due to the Department of Justice's report in July, we now know that the FBI should be included in that same group and therefore should be held accountable as well. The FBI, a government institution charged with protecting citizens, failed to protect children and athletes. They put their selfishness above our well-being, and that lack of action by the FBI caused avoidable trauma for survivors like myself. No one should have been assaulted after the summer of 2015 because the FBI should have done its job. To know the FBI could have helped to avoid this trauma, it disgusts me and it hurts me. This incredible systemic breakdown shows that there is needed change in the way that the FBI responds to cases of abuse. We need to continue to pursue accountability for the institutions that allowed athletes and children to continue to see Nassar long after reports were made. They left us at the disposal of a predator. This is about showing those institutions who continue to harbor, enable, and protect predators that they won't get away with it, that there are consequences for turning a blind eye to abuse through inaction. Survivors deserve justice in whatever form that may be. No amount will make up for the abuse that so many endured, but it can be a step toward healing for hundreds of survivors. To those survivors who may be struggling today, you are not alone in this journey. You are worthy of justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Next, I'd like to introduce Antoinette Frazier, who is of counsel to White Law PLLC.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to make a brief statement on behalf of my clients. The Department of Justice is the top law enforcement agency in the United States. It has the most power in our country, and the FBI is under the jurisdiction of the DOJ. When Nassar's sexual abuse of children was reported to the FBI, they turned a blind eye. These agents who failed to act led to this monster continuing to sexually assault women and children for approximately 16 more months. Imagine allowing a sexual predator to continue doing these horrific acts on women and children for 16 more months, wreaking his sick terror on them. And not only did these women and children suffer these unspeakable sexual assaults over and over again, but now they must live with the emotional and mental trauma that permeates their lives every single day. If the FBI had done its job, protected women and children from this monster, Nassar's access to them could have been stopped. If nothing else, the FBI should protect the people in our country. That is the job they are tasked with. Instead, they were careless, reckless, and grossly negligent. Because of that gross negligence, women and children must live with the memories of repeated sexual assaults over those 16 months. This gross negligence needs to stop. This disregard for the physical and emotional well-being of our women and children needs to stop. This silent agreement by the FBI allowed a monster to continue sexually abusing our children, which are our most precious gifts. And if there are those within the FBI that cannot and will not protect the people of this country, our women, and especially our children, from being sexually assaulted by monsters like Nassar, then they need to step aside and allow those who will fight for it and protect them to step in. And I'd like to point out, we use this word survivor, and Grace is such a wonderful survivor, but we use it so carelessly. But truly, the meaning of the word survivor is these individuals are gathering their strength from deep within themselves, and stepping forward each and every day to live their life. And you need to understand the depth of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette. As LJ indicated, my name is Jamie White. I represent several women who were assaulted by Larry Nassar. I echo the sentiments of Ms. French and Ms. Frazier. And at this point in time, I would like to speak a little more specifically as to the basis for our claim. Yesterday, 13 claims were filed by women who were assaulted by Larry Nassar after July of 2015. They were filed on what's known as the Federal Tort Claim Act. Most recently, we've seen this statute utilized in procuring justice for the victims of the Parkland shooting. These claims were filed with the Office of the General Counsel for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, seeking $130 million in damages. The public has become unfortunately aware of the history of events that led to claims against Michigan State University, U.S. Gymnastics, Twistars, and individuals within those organizations. Today, we're here to talk about something different. These are claims that accrued distinctly outside of the scope of the responsibility for those individual organizations. On July 28th of 2015, the FBI had a meeting with U.S. Gymnastics where it learned for the first time that Nassar had been assaulting young women. In particular, the FBI was informed that 3 gymnasts had been assaulted. It is the FBI's policy, formal policy, that reports of child abuse be dealt with immediately. Senior officials for several years after July of 2015 committed multiple civil and criminal offenses. After the July meeting, there was little action until September 2nd, 2015. 5 weeks after the initial report of him being a sexual predator, there was an interview with one of the victims. This interview did not happen in person. It was done over the phone. This interview was not documented and was never forwarded to the appropriate authorities. The most remarkable about this day or days subsequent to that is there were 2 other identified victims who were never interviewed by the FBI at all. Agent Abbott, the officer in charge, the agent in charge at this point in time, for reasons unknown, did not reach out to the other victims. He did seek counsel from the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of Indiana, who told him, guided him in no uncertain terms to forward these allegations to the Lansing FBI field office, where it was agreed that was the appropriate venue not to only investigate Mr. Nassar, but potentially prosecute him. This was never done. In fact, there was never any referral by the Indianapolis field office to Lansing. 17 months after that July meeting, there was a referral to the Lansing FBI. It was not a referral from other FBI agents. It was a referral from the MSU Police Department, who through their own due diligence had blown this case wide open and ultimately decided to bring in the FBI was an important matter, of course. Despite credible reports to the FBI, Nassar continued his reign of terror for almost 17 unnecessary months. In large part, Nassar continued to have access to countless girls on almost a daily basis. An unthinkable and unnecessary number of sexual assaults occurred at the hands of Nassar during that period of time. What is absolutely mind-boggling and disturbing is that during this 17-month period, Agent Abbott apparently didn't have the energy, the interest, or concern to address any of these allegations or follow the instructions of his supervisor in making the appropriate referrals. What he did have the energy, concern, was trying to gain employment. At the same time that Agent was communicating with then CEO Steve Penny about the allegations that have been made in July, he was trying to procure employment with the United States Olympic Committee, an organization which Steve Penny had significant influence in relationships therein. While he didn't have the energy, the interest, or the concern to author a report based on what he had been told on September 2nd, he had the energy, concern to author a resume, which he did submit to the U.S. Olympic Committee, trying to gain employment during the same period of time. This resume was ultimately submitted to the U.S. Olympic Committee for consideration, an event that he lied about during the course of the investigation by the Office of Attorney General. As indicated by Director Wray in the July 21st OIG report and echoed by multiple bipartisan senators from the U.S. Congress, this didn't have to happen. This is an egregious, unthinkable breakdown. We spend a lot of time and resources, for those of us that do this type of work, encouraging young people and all people to report sexual abuse when it occurs. If we can't report sexual abuse to the most powerful law enforcement agency, arguably in the world, then where can it be reported to? In July 21, a report was made public by the OIG that concluded that there were material false statements on behalf of senior FBI officials. There was, on the part of senior officials, there was omitted material information. There was multiple violations of policy and protocol. There was, in particular, violations of protocol and policy that was designed to deal with the allegations of harm against children. And as if that wasn't enough, in May of 2016, the Los Angeles field office of the FBI received credible information of widespread and horrific abuse perpetrated by Nassar. Different allegations than they had received in July of 2015. These allegations were based on behavior that occurred at the Caroli Ranch in Huntsville, Texas. Agents in the Los Angeles field office failed to contact local authorities, the Walker County Sheriff's Office, despite knowledge that a serial rapist was operating within their jurisdiction. They failed to refer the case to the Lansing FBI field office and ultimately did not take any action until the MSU-PD opened the case in Lansing almost 17 months later, very similar to the negligence we saw in Indianapolis. The law and internal policies of the FBI require that reports of sexual abuse of children be addressed immediately. This was not a case involving fake $20 bills or tax cheats. These were allegations of a serial rapist who was known to the FBI as the Olympic U.S. doctor with unfettered access to young women. Two separate field offices, Indianapolis and Las Vegas, violated the law, internal policy, and multiple ethical norms, providing Nassar with an unthinkable window of more than a year to continue with his hideous behavior and reign of terror. Law enforcement has been under a lot of scrutiny as of late. I'm from a law enforcement family. The admissions by Director Wray were again very welcomed, as well as other members of higher echelons of government who have chimed in on this. But we can't ignore what's occurred. The admissions that have been made are important, and they're appreciated by my clients, and I think they're appreciated by all the victims in this case in general. But more than 100 women were assaulted after July 2015. It did not have to happen. I am calling for an indictment, arrest, and prosecution of any official of the FBI that made material false statements or omitted material information during the course of these events and subsequent investigation. Prosecution, in my opinion, is particularly appropriate where it can be proved that agents sought personal pecuniary gain while grossly neglecting their duty and the welfare of numerous women that came to the FBI for assistance. It is my understanding that Attorney General Merrick has taken the matter under advisement. That is appreciated, and we look forward to participating and assisting as requested. We'll take a few questions at this point in time, and I believe there's a chat box.
So yes, there is a chat window, or there's a Q&A window if anyone has any questions. If you could please type your questions in there. Okay, Kate Wells, I am going to click allow to talk on your, and then I'll get to Carrie Johnson's question next. Kate Wells,
Sorry about that. You know what?
Kate, I'm sorry, I've muted you because of the echo problem. I'm gonna move on to Carrie's question. If you could type your question in the chat box or in the Q&A box. Next, we'll get to a question from Carrie Johnson. Her question is, have you had any response from the FBI yet to the filing of these claims?
We have not. They were filed yesterday, so I anticipate they will be in the receipt of the Office General Counsel probably today. And Carrie, the Federal Tort Claims Act is a little different than traditionally how we file lawsuits. There's a requirement that we file an administrative complaint to the appropriate agency, and that complaint exists as notice to the FBI and the U.S. government is our intent to file litigation, but that actual litigation can't be filed until 6 months after they've been in receipt of the administrative claim. And I guess more importantly, that 6 month is an opportunity to mediate the claim and try to come to some resolution. If after that 6 month period of time that does not occur, then we're authorized to file an actual lawsuit, which we have already drafted and prepared to do so.
All right, so once again, a lawsuit. They are filing against the FBI for this incident. Let's go ahead and show you a live look here at the Air Force One in Portland, taking off, going to be headed to Seattle. So President Biden going to be spending the night there and then has more events scheduled for tomorrow, which we'll be on top of here for our viewers who are with us on Live Now from Fox. So thank you again for sticking around as we bring you all the top stories and latest headlines coming to you from across the country. Take a look at some of the latest video coming to us from near Flagstaff, Arizona, where there is a large fire burning. It's already destroyed dozens of buildings and thousands of acres. We'll give you an update on where things are at coming up after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at some video of a wildfire in northern Arizona that began on Sunday. It has now burned more than 20,000 acres, and strong winds caused the so-called tunnel fire to spread quickly in an area about 15 miles northeast of the tourist town of Flagstaff. So we do have Fox's Ashley Soriano, who is joining us from near Flagstaff. She is giving us the latest update on what's been happening. Hello, Ashley.
Hi, Christy. Well, where I'm at right now, this is as far as we can safely go, and police have the area blocked off except for people who need to go back quickly to get essential things like medication. But just last night, you could see a big cloud of smoke and flames burning just about a mile behind me. There are homes in the area. More than 700 people have had to evacuate. Dozens of buildings destroyed. Around 200 first responders are on the ground actively fighting this tunnel fire. People who live in the area are just eager to get back home and only hoping that there's something left. Winds exceeding 30 miles per hour and dry conditions with little rain is the perfect recipe for a wildfire.
You live in the Southwest. You gotta expect it.
Clarence Collins has lived in an unincorporated neighborhood right outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, a town of just 2,000 people. He says this was the 5th time a wildfire has forced him from his home.
We had to leave fast and furious.
Yeah.
That's the sheriff said, you get evicted, get out. I think, it's just a matter of just trying to keep going. Family's safe, that's all that matters.
Ross Hawkins from Phoenix is also used to getting the dreaded evacuation call. He has a second home here that the tunnel fire burned down.
At first just, okay, it's just probably another fire warning and all that. You don't think it's going to happen to you.
In 2010, the Schultz fire near Flagstaff torched about 15,000 acres. The tunnel fire that began Sunday has already exceeded that.
This is a little early for us. We generally don't see a fire this size in April. Generally, we'll see them late May and in June.
We now just have this dry grass crop that's pretty much a tinderbox waiting to burn.
Officials are still investigating how the fire started, and just this afternoon, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey issued a state of emergency. Christy.
And Ashley, last we had heard this was still at 0% contained. Have you heard an update from officials on that?
That is still the case, and first responders are still, obviously actively fighting the fire. They do have some up in the air in helicopters and planes and all of that, but if the winds get any worse than they are now, they're already pretty strong. If they get worse, they're going to have to come back down to the ground, delaying them even further.
Yeah, just a big fight ahead is still to come for those first responders in the area. We appreciate the live update again for joining us here. Fox's Ashley Soriano joining us from Flagstaff, Arizona area. So thank you for that. And don't forget, when it comes to breaking news, live top stories, we're on top of everything for you right here on Live Now from Fox, including earlier this morning, we had New York police hold a press conference. They were talking about an arrest that was made after a mother in Queens had been murdered and her body stuffed inside of a hockey bag. We'll give you that fresh update right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There you are seeing him in custody. This is the handyman who was having an on and off affair with the Queen's mother, who was stabbed dozens of times in her basement of her home, then stuffed into a duffel bag, and it was wheeled then through a neighborhood, dumped at the edge of a park. This is all according to New York City police officials. They did arrest finally someone for that murder. So let's go ahead and get that latest update that happened just earlier here today.
Good. Good morning, everybody. Chief James Essig, Chief of Detectives, New York City Police Department. With me here today is from Patrol Services Bureau, Chief Carlos Valdez from Queens North, the Commanding Officer to 112, Inspector Joe Kappelman, the Assistant Chief Joe Kenny, the Citywide's Investigation Chief, Julie Morell, the Queens Investigation Chief, who led this investigation, Lieutenant Timmy Thompson from Queens North Homicide, the two case detectives, Detective Carmine Caruso from Queens North Homicide, and Detective John Benzold from the 112 Precinct Detective Squad. So, good morning, everybody. Last night, while detectives were canvassing for video, they observed a male who was wanted for questioning in a horrendous homicide. He voluntarily came back to the 112 precinct and made incriminating statements. Today, that male, David Bonella, male, 44 years old, residing at 10418 114th Street in Queens, New York, is being charged with murder in the second degree, criminal tampering in the first degree, and criminal possession of a weapon in the fourth degree in relation to the death of Orsolia Gal, female, 51 years old. This investigation is still preliminary. There is a lot of work left to do, but this is what I can tell you. On Friday night, April 15th, Miss Gal attends a show at Lincoln Center. She takes the train back to her neighborhood in Forest Hills. At 11:20 p.m., she stops in a local establishment for a short while before returning home. We believe she returns home at 12:20 a.m. We also believe Mr. Bonella arrives at her residence between 12:30 and 12:40 a.m. Mr. Bonella is a handyman who was employed by Mrs. Gal. They have been having an intimate affair for approximately 2 years. He is either let in voluntarily or he uses a key he has knowledge about hidden in the barbecue. A heated argument ensues between the two in the basement. A knife is brandished. A violent struggle ensues, resulting in our victim being stabbed ruthlessly and brutally in excess of 55 times, causing her demise. Recovered at that crime scene is a knife, which we believe was used. Mr. Bonella then retrieved a hockey bag belonging to Miss Gal's son, placed her in the bag, and as video showed, was seen rolling the body down the sidewalks, leaving a bloody trail through the streets of Forest Hills. At 7:50 a.m. Saturday, April 16th, that duffel bag was recovered at Metropolitan Avenue and the Jackie Robinson Parkway by a member of the public. We believe that after disposing of the body, Mr. Bonella fled through Forest Park, where investigators discovered the jacket believed to be worn by him during this vicious crime. Detectives also developed leads which led them to a location where boots, a t-shirt, and bloody bandages were discovered. Investigation also revealed that on Saturday, Mr. Bonella received treatment for wounds to both hands at an area hospital. As I said before, this case is still ongoing. We are still awaiting forensics evidence and are canvassing for more victim video as we speak. But detectives, through interviews, videos, and the public's help, and specifically the Queens DA, Melinda Katz, and her staff, who have been with us every step of the way, were able to quickly take this killer off the street. I just want to assure the public, and especially the residents of Forest Hills, that there are no outstanding suspects at this time. With that, I'd like to take any questions.
Hold on, Nicole. Can you talk about the suspect's background? Has he been arrested before in the system for anything domestic?
At this time, he has no arrests that we know of.
Juliet, hold on, ma'am. Ma'am, hold on. Juliet.
Could you talk a little more about the nature of the relationship? Was this something that wasn't, was she rejecting him? Why were they getting into the argument at all?
This is Lieutenant Timmy Thompson from the Queens North Homicide Squad.
Good afternoon, everybody. We believe in the relationship that the Mr. Bonilla had with our victim was an intimate type relationship, and this stemmed to be a domestic type dispute that they were having. Over their intimate relationship, they started to get into just regular domestic issues that seemed to occur between them.
Was he living at that house at any point in time, living in the basement?
At this time, not that we know of.
And also, do you happen to know, was this ongoing work that he was doing at the house? Was he there? Like, how often was he there?
He has been doing work at that residence for approximately 2 years on and off.
John.
Chief, did he confess? And did he say why he did it? Did he give a motive away?
Well, I mean, he made incriminating statements. We're not going to go into what he talked about. This is still under investigation. But we, working with the Queens District Attorney's Office, we have enough to arrest him and charge him with the murder.
Chief, were they breaking up? And what about the son upstairs? Was he alerted to this? Is that why he fled quickly with the duffel bag?
First question first. I'm sorry, you said, were they breaking up? They had been off and on, and they had broken up prior, but had reunited early in the month of April, and their relationship was considered at an end.
By her?
By her?
We don't have her statement, ma'am.
Can you talk a bit about the alleged text messages that came to her husband who was out of town? Did he indeed get a message, and was it threatening in nature?
A message was sent from the victim's cell phone to the husband. That message was, as previously reported, that there had been a crime in the past that was now that same person from the crime in the past was back again. We believe that to be completely false, as far as there was nothing to do with any crime in the past in this case. We have it from in the confession that he sent that message, and he has no burglary in the past.
I'm sorry, that the family, the rest of your family is in danger. That was the nature of the message. We understand that the rest of the family was in danger.
That is the nature of the message.
All right, back here.
We don't believe there was any danger to the family.
Any information on why he dragged the body out in the duffel bag to go to work, like in such a sloppy manner? Talk about that at all? Was it because the son was upstairs with the uniform?
We believe he just didn't want it to be found by the family.
Right away.
The knife. Did he bring the knife to the house, or was the knife in the home?
The knife is consistent with knives that are in the home.
Tony?
Detective Thompson, the relationship, there's a report that it may have started while she went on an overseas trip and met the defendant overseas. Is there any truth to that?
No.
So at this time, we don't believe that to be true.
Antoine?
Chief, or maybe Ms. Julie, do we know if the husband was aware of the relationship, if it's 2 years or more, between his wife and your suspect?
We're not going to get
We're not
going to do that.
Mark?
Was the handyman, did the husband know the handyman? Was he known to the family?
Yes, he was.
Right here.
Hi, so I just wanted to clarify one thing you said. You said they were on and off, but they had reunited in April, but now it was at an end. So are we saying that they had broken up or that they were together?
As we stated earlier, on and off, and he came back this evening to speak about the relationship again.
Rocco?
Chief, the duffel bag in question, does he go into the son's room to get it? At any point is the son woken up or aware of what's going on?
The duffel bag was not kept in the son's room.
So, and the son slept throughout? This is not an instance where the son interrupted what was going on?
The son did not interrupt what was going on.
All right, guys, we're going to take two more. Ricardo.
When did the suspect arrive in this country and where is he from?
He is a
I can speak to that.
Mexican.
So preliminarily, part of our investigation, we believe he arrived here approximately 21 years ago, and we believe he came from Mexico.
Right here.
Was he a legal resident here? Did he come illegally? And my second question is, before this happened, was she followed from the bar or the establishment that she was at beforehand? Was she followed, we believe, by him?
So we're not going to get into his immigration status. We're going to.
We don't believe he's followed. No, we don't believe he's followed. As this is, he has a relationship for her for 2 years. He knows where she lives. He's very familiar with the layout of the house in terms of the duffel bag also.
Last question, Juliet.
Do you believe he was already inside the house waiting for her, and then how did it end up going into the basement?
We know that he was not.
He was not in the house. She returns home at 12:20. He enters the house between 12:30 and 12:40. They go down to the basement. Could be any amount of, if they're arguing, the son's upstairs. Could be any reason such as that.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, thank you, everyone. These photos will be sent out, all right?
All right, that's again the latest update that we had coming to us from New York Police. Here's that video once more. They did say that detectives were canvassing for video when they observed a male who was wanted for questioning for horrendous homicide. He voluntarily did come into the 112th precinct and made some incriminating statements. So he is in police custody. What a sigh of relief for those neighbors as well, since they were concerned, didn't know something so gruesome could happen in their neighborhood. Hey, let's also show you some other video coming to us from our LiveNOW from Fox desk. This is showing you some video previously after an Atlanta security guard had been murdered. So you are seeing here a 51-year-old being murdered on a Wednesday afternoon, and now they have made an arrest in that murder. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll give you that update from Atlanta Police that happened earlier this afternoon. from Fox. You're taking a look at the mugshot of Stanley Henderson, who's been arrested for the murder of a 51-year-old security guard who was walked up from behind and then shot dead in the street in the middle of the day. We do have Atlanta Police giving us the latest update. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Everyone ready? All right. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Charles Hampton, Jr., Criminal Investigation Division. We're here to highlight two cases where we have had some success ending in those two cases. But prior to that, just want to go over some details of our clearance rate, our solvability rate, and just some of the things that we're seeing as it relates to homicide in the city of Atlanta. So every year at the end of the year, we had to provide our clearance rate to the FBI. And so last year for 2021, we finished with an overall clearance rate of 72%. Currently, we sit at 56 homicides for 2022. And out of those cases, we have solved 63% of those, so 35 cases. We have a team of homicide detectives who work diligently. They work very hard. And what we are seeing, we're responding to about 40% of our homicides are as a result of escalated disputes where two individuals or two or three individuals get into a verbal altercation, and then it escalates to, most times, gunfire. Over 80% of our homicides this year alone has been a result of firearm. And so our message, again, to the community is to, first of all, put the guns down. We ask that, again, there's no need to resolve a dispute with handgun. And sometimes we just have to learn to turn away and walk away. But again, if you decide and continue to create violence or commit violence in the city of Atlanta, and especially in homicides, we have a dedicated team that are going to do our due diligence to bring you into custody. The things that have been very successful for us this year in solving these cases are really three things. One is just good old-fashioned police detective work. The second thing is our utilization of technology. And then third is community involvement. And so with those three things that we use, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Woolfolk, and he'll tell you how those three things continue to help solve two of these homicides he'll talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. And Chief is exactly right. Those three factors are certainly pivotal to our successes in the homicide team. I'm going to get into specifically some of the cases in which they've helped with shortly. But just going to that good old-fashioned police work. What we know, we have 15 detectives that's working in our rotation here in the City of Atlanta Police Department. We had 161 murders last year. So you do the math, that's 10.5 cases per detective. National Department of Justice data indicates each one of those detectives should have about 4 to 6 cases assigned to them per year. So when we talk about the relentless effort of these detectives, when we talk about the relentless effort of our office in being able to exceed a clearance rate of national average with the number and frequency of cases that's come into this unit, it's truly phenomenal work that the men and women of this unit do. This is missed birthdays. This is on Valentine's Day. We're sitting with my wife, was out at a lunch with her and getting called in to a case along with several other members of the team having to leave. This is birthdays, you name it. We're here ready to go, responsive to doing this job. So that is the good old-fashioned police work in which Chief talks about. That comes with a time commitment. We also know on average, according to the evidence base, about 147 hours goes into each homicide investigation on median. So certainly there are some cases in which the perpetrator is there once we arrive on scene. We show up and it might be a domestic incident and that might take 8 to 10 hours to get that taken care of. But then we have cases that cost 300 and 400 hours of investigative time. So your median number of hours in which the folks in this unit work, I mean, it's truly, truly relentless work. And one of those cases we're going to highlight here shortly The technology component is certainly vital to our successes. We talk about fuses and just how integral of camera system and operation system that's been for us, and we're able to receive real-time video technology from internal in our police department and also our stakeholders in the public being provided links to be able to provide us real-time video. So when you talk that 147 number, the hours in which goes into these investigations, what we know is that anything that's going to impact the efficiency and effectiveness of us being able to work through these cases is something that we want, right? It's something that we need in order to move the investigations forward and streamline them in a quick capacity. So the technology piece is huge for us. And lastly, and this really cannot be stated enough, I was with the Atlanta Police Foundation's Crime Stoppers board this morning and thanking them for their efforts and support. They are our force multiplier. I know that term is used throughout law enforcement quite a bit as it pertains to field operations, but from an investigative standpoint, Crime Stoppers is vital. It's a force multiplier for us because we have people that are out there that have information. They can report that information anonymously, and our office stands ready to receive that information and do what we have to do with it. And they have just been so vital, so helpful. The public, the city of Atlanta, has stepped up for us so many times in being able to move investigations forward. So I'm going to give a couple quick updates pertaining to our investigations that Chief has talked about. One of them being 387 Cleveland Avenue. I know that spun a lot of questions and response from the media, and there were inquiries coming in yesterday. We were trying to do our due diligence and be in detail to work through exactly what we had there. Essentially, what we had was a call that came in, a reference to someone that spotted an individual matching the Crime Stoppers. It references person of interest that we had in question. Officers from our Zone 3 patrol units did a phenomenal job in pursuing that individual along with our gang unit. They were in the area. They were able to apprehend that individual and hold him there until homicide detectives could secure the scene and get that individual back to custody, where we conducted an interview at that time to try to learn more as to what we had. And what we know at this point is that we were able to establish that this was our individual that we know to be involved. This is Mr. Anthony Frazier. That was killed here, the security guard that worked at the location, which all of you all are familiar with regarding this incident. We have made an arrest regarding this case on a Mr. Stanley Anderson of 11/13 of 1990. He is 30 years old. He did have a 12-cycle criminal history, including battery, obstruction, marijuana possession, as well as aggravated assault. So we have attributed this incident to a robbery-related motive. You did have the video that we released, and the Crime Stoppers tips were vital in being able to get a name associated with this individual, and our office was able to shore up some of that information and make sure that we developed a probable cause to charge this individual for felony murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault at this time. So we'll circle back to any questions you all might have in that shortly, but I'll bring you just to the relentless, the efforts and the technology and utilization of the people. We just wrapped up an investigation that spanned across multiple jurisdictions and involving many persons within our office and the homicide team, involving the Gangster Disciples. This was a gang-related homicide, and we worked diligently. You're talking in excess of 400 hours of investigative hours have gone into this case, in which we partnered with many external jurisdictions. We partnered with the state. We've partnered with our partners over in the district attorney's office pertaining to the gang-related component of this investigation, and we were able to charge 2 individuals yesterday for an event that occurred on March 23rd. We located the body of Mr. Jacob Weaver. This was at 1186 7th Street. Mr. Jacob Weaver was located in the wood line adjacent to the roadway at that location, and since that time we have been working relentlessly to try to put this all together. So once again, our team was able to not only establish the homicide component, but we worked closely with our internal partners, being our gang unit, as well as our external partners, and we were able to place gang charges on these individuals as well. And I think this stands as a testament, as the deputy chiefs have spoken. This stands as a testament to just our commitment to dealing with violent crime here in the city of Atlanta, looking at the patterns and trends as it pertains to violent crime and partnering with the right folks to bring the right charges. We also A couple weeks ago, Chief Hampton implemented a gang office that is within our homicide office on our floor. So we actually have an office that is committed to having a gang liaison that's staffed there with our homicide team, so that we are constantly sharing information and partnering to move investigations forward if we see a gang component. Or any type of pattern or trend as it relates to that. So we'll continue to work in that type of partnership as we move cases forward. So we'll entertain any questions that you have at this time regarding these two investigations, or any other questions you have about the tools, resources, and personnel that we have.
So in the Cleveland Avenue shooting, the man who is now charged with murdering the security guard is in his criminal history. Is there gang activity? Is he associated to gangs?
No. So this was at this time. No, he is not. However, our gang unit is vital in being able to collect real-time intelligence and move upon individuals when we need them. So they were capitalizing on a certain area of town in which they were conducting a detail, and it just so happened that at that time that this call came up, and they were instrumental in being able to help us to bring him into custody.
Can you walk us through how you apprehended Mr. Anderson? We all saw you at O'Connell yesterday. Was that involved, and can you walk us through how you ended up?
Yeah, essentially it was a foot chase in that area, and they were able to apprehend him in the wood line. We then conducted a subsequent search that involved our K-9 team. We were able to establish a urban encampment in which the individual was residing. We conducted a search warrant and conducted a subsequent search of the location, and we removed some items of additional probative value as well as evidentiary value pertaining to that case. And he was subsequently brought back here to headquarters where he was interviewed by our team up in homicide.
So he robbed the security guard?
That's correct. He did take items off of. He shot first, and then he subsequently took items off of his person. Correct. And I want to remind everyone, there's two additional individuals that's depicted in this video as well. This case will not be closed until those individuals are brought into custody as well. I think we saw just the bizarre nature of what happened after this incident, and just how ridiculous that was. So, if you think we're closing the book on a murder just because we got the guy that pulled the trigger, you're absolutely wrong. This case will stay open until we have you in custody as well.
And can you recount what they did and
Not on
what
scene,
charges
no.
they might face? Can you recount what they did and what charges they might face?
Sure. We certainly will be looking with tampering with evidence on a crime scene. We're looking at theft by taking. We're looking at robbery and the commission of how closely that happened to the incident. We will work closely with our partners in the DA's office to make sure that we get every count we can in reference to this incident.
Then Kevin, and the evidence found, was that on the other side of Cleveland, adjacent to a church? I think you guys have K-9 units focused over there.
That is correct.
Where the arrest was made.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit just about this area along Cleveland Avenue? In the last couple of months, you've had defendant Eppinger and the officer-involved shooting. There was the shootout on the interstate that led to a second shooting that we told was connected on 3rd Street, right around the corner from this homicide. You've had this homicide this afternoon, 2 individuals shot down there. How concerning is that 2-3 block stretch of Cleveland Avenue that seems to have shooting after shooting? Yeah, so, and I'll yield back to the chief in reference to the specific nature of the geographical areas in relationship to that. I think we have a deputy chief in the room that can address that, but we focus primarily on a criminal investigations component, and we're happy to be able to bring this to some resolve regarding that incident.
How was that video, and how can you guys find it?
That video was extremely instrumental. That video was incredibly instrumental. It was a video in which we received multiple tips and just showed the vital nature of our Crime Stoppers program. So we did. We thanked the foundation this morning and the board of the foundation. That program has really been instrumental to our success, and we just received a slew of tips regarding that incident that we were able to move on. Yeah.
Let's have Chief answer Joe's question.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Timothy Peak, Field Operations Division. And in regards to that specific area of Cleveland Avenue, so we're certainly always monitoring the activity that is taking place in that footprint. What I'll share is that there are a number of details that have happened in recent times as well as going forward. So when we get the information, our goal is to always work as closely as we can with our Criminal Investigations Division to gather intel to go back to actually investigate and target specific individuals, groups, and attempts to remove them or at least charge them for the issues that they have done in that particular area. So we will continue that moving forward, and we believe that we'll certainly look forward to, again, working closer with the community, because the one thing that we know is that there are people out there who know what's going on, and our prayer, our hope is that as we continue to utilize this information to bring those that are committing these heinous crimes to justice, that they will increase that trust and share more information so that we can keep our citizens safe.
Did the suspect in the Cleveland murder, did he give any indication as to why he targeted Mr. Frazier? Was it a crime of opportunity? Did they know each other in the past?
Yep. So, and we were asked this question this morning as well. So, as indicated, we conduct a complete victimology on each one of the cases. We conduct extensive deep dive into each suspect that's involved in the investigation. So, we're going back through the criminal history. We're talking to a number of people to try to learn a little bit more about the historical aspects of this individual. But at this point in time, we're working in tandem with the district attorney's office and making sure that we provided them with the information that we have from the interview and what the next steps will be for Mr. Anderson.
On that homicide investigation, it was said yesterday that an officer was injured. Can you tell us sort of the severity of that injury, how that officer is doing? And officers at the scene also said that at least a shot was fired.
And I'll leave the actual part to the investigation of the shooting to the Criminal Investigations Division to continue to gather that information. As far as our officers concerned, we did have a couple officers that received some injuries. At this particular point in time, they're doing fine. It will take some additional follow-ups so that we can make sure that we can pinpoint exactly the extent of that injury and to get them back to health, and look forward to bringing them back to the police department, but they are doing well. So thank you.
I was going to ask you, in the case of the individual that was shot, the security guard, if you just recount what was captured on that video, it's a pretty horrific attack. What I saw, just walking behind him.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it's no other way to describe it. It's barbaric. The nature of that video was extremely violent and concerning to us all when we saw it, and you saw an immediate dissemination. I think the story of that video spoke for itself. I don't think we didn't have to provide any additional sound concerning the video. We were able to provide that directly to the media outlets. You all did a phenomenal job of being able to push that out for us and get in the traction behind it. But what you see on that video is an individual walking up behind our victim. This is a man that's a husband and a father. He showed up to work to try to in a second job to try to earn some additional money for his family, and he exits his car, and this individual walks up behind him and he shoots him, and he takes items off of his person and walks back into the woods. And then the concerning aspects of what we saw subsequent to the actual shooting were also alarming, and so I think that video speaks for itself.
Was there a mugshot might be available?
Yeah, we'll work.
We've already provided the video, so you should already have it, and it is up on our website. But we have provided the video.
No, how about the mugshot?
The mugshot, you need to get that from Fulton County.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's been processed and everything, so.
The sheriff's office will be responsible for the mugshots. They'll provide that.
Can we just address real quickly if there was a shot fired yesterday and by who? At Cleveland, during the foot chase, officers at the scene said a shot was fired.
Shot was fired.
Is
That's
that
something
accurate, and who is it from?
It's an FOD question.
So there was a report of a possibility of shots fired. So what I'll tell you is that the crime scene unit responded and collected evidence on the scene. So it will be a part of that investigation to go back and put it together to see if we can connect whatever information that we have, and it's still ongoing. So we anticipate us getting more information from that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, so an arrest once again made, and you saw that surveillance video of just that cold-blooded murder, just walking up behind the security guard who was just exiting a vehicle and shot him in the back of the head. Once again, this is the suspect who was arrested, 30-year-old Stanley Henderson, arrested for the murder of the 51-year-old. So we will continue to keep on track of this story if there's more developments coming to us from out of Atlanta. Also want to show our viewers here. We do have President Biden, Air Force One just arrived in Seattle. Remember, he was just in Portland talking about infrastructure. He's going to be spending the night in Seattle, have more events tomorrow. So you can join us tomorrow for even more content with the president. We'll be stepping away for a 2-minute break because it does take the president a little bit of time to come down from those, descend on those stairs. We'll step away for 2 minutes. We'll keep this up in a double box as we continue on with more content coming to us from across the country. Making quick timing down those stairs, now being greeted by a number of people on the tarmac in Seattle. Again, he will have more events tomorrow from the city, so we will be staying on top of his movements. But let's go ahead, listen into what Vice President Kamala Harris had to say earlier today when she was visiting in California. She did stop by some of our cameras that were on the tarmac in San Francisco. Let's go ahead, see what she had to say on Live Now from Fox.
First, do you have any reaction to the latest sanctions from Russia that would bar your entry into the country? And then second, on Title 42, would you be in favor of delaying the ending of it, especially as few members of your own party have kind of pushed back? Is that something that's under consideration?
So let's be very clear about where we stand in terms of Russia. As far as I'm concerned, and I think objectively many people will agree, that their invasion of Ukraine has not only been steeped in atrocities, but will prove to be a strategic failure for Russia. What we have done most recently, and the President did a speech this morning, talking about what we will continue to do as one of our highest commitments, to continue to support the Ukrainian people, President Zelensky, with what we can in terms of economic assistance and humanitarian assistance, but also with equal fervor, we are absolutely committed to continuing with the serious consequences and costs to Russia of its acts of aggression, and as the President has rightly said, with its criminal conduct. And so that has included what we will continue to do to issue sanctions, as we just announced, but all with an understanding that one of our highest priorities is sovereignty and territorial integrity as a solid principle that binds and unifies the NATO alliance, to your point about NATO. And so we're going to continue to do that work, and we're not going to give up.
And then on Title 42?
All right, so some very quick comments made there by Vice President Kamala Harris. Again, President Biden is in Seattle. He's going to be spending the night there, and we'll have more events coming to us from Washington. So we'll stay on top of that here for you on Live Now from Fox. So when we come back here after this 2-minute break, going to take another one. Get it in real quick here since we do have it. We'll be taking you out to some more of our content that happened just a little bit earlier. Today we had from coming to us down in Texas. We had some of our leaders who were talking about some victims of domestic abuse. So we did have Representative Sheila Jackson Lee as well as Cornyn. They were both meeting with these domestic abuse survivors, and they held a round table with these victims. We'll play that out here for you on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Earlier here today, we had Texas leaders meeting with domestic abuse survivors. They not only held a roundtable, but afterwards a press conference. We're going to play those out right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Protection and programs that VAWA supports. I don't want to picture what that would look like, and I know nobody else here would either. Since it was enacted in 1994, the Violence Against Women Act has played a vital role in helping agencies like HAWK and the others here today to provide life-saving services, and the need is grave, especially in the wake of the pandemic and the incredible escalation of domestic violence Houston has seen. What we are witnessing today should be unimaginable. Not one of us can claim that the Violence Against Women's Act is not our concern when we live in a society where violence can and will eventually touch our lives, either directly or through someone we care about. So we are very grateful to you for your leadership, because we know VAWA saves lives. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jamie Wright, member of the board and former client of HAWK.
Good morning. I count it an absolute honor to sit at the table with you all. My name is Jamie Wright. Never in a million years would have thought that I'd find myself homeless in the wake of the pandemic in 2020 as a result of domestic violence. And so, from my heart to you all's heart, thank you for the endless efforts to push the Violence Against Women's Act. I am so incredibly inspired by you all that now I'm pushing through the Women in Politics program through Texas Women's University to hopefully, raise my voice as a survivor with my lived experience to help you all fight this fight. So now I proudly sit on the board of directors for the Houston Area Women's Center. I'm still in awe. How do you go from being a client in the face of the pandemic, homeless, ashamed, broke and broken, not knowing anyone in Houston, Texas, and the creator finding it necessary for me to sit on the board and necessary for me to tell you, Senator, thank you, to tell you, Congresswoman, thank you. So thank you. That's my complete humility and gratitude and thankfulness to you all this morning. So thank you again.
Our next speaker is HPD Lieutenant Julie Preston. Thank you. Good morning. I'm very honored to be here. I appreciate being asked to be among all the champions and advocates for domestic violence and sexual assaults. Most of my partners are here. I want to thank Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and Senator Cornyn for their amazing champion fight against domestic violence and sexual assault, and continuing to persevere to get legislation passed to advocate for those who can't advocate for themselves. In 2021, the Houston Police Department filed 33,159 reports on behalf of victims. And because we know that domestic violence occurs in all communities, we continue to find innovative ways to hold offenders accountable in the criminal justice system and provide survivors a streamlined access plan to key services that we offer to our partners on scene so they can be restored from their experiences. Additionally, we research and to break certain norms of language barriers, general distrust of the criminal justice system, and because domestic violence is severely underreported. Understanding that, in 2019, the Houston Police Department, in collaboration with VAWA-funded organizations, partnered and launched the Domestic Abuse Response Team. It's more commonly referred to as DART. Within minutes of a 911 emergency call, DART teams are dispatched to secure the scenes and provide an on-scene crisis response to victims of domestic violence and violent crime. A true coordinated response, DART teams are exposed immediately to the on-scene primary officer, but the DART team is an officer paired with a victim advocate who is trauma-informed and taught to be victim-centered. And we get that from our partners, our training in collaboration with the Houston Area Women's Center, endorsed by the Attorney General's office. And we coordinate with DART forensic nurses so that they can collect that medical forensic evidence that's critical to identify physical evidence, mental assistance, and the appropriate level of intervention, care, and management to preserve evidence for law enforcement and prosecutors to make and prosecute effective criminal cases. In the first 3.5 months of this year, 2022, DART has responded to over 752 crime scenes. Without VAWA, programs as significant as DART cannot be sustained. And given the domestic violence is a significant driver to our precursors to homicide rates, HPD must avail itself to resources dedicated to training and educating our officers on the importance of delivering trauma-informed care and safety when responding to scenes of domestic violence for service, so we can reduce crime and violent crime across the city of Houston. So on behalf of Chief Venner and the Houston Police Department, we are proud to stand with Senator Cornyn and Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee to thank them for leading the charge to ensure VAWA is reauthorized and for ushering in a new era of restorative justice against domestic violence and sexual assaults. Thank you.
All right, so you can see here Texas leaders, including even area police officers, speaking up. Let's go ahead to the rest of the press conference that they had after this roundtable. It happened just earlier here today.
And to help establish public safety in the greater Houston area in particular. We're here today talking about the Violence Against Women Act, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, when I was Attorney General of Texas, one of my responsibilities was to administer the Crime Victims Compensation Fund. And that fund was composed of fines and penalties that people who were convicted of crimes would contribute as part of their punishment. But then those funds were then used to help various service organizations, many of which you see represented here today. One of the things that has also been a big problem for our state and for our nation is the untested rape kits. This is the forensic evidence that you heard Jamie talk about that's collected by forensic nurse examiners from a victim of sexual assault and is used in a court of law.
All right, guys, hate to interrupt a press conference in the middle of it, but you know what we do here. We take you out to live breaking news. Right now, we do have some authorities and personnel speaking after there's been reports of a plane crash at General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. Let's go ahead, listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Plant, so no one inside the plant was injured or in any danger during the crash.
Were they evacuated without smoking?
I do not know that. I do not know if there was any evacuation of the plant. I don't think so. From when I arrived here, just moments after the crash, it appeared that the plant, there was no one from the plant out in this area.
What does the scene look like right now? Obviously, there's a strong.
It's right now. It's fire personnel are still working on hot spots from the fire. It was again about 4 trailers were parked close together, and they were all destroyed. So all you can see right now is just a lot of burnt metal right now.
You went back there. Kind of describe it for us. Could you see any visible parts of a plane?
Saw what we believe was a wing and possibly a part of an engine, but it's again it's a lot of charred metal back there right now. So the FAA will get will go in and investigate closer.
Have you been in touch? I mean, obviously, some capacity with the airport. I mean, were they in communication with this pilot?
We don't have any information right now from our local airport of any communications. We are working on a lead to determine, who the victims are in this crash.
So there are multiple victims?
Well, I said victims, and I'm not sure. It could be a victim, but I do not know that.
Have you had any problems reported out of the airport before with previous crashes?
No. I mean, nothing in in my recent memory. I worked for this department for 3 decades, and there have been a handful of crashes. Most of them not serious, on or near the runway area, but nothing like this.
You feel like everyone else on the property here is safe?
Yeah, absolutely. This area is in a kind of an isolated part of the property. There are fences that separate, the workers from this area. So there was no one in a car driving by it or anything like that when it occurred. It was just in a very isolated spot here.
You say this is the General Mills plant?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they had an active shift working at the time?
Yes. They work nearly 24/7, 365, but there was a shift working at the time.
Approximately how many people would have been in the plant then?
I can't say at this time of day what the numbers are.
Okay. Have they all been evacuated?
I do not believe there was an evacuation. Again, this occurred about 300 yards or more from the actual physical plant. The fire, everything was contained, in an isolated area.
Certainly could have been much worse had it crashed into the plant.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a horrible situation, a horrible scene. Obviously, the fact that it didn't, crash into the plant, saved many lives.
Were there any explosions, any fire
Yes, the plane appeared to have exploded on impact.
What do the next couple hours look like for your team and everyone else now involved?
Well, our job is to contain the scene, to turn over the scene to the FAA, work with them, provide them any assistance that they need from us, and this is something we'll be here all night working on together.
How long do you think it might take to identify the passenger or passengers on board?
We are working on a lead right now. I can't really say anything more than that about it. We can't say how long it will take.
Would the aircraft have filed a manifest out of that airport?
That's the general procedure, yes, and we are following up on the lead with that.
Would the airport or any other records indicate who may have been on board?
I'm sure there is information that's going to help us. We are, again, following up on a lead that we have right now. I'm obviously not, at the command post, I don't have the most up-to-date information, but I do know we do have a lead that will help us determine, who the victim or victims are in this case.
Anything? All right, you're pretty confident anybody on board perished?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So far, no family members have come forward worried about.
Well, we had someone here a little while ago that his brother-in-law is a flight instructor, a local flight instructor. We were immediately able to determine that was not, any of his family members. But again, there's an investigation going on, just behind me, and hopefully we'll get that information as quickly as possible and can get to the family members.
Captain, do me a favor, say and spell your name again for us.
My name is Ken Malcolm. It's spelled K-E-N. Last name is Malcolm, M-A-L-C-O-M. And again, I'm a captain with the Covington Police Department.
Anything else? Is anyone else on scene?
We have fire personnel on scene, police personnel on scene, our EMA team is on scene as well. Again, we're waiting on the FAA to get here. They may have already come in. I'm just not aware of it. But that's we'll be working with them all night.
Great. Thank you, Captain.
How many different fire departments?
I'm not sure. I know that originally when the call came out, in a situation like this where you anticipate, a large debris field and the potential for structures catching fire, and I know that they contacted multiple fire departments to assist, but when they arrived, they quickly determined that this was, such a small area. The plane basically came straight down, into where the trailers are. So there's not a debris field or multiple structures, struck in the process of the crash. So, as far as the scene goes, we have the scene contained, we have it under control, and again, we're just waiting on the FAA to get here to take over the investigation.
Is there a chance we're going to be let on? Is it possible that we could, go on the other side of the gate here so that we're not standing here in this?
All right, so once again, we were listening into this live update coming to us just outside of the Atlanta area where we do have a lot of first responders on scene. Here's a tweet from one of our Fox 5 reporters, Eric Perry, showing us just one of those pictures we have coming to us from this scene here of this plane crash at a General Mills plant. So once again, thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us. So right now there is a large police and first responders presence on scene here as there was a massive dark plume of smoke that could be seen rising above Covington earlier this evening. FAA said a plane had crashed into the General Mills plant. FAA did say an unidentified small plane had crashed just after 7 p.m. This plant is located just about 30 miles away from Atlanta, so just 30 miles southeast of Atlanta. The cause of the crash under investigation. FAA and TSB going to have to be on scene to conduct that investigation. And again, this does appear to be a small plane that had crashed into this area. You're taking a look at that picture. Do also have a second picture coming in here to our LiveNOW from Fox desk, again showing that large plume of smoke after moments after that plane had crashed. So this is what we do here for you on LiveNOW. We were in the middle of a press conference, jumped away for it as soon as we saw we had a press conference on this incident. We had saw a couple reports on it, hadn't known, of course, so you got to get everything confirmed. As soon as we did get everything finalized and confirmed, we brought it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And let's just go back to both of those pictures in a double box here. You can see just outside of the General Mills area, they have quite a few semi-trucks that look like they were parked in the area that also seem to be damaged. So unknown how extensive that damage will be to the building that this plane was had crashed into. And again, it's not immediately clear how many people were on board, but we are hearing some reports that there is no survivors. So unfortunately, no matter who was on that plane, of course, a lot of heart's going to be going out to those who do know that person, that individual. So right now, also being questioned was how many people were inside of the plant. Thankfully, it's later in the evening, so they did say that there weren't very many people inside. We just heard from that official. We were rolling on it as well, so we could play it out again here later. Working on talking with our reporters there down on the ground with our Fox 5 Atlanta team as well, to have them speak with us after they gather a bit more information, gather some more of that video out there at the scene as well. So right now, we do know just 30 miles southeast of Atlanta right now, we do have a heavy first responders response out to a plane crash that happened at a General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. You are watching this live on Unfiltered. We are going to step away for 2 minutes. Thank you for being here with us as we keep you covered on all the breaking news happening across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we always stay on top of breaking news coming to you from across the country. You are taking a look at just some of the photos that are coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk after a plane has crashed at a General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, Covington is just about 30 miles southeast of Atlanta. Right now, the cause of the crash is going to be investigated by the FAA and NTSB. We did just have one of the captains on scene give us a quick interview. We're going to work on trying to get not only that full interview here for all of our viewers, but also getting our reporter, our Fox 5 reporter on the ground who's there gathering more information. They're going to be joining us a little bit here later once they have that opportunity. Her name's Denise Dillon, so we'll be following up with her once we're able to get her on here. But let's go ahead and replay just a few moments ago that press conference. We had about 8 minutes of it, so let's go ahead and listen in to what our officials were saying.
Propeller plane, yes, sir.
And how large of a plane is that?
It's. I'm sorry, I really can't say. I just know it's larger than a single engine. But oh no, I don't think it's anything that big. Maybe I'm guessing here, maybe 3 seats. You know, so.
So again, the plane had just taken off from the airport? Or?
From the information we have from the witnesses that they saw the plane coming from the area of the airport right here. We have not confirmed 100% yet that it actually took off from our airport, but we are, again, half a mile from the north runway of our airport. So we know that it came from that direction, immediately veered to the northeast, and came straight down.
Hit these trailers. What type of trailers were they? Are they
these are just
home trailers?
No, these are trailers used for product to move product around the country. So these were empty trailers, again parked in an isolated area. Again, this is a physical plant behind us. The crash took place, I'd say at least 300 yards from the actual plant. So no one inside the plant was injured or in any danger during the crash.
Were they evacuated without smoke?
I do not know that. I do not know if there was any evacuation of the plant. I don't think so. From when I arrived here, just moments after the crash, it appeared that the plant, there was no one from the plant out in this area.
What does the scene look like right now? Obviously, there's a strong.
It's right now. It's fire personnel are still working on hot spots from the fire. It was again about 4 trailers were parked close together, and they were all destroyed. So all you can see right now is just a lot of burnt metal right now.
You went back there. Kind of describe it for us. Could you see any visible parts of a plane?
Saw what we believe was a wing and possibly a part of an engine, but it's again it's a lot of charred metal back there right now. So the FAA will get will go in and investigate closer.
Have you been in touch? I mean, obviously, some capacity with the airport. I mean, were they in communication with this pilot?
We don't have any information right now from our local airport of any communications. We are working on a lead to determine, who the victims are in this crash.
So there are multiple victims?
Well, I said victims, and I'm not sure. It could be a victim, but I do not know that.
Have you had any problems reported out of the airport?
No. I mean, nothing in in my recent memory. I've worked for this department for 3 decades, and there have been a handful of crashes. Most of them not serious, on or near the runway area, but nothing like this.
You feel like everyone else on the property here is safe?
Yeah, absolutely. This area is in a kind of an isolated part of the property. There are fences that separate, the workers from this area. So there was no one in a car driving by it or anything like that when it occurred. It was just in a very isolated spot here.
You say this is the General Mills plant?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and they had an active shift working at the time?
Yes. They work nearly 24/7, 365, but there was a shift working at the time.
Approximately how many people would have been in the plant then?
I can't say at this time of day what the numbers are.
Have they all been evacuated?
I do not believe there was an evacuation. Again, this occurred about 300 yards or more from the actual physical plant. The fire, everything was contained, in an isolated area.
Certainly could have been much worse had it crashed into the plant.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a horrible situation, a horrible scene. Obviously, the fact that it didn't, crash into the plant, saved many lives.
Were there any explosions, any fire
Yes, the plane appeared to have exploded on impact.
What do the next couple hours look like for your team and everyone else now involved?
Well, our job is to contain the scene, to turn over the scene to the FAA, work with them, provide them any assistance that they need from us, and this is something we'll be here all night working on together.
How long do you think it might take to identify the passenger or passengers on board?
We are working on a lead right now. I can't really say anything more than that about it. We can't say how long it will take.
Would the aircraft have filed a manifest out of that airport?
That's the general procedure, yes, and we are, following up on the lead with that.
Would the airport or any other records indicate who may have been on board?
I'm sure there is information that's going to help us. We are, again, following up on the lead that we have right now. I'm obviously not, at the command post, I don't have the most up-to-date information, but I do know we do have a lead that will help us determine, who the victim or victims are in this case.
Anything?
You're pretty confident anybody on board perished?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So far, no family members have come forward worried about.
Well, we had someone here a little while ago that his brother-in-law is a flight instructor, a local flight instructor. We were immediately able to determine that was not, any of his family members. But again, there's an investigation going on, just behind me, and hopefully we'll get that information as quickly as possible and can get to the family members.
Captain, do me a favor, say and spell your name again for us.
My name is Ken Malcolm. It's spelled K-E-N. Last name is Malcolm, M-A-L-C-O-M. And again, I'm a captain with the Covington Police Department.
Anything else? Is anyone else on scene?
We have fire personnel on scene, police personnel on scene, our EMA team is on scene as well. Again, we're waiting on the FAA to get here. They may have already come in. I'm just not aware of it. But that's we'll be working with them all night.
Great. Thank you, Captain.
How many different fire departments?
I'm not sure. I know that originally when the call came out, in a situation like this where you anticipate, a large debris field and the potential for structures catching fire, and I know that they contacted multiple fire departments to assist, but when they arrived, they quickly determined that this was, such a small area. The plane basically came straight down, into where the trailers are. So there's not a debris field or multiple structures struck in the process of the crash. So as far as the scene goes, we have the scene contained, we have it under control, and again, we're just waiting on the FAA to get here to take over the investigation.
Is there a chance we're going to be
All right, so you heard there once again, waiting for FAA to take over the investigation. They, as well as the NTSB, going to be looking into the cause of this crash after, again, a small plane, but they did say it could have been more than a single engine plane. It could have been larger than that. Did hit a General Mills plant just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, in the city of Covington. We just heard the captain also say that they do have a number of first responders out there on scene, multiple fire stations, as well as EMS, EMTs, all out there responding to this plane crash. We're working with our Fox 5 Atlanta team to get an update from Denise Dillon, who is there on scene. And once that does happen, of course, we'll be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead. We'll step away for 2 minutes. We'll still keep an eye on this just in case we do have more officials coming up, and especially once Denise is ready to speak to us about what she's seeing there down on the ground. We'll be headed back out to her, getting a live hit with her from there. But we'll also be listening in to just more of those press conferences that have been happening throughout the day. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with us on this Thursday evening. Once again, thank you to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to remind you, we'll keep an eye on more reports coming from this plane crash at a General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. Until we're able to get our Fox 5 reporter on with us, I do want to continue bringing you more news stories that have been happening here across the country. Right now, we do have President Biden spending the night in Seattle. He's going to be doing more events tomorrow, which we'll be staying on top of. But today we had Vice President Kamala Harris. She was in San Francisco, and earlier she had been talking about maternal health crisis that is happening as she was visiting the University of California, San Francisco Mission Bay. So let's go ahead and listen into that event right here for our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
How are you?
Hello, everybody. Welcome, yeah. So, Madam Vice President, this is our lovely group of doctors, nurses, doulas, lactation consultants. I'm missing some on the floor. Researchers. Ground floor community. Just power. That's pretty much it. We were talking before about the energy behind this work in the Bay Area. You're giving us a snapshot of that energy right here in this room.
I'm so happy to be with all of you this afternoon. This is the administrative CMS. She, for the entire country, runs Medicaid and Medicare. For the entire, oh yes. We big guys. This is no joke. But I'm so looking forward to our conversation. But you all just have to know, we applaud and thank you. We're so grateful for what you all do. And you know, we were just talking about it. It takes a lot to do the work that you all do. And it can be quite painful because you see so much pain and you care so deeply. And in spite of all of that, you all are about empowerment, about recognizing, not giving, but recognizing the dignity and fighting for the rights. And it's extraordinary the gift that you have and that you give. And so I wanted to come here today and with the administrator so we could talk with you, we can visit with you, but so we can talk about you as we travel around the country. Because, you know, we were talking earlier about it. When we're fighting for the ability of women and their families and their community to receive all that they are entitled to receive, it's important that we also let them know that they are not alone. And that's part of telling the stories. It is also about letting them know and see what the solution looks like, so that they don't have to ever have an experience of wondering whether it is even possible that they would be treated with dignity and receive what is necessary for them to have a joyful and healthy experience and be seen in the full totality of who they are. So by being here today and lifting up and sharing what you all are doing here, we're going to be talking with women you all will never meet, who will probably never even know your names, or mine, but who will benefit from what you all are doing here on the ground. So just want to thank you all so very much. And with that, why don't we begin our conversation?
Dr. Kenneth,
hello. I'm just so happy to be back. I can't tell you. I'm just so happy to be. I mean, I've done a lot of work with everybody here over many years, and so it's good to be home. Okay, please.
Happy to have you.
Thank you.
I am Dr. Shakura Kemmer-Rosenwald. I'm an obstetrician and a gynecologist here at the University of California, San Francisco.
Yes.
And I'm a public health practitioner who helps do some of the founding work for Embrace. The choice that Black birthing people made for racially concordant care during their pregnancies is a common one. It is both a direct consequence of the unethical origins of the Black country and an instruction manual for decreasing Black maternal and infant mortality rates. Qualitative studies show that the outcry among Black birthing people for culturally competent care is unanimous.
Yes.
And the desire for racially concordant care is resounding.
Yeah.
When you ask them, Black birthing people explicitly and unapologetically demand that their providers be able to discuss and address the impact of racism on their lives.
Right.
The point of tension that this data often presents is whether Black birth workers are the only people who can provide this kind of care. There's nothing inherently about Black providers that makes us able to understand American racism and its effects on health in a way that non-Black providers are fundamentally unable to. Just as there is nothing inherently about Black people that makes us vulnerable to hypertension or poverty.
Right.
However, institutionalized racism makes it such that very few non-Black providers are equipped to provide the care that Black birthing people deserve. In our current health education system, only a smattering of health professional schools include critical race theory in their curricula. These learning institutions consistently find themselves unequal to the task of dismantling lifelong, unopposed exposure to the racism embedded in American society. Without the tools that critical race theory offers, many non-Black birth workers today express concern that they're either graduate from training unable to provide the care that Black birthing people need. In fact, recent state laws banning critical race theory from public school education will ensure that the next generation of non-Black providers will be even less prepared to give this critical care. Overall, we find ourselves in a situation in which Black birth workers are often the only providers who can consistently identify anti-Black racism in the healthcare setting, acknowledge it comfortably with patients, and censor its impact on Black birthing people. We learn these skills outside of our institutions. But there's good news. When Black birthing people receive racially concordant care, they report having received excellent care, are more likely to receive life and cost-saving preventative health care, and report that they trust their providers enough to ask the question that every Black birthing person should. With infant mortality rates twice that of white babies, and maternal mortality rates 4 times that of white birthing people, what can we do to keep the pregnancy safe? Embrace was founded on this data and the strong belief that those who have been made to come last in this country since its inception should not be first. To spread the success of Embrace nationwide, Build Back Better Act funding should be allocated towards making racially concordant care a billable intervention that addresses the Black birthing person crisis. Provision of racially concordant care upon patient request for Black birthing people should also be one of the criteria for birthing centers to earn birthing-friendly hospital designations. Furthermore, federal funding should require that critical race theory and birth worker education help diversify the pool of birth workers with the appropriate skills to meet the maternal health crisis head on. And bring these ideas back to Washington. That with 2 main points of opposition. The first is that racially concordant care.
All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Our camera's about to leave this room. This was the only portion they were able to get here. But since we're talking about Vice President Kamala Harris, did want to report here that we do have yet another staff member leaving the Vice President's office here today. Vice President Kamala Harris's Chief of Staff, Tina Flournoy, will be leaving the administration and be replaced by top advisor in the latest shakeup in the Harris office. This is all according to the White House. So first reported by Washington Post, they did say that the vice president has faced some negative headlines for a flurry of staffers leaving her office here again. Harris had tapped Flournoy, a veteran Democratic strategist and aide to the Clintons, as her chief of staff in December of 2020. In a statement, Vice President Harris had praised her, calling her a value advisor and confident to me and tremendous leader for the office. So this does mark, again, the 13th departure from the Vice President's office. Harris's deputy chief of staff also leaving the White House in coming weeks. Her national security advisor has stepped down just last month, and her spokesperson left the White House back in December. So once again, this just being reported here and confirmed that yet another person is leaving Vice President Kamala Harris's office. We'll stay on top of this news, as well as, of course, we've been bringing to you here a look at that large plume of smoke that had been rising up after a plane had crashed into a General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. Still working out with our Fox 5 team. They're going to be giving us an update here very shortly with Fox 5's Denise Dillon. who's there on the ground getting some more information from officials after that plane had crashed. Right now, reports are saying there is no survivors. There were some employees inside of the plant at that time as well. So we'll be bringing you that update here shortly. It's all going to be coming up right here on Live Now from Fox. I am sending our viewers off to a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do continue to have refugees from Ukraine fleeing the country as Russia's attack continues into day 57 and now day 58 for them because they are on the other side of the world. They are waking up to yet another day of attacks from Russian troops, not only who are down on the ground, but also from up above in the air. We've been hearing from some of those commanders in the Ukrainian military across the country, some even in areas in like Mariupol, where they say they may not even have days left, but just mere hours left. So there's been so many pleas for help. And earlier here, President Biden did make an announcement of $800 million of aid still going to be provided to Ukraine, especially as they continue this fight. Let's go ahead and listen into that update right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Ukrainian Prime Minister is in town today, and he is meeting with some of my cabinet members, including the Secretary of Treasury and others. And we had a good discussion. I've talked about what I'm about to tell you about today, as well as he was thanking the American people for their support, understands it's significant, and we talked about keeping everyone together in terms of Europe, the European Union, and others in the effort to stop Putin's brutality. But before I head out to the West Coast, I want to quickly update the American people on the latest steps we're taking to support the people of Ukraine and to hold Putin accountable for his brutal and bloody war. Russian forces have retreated from Kyiv, leaving behind them a horrifying evidence, and you've seen it, you reported it, your folks. And by the way, I don't say this often, but I think we should give enormous credit to the folks with your agencies that are on the ground in Ukraine, in these spots, and they're really, I've spoken to several of them. We owe them. But uncovering these evidences of their atrocities and war crimes against Ukrainian people is so clear to the world now. Now they've launched and refocused their campaign to seize new territory in eastern Ukraine. And we're in a critical window now of time where they're going to set the stage for the next phase of this war. And the United States and our allies and partners are moving as fast as possible to continue to provide Ukraine the forces that they need, the weapons they need, the equipment they need, their forces need to defend their nation. Last week, I signed an $800 million package of security assistance to Ukraine that included new capabilities like artillery systems and armored personnel carriers, equipment that is responsive to Ukraine's needs and tailored to support the intensified fighting in the Donbass region, which is a different war than in other places because both topographically it's different. It's flat, it's not in the mountains, and it requires different kinds of weapons to be more effective. Today, I'm announcing another $800 million to further augment Ukraine's ability to fight in the east, in the Donbass region. This package includes heavy artillery weapons, dozens of howitzers, and 144,000 rounds of ammunition to go with those howitzers. It also includes more tactical drones. In the past 2 months, we've moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine at record speed. We've sent thousands of anti-armor and anti-missile helicopters, drones, grenade launchers, machine guns, rifles, radar systems. More than 50 million rounds of ammunition had already been sent. The United States alone has provided 10 anti-armor systems for every 1 Russian tank that's in Ukraine, a 10-to-1 ratio. We're sharing and will continue to share significant timely intelligence with Ukraine to help defend them against Russian aggression. And on top of this, these direct contributions from the United States, we're facilitating, we're the outfit facilitating the significant flow of weapons and systems to Ukraine from other allies and partners around the world, like the S-300 long-range anti-aircraft systems that Slovakia recently transferred to Ukraine. We are getting them in there. We won't always be able to advertise everything that our partners are doing to support Ukraine and fight for freedom, but to modernize Teddy Roosevelt's famous advice, sometimes we will speak softly and carry a large javelin, because we're sending a lot of those in as well. You know, but we're not sitting on the funding that Congress has provided for Ukraine. We're sending it directly to the front lines of freedom, to the fearless and skilled Ukrainian fighters who are standing in the breach. You got to admit, must be amazed at the courage of this country, the resolve that they're showing, not just their military, but the average citizen, men and women, young men, young women as well. It's, you know, the sustained and coordinated support of the international community, led and facilitated by the United States, is a significant reason why Ukraine is able to this far. Every American taxpayer, every member of our armed forces can be proud of the fact that our country's generosity and the skill and service of our military helped arm and repel Russia's aggression in Ukraine, to beat back Putin's savagery that tried to seize Ukraine's capital and wipe out Ukraine's government. The Battle of Kyiv was a historic victory for the Ukrainians. It was a victory for freedom, won by the Ukrainian people with unprecedented assistance by the United States and our allies and our partners. Now we have to accelerate that assistance package to help prepare Ukraine for Russia's offensive that's going to be more limited in terms of geography, but not in terms of brutality. Not in terms of brutality. Combined with our recent drawdowns, it will ensure a steady flow of weapons and equipment into Ukraine over the next few weeks. However, with this latest disbursement, I've almost exhausted the drawdown authority I have that Congress authorized for Ukraine in a bipartisan spending bill last month. In order to sustain Ukraine for the duration of this fight, next week I'm going to have to be sending to Congress a supplemental budget request to keep weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption to the brave Ukrainian fighters and continue to deliver economic assistance to the Ukrainian people. My hope is, and my expectation is, Congress would move and act quickly. And I want to thank the Congress, Democrats and Republicans, for their support for the people of Ukraine. Our unity at home, our unity with our allies and partners, and our unity with the Ukrainian people is sending an unmistakable message to Putin. He will never succeed in dominating and occupying all of Ukraine. That will not happen. In addition to bolstering Ukraine's resistance on the battlefield, we're also demonstrating our support for the people of Ukraine. Today, the the United States is announcing that we intend to provide an additional $500 million in direct economic assistance to the Ukrainian government. This brings our total economic support for Ukraine to $1 billion in the past 2 months. This is money the government can help use to stabilize their economy, to support communities that have been devastated by the Russian onslaught, and pay the brave workers that continue to provide essential services to the people of Ukraine. You know, these past weeks have seen the terrible human cost of Putin's ambition for conquest and control. Approximately two-thirds of all Ukrainian children have been displaced from their home. More than 5 million Ukrainians have fled their country. It's an absolute outrage. The idea this is happening, approaching the second quarter of the 21st century, is just... Last month when I was in Europe, I announced that the United States would welcome 100,000 Ukrainians so that we share in the responsibility of supporting Ukrainians fleeing Putin's war machine. We've already welcomed tens of thousands of Ukrainians to the United States, and today I'm announcing a program, Unite for Ukraine, a new program to enable Ukrainians seeking refuge to come directly from Europe to the United States. This new humanitarian parole program will complement the existing legal pathways available to Ukrainians, including immigrant visas and refugee processing. It will provide an expedient channel for secure legal migration from Europe to the United States for Ukrainians who have a U.S. sponsor, such as a family or an NGO. This program will be fast, it will be streamlined, and will ensure the United States honors its commitment to go to the people of Ukraine and need not go through our southern border. We're also continuing to ratchet up the pressure on Putin and further isolate Russia on the world stage. Yesterday, the Treasury Department rolled out additional measures to crack down on the entities and individuals attempting to evade our unprecedented sanctions, not just ours, but throughout the West. Today, I'm announcing that the United States will ban Russian-affiliated ships from our ports, as they did in Europe. That means no ship that sails under the Russian flag or that is owned or operated by a Russian interest will be allowed to dock in the United States port or access our shores. None. None. This is yet another critical step we're taking in concert with our partners in the European Union, United Kingdom, Canada, and further to deny Russia the benefits of international economic system that they so enjoyed in the past. We don't know how long this war will last, but as we approach the 2-month mark, here's what we do know. Putin has failed to achieve his grand ambitions on the battlefield. After weeks of shelling Kyiv, Kyiv still stands. President Zelensky and his democratically elected government still remain in power. And the Ukrainian armed forces, joined by many brave Ukrainian civilians, have thwarted Russia's conquest of their country. They've been bolstered from day one by an unstinting supply of weapons, ammunition, armor, intelligence from the nations of the free world, led by us, the United States. As Russia continues to grind out the military advances and the brutalities against Ukraine, Putin is banking on us losing interest. That's been my view. You heard me say this from the beginning. He was counting on NATO, European Union, our allies in Asia, cracking, moving away. He's betting on Western unity will crack. He's still betting on that. And once again, we're going to prove him wrong. We will not lessen our resolve. We're going to continue to stand with the brave and proud people of Ukraine. We will never fail in our determination to defend freedom and oppose tyranny. It's as simple as that. So again, I want to thank the American people. Thank the American people for their support of the Ukrainian people. This is our responsibility, it seems to me, and we've been able to hold the whole world together in this effort. So thank you very much. Thank you.
What does,
I'm going to take just one or two questions. I got a plane to catch.
What does Putin claiming control over Mariupol mean? How significant is that?
Well, first of all, it's questionable whether he does control Mariupol. One thing for sure we know about Mariupol, he should allow humanitarian corridors to let people on that steel mill and other places that are buried under rubble to get out, That's what any head of state would do in such a circumstance. And so there is no evidence yet that Mariupol is completely fallen.
Mr. President, on Title 42, sir, are you considering delaying lifting Title 42?
No, what I'm considering is continuing to hear from well, first of all, there's going to be an appeal by the Justice Department, because as a matter of principle, we want to be able to be in a position where if in fact it is strongly concluded by the scientists that we need Title 42, that we be able to do that. But there has been no decision on extending Title 42. Thank you.
Mr. President, how long can the U.S. maintain the level and pace of this military support for Ukraine?
Well, we have the capacity to do this for a long time. The question is, are we going to continue to maintain the support of the international community and keep the pressure on Putin to prevent him from overrunning the country, number one, and number two, make sure we continue to maintain the economic sanctions, which over time, and we're beginning to see it, are devastating their economy and their ability to move forward. So the most important thing right now is maintain the unity. So far, so good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, when are you going to ask for the supplemental?
Okay, President Biden there making that announcement, $800 million in additional funding to go to the Ukrainian war effort. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be talking about that and other Ukraine-related headlines in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we just heard from President Biden at the White House today make this announcement on even more military aid to the Ukrainian war effort, $800 million worth. In a few moments, we're going to get into what this new package consists of. But right now, let's hear from Fox 13 in Tampa with the latest on what it looks like down on the ground in Ukraine.
Losing ground to the Russian invasion. Russian troops have captured more territory, and they say they have finally toppled a key city. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is tracking the battles and the response today from Washington. Craig.
Well, we'll start with Russia's gains on the ground. Those are not entirely unexpected, given the advantages it has in supply lines and numbers and firepower. But Ukraine says it can still fend off the broader onslaught if it has the weapons to continue to do so. And with that, President Biden just approved more weapons, additional shipments yet to come, and also disputed Russia's claim today that it has, in fact, fully toppled the city of Mariupol. After 2 months of destruction and after 2 months of cutting off the flow of food and clean water, Vladimir Putin declared he has finally conquered the coastal city of Mariupol. But Ukraine says he hasn't really conquered it for 2 reasons. First reason, for all intents and purposes, Mariupol no longer exists. Putin took a large, thriving city that had a pre-war population of more than 400,000 people and turned it into a wasteland of rubble, dust, and smoke. And the second reason Ukraine says he hasn't really conquered the city is that there is still one stubborn pocket of resistance holed up in this steel factory that will not surrender. The Russian invaders planned to storm it, but Vladimir Putin nixed that plan because he knows what this steel factory is. It was designed to withstand bombardment. It's heavily fortified on all sides, and it's crawling with underground tunnels and concrete bunkers. In fact, one of the Ukrainian troops managed to connect through Starlink satellite to send this video of them underground in one of those concrete bunkers with peeling blue paint. And he said there are around 1,000 civilians huddled underground with them. And after hearing reports this last pocket of resistance is running out of food, Putin called off the assault and instead ordered a blockade.
Block off this industrial area so that not even a fly comes through.
His plan appears to be to cut them off and wait for them to starve to death. The remaining resistance in the steel factory and the blockade now to starve them appears to be siphoning up to 8,000 invaders from the larger battle to the north. And the initial assessments show Russia's battle for Donbass bogged down just as they stalled outside the capital. But on this third full day of battle, Russia has made some slight gains, and Ukraine is calling for more weapons to hold off the continuing advance. And President Biden answered by approving another $800 million in drones, artillery, and ammunition.
We're going to continue to stand with the brave and proud people of Ukraine. We will never fail in our determination to defend freedom and oppose tyranny.
Now, one note on the announcement from Putin of a blockade instead of a full-on assault. You have to take everything he says with a grain of salt. So if he says there's a blockade and not an assault, consider the possibility there may in fact be an assault any moment now. And with that, the United States is also stepping up shipments of howitzers and training Ukrainians in an undisclosed location outside of Ukraine in terms of how to use them so that those 50 trained by the United States can then train others so they can use that more advanced and heavy towed artillery once it arrives. And on top of that, the president has approved an additional $500 million, separate from the $800 million for weapons, $500 million to help the Ukrainian government operate as best it can as it continues to endure this invasion, now entering this 57th day of war.
Craig, let's talk about refugees now. The president streamlined the process of accepting Ukrainian refugees into the U.S. What are the changes exactly, and how many refugees are they talking about accepting?
They're talking about accepting 100,000, which of course is a small fraction compared to the millions of refugees who have managed to escape Ukraine at this point. So the president is releasing details on Americans who wish to sponsor Ukrainian refugees to speed things along for them, help them get work authorization. In terms of the actual terms for those arriving, they have to be able to document to prove that they were residents of Ukraine as of February 11th. They also have to have their required vaccinations for entry into the country and also have to clear security checks. Those are the general parameters, with more details forthcoming.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you so much for being with us, Craig.
And we always thank Fox 13 in Tampa for their daily look back at what happened in the war in Ukraine. And we do the same here on Live Now from Fox, and we speak with national security expert Hal Kempfer each and every night since the war began, guiding you through this very, very messy, horrific conflict. Hal, good to see you. That's the news, the headline of the day. The president announcing $800 million more going toward the Ukrainian war effort in the form of weaponry and so much more. Let's get into some of that and what this package consists of. What stood out to you?
Well, a couple things stood out, Andrew. One was the howitzers, the 155 millimeter howitzers. These are huge. We use the term M198. That was our designation for them. In my career, don't ask me how, I was in a artillery battalion with M198s, and I was actually a battery commander. So I'm pretty familiar with this weapon system. Incredibly powerful weapon system, huge rounds. If they have rocket assist projectiles, they can shoot out close to 30 miles, 25 miles plus. But even with regular rounds, they extremely accurate. There's a lot of interesting round combinations. And I think that's what you see with that big ammo package. I think that big ammo package is actually is a lot of rounds that we've had for this system. The system is slowly getting moved out as we go to multiple launch rocket systems and some other things. So it was actually I hate to say perfect timing, but it was actually a pretty good timing, because I know that we had a number of these howitzers available that we could easily ship over there. The big challenge is training. I can tell you, to keep a battery or a battalion fully trained, operational, able to, as we say, shoot, move, and communicate on the battlefield, it just takes a lot of work. And they're doing this on the fly, if you will, in the midst of a war. So there's a lot of challenges with this, but it's a tremendous capability. This is 72 howitzers on top of the 18 that we already sent. So that's 5 battalions worth. That's huge number of, it's a huge number of artillery, and it will give them the capability to push back. The other thing that jumped out at me was this Phoenix Ghost drone. We've heard nothing about this. This was just announced today. It's a kamikaze drone. All they tell us is it's similar to the Switchblade, and that it goes up there. I'm assuming that means it loiters for a while. Once the target is spotted, they fly the drone into the target. Now, whether it can be used for anti-armor, or if it's just anti-personnel, or if it's got a mix of both, I don't know. The fact that they have 120 of these things suddenly available tells me, they said, well, this is specially built for Ukraine, or the war in Ukraine. I have a feeling that they had a bunch of these already built, and they go, hey, this is perfect for the war in Ukraine. And so somehow that became custom tailor made for Ukraine. But
so similar to a Switchblade.
Very similar. That's all we know. There's not much on it. They said the Air Force made it, or Air Force built it. I don't know if the Air Force, it was probably built under an Air Force contract. All right. And I'm sure there was a lot of uniformed Air Force that were involved with it. But there's I'm here in Los Angeles. This is Aerospace Central. I can just imagine the ways that something like that would be produced and put out there. But it's fascinating, and it was needed too, because the Switchblade pipeline is limited. They're fleeting up, as we like to say. They're increasing the production line as fast as they can, but there's a limit to how much they can put out. So they needed something else that was similar. And somebody said, well, here's one, and it may not have been the first choice when we're looking at drones like this, but it may have been a pretty good drone. They said, you know what, let's get those out there. The bottom line is we need thousands of these things in Ukraine. That's what's needed. And frankly, at this point, we just got to get stuff out there.
Yeah. Hal, let's talk, though, about the training element to this. John Kirby at the Pentagon press briefing today wouldn't even entertain the question about where Ukrainians are being trained, who's doing the training for some of this military weaponry. I don't know if you can enlighten us on this question. What do you know about that?
I think the reason they don't want to talk about where they're getting trained is because they really don't want to talk about where they're getting trained. All right. They want to keep this as quiet, close hold as possible. This is an operational security issue. You got to remember, we're dealing with Russia. All right. They've got no problems with sending operatives overseas to do things like use nerve agents to assassinate people. We got a Putin who is not necessarily the most rational actor we've seen out there. He could be, crazy enough to try and target one of these training locations, particularly if it was in Eastern Europe within range of some of the Russian tactical systems. So they're keeping it very, very quiet. It could be some are getting trained in Eastern Europe. It could be some are being flown back to the United States for training. It's not that hard. Once you get them into Eastern Europe, you can put 50 trainers on a plane, no problem, and fly them back. You got to remember, we're flying in these, I forget what the daily load rate, but I think we're flying in, 12 C-17s or more a day are going into Eastern Europe. It's a pretty heavy clip. Well, they all got to fly back too. And so there would be no problem with putting trainers in the back of a C-17, flying them back to the United States, and then they go to a base and get trained on the base. And then we turn around and fly them back. That would be easy, but we could also train them somewhere in Europe and NATO countries. A lot of different ways they could do that, but I can understand that they really don't want to talk about this. And of course, if we're training them, if there was any training being done in Ukraine, and we're trying to, we don't want any U.S. personnel in there, they wouldn't want to talk about that as either. And if there was being done, I think it would be probably done by some sort of contractor sort of thing. I don't know, Matt. You wouldn't see uniformed personnel in there, that's for sure.
Hal, we also got the news just about an hour ago that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin will host Ukraine-focused defense talks with allies at Ramstein in Germany on April the 26th. So just wanted to alert our viewers that that meeting will be happening. Let's move on to really what is the horrific news of the day, that Russia is claiming it has, quote unquote, liberated the city of Mariupol, but the U.S. is not buying that. They say that's just more of Putin's propaganda. They say that still Ukrainian defenders are hanging on, but some have kind of intimated that it is only a matter of time. What do we know about what's going on the ground in Mariupol?
Well, he made that claim today that he had liberated or taken Mariupol. As a practical matter, yes, he controls the port, he controls the city at large. There is a small enclave around that steel plant where they're dug in, many of them are underground, and they're getting hit hard. What the Russians have done, and the Russians have paid a horrendous price trying to uncover everything we talked about with urban warfare. They have experienced tenfold in Mariupol. The defenders did everything they were supposed to do, and they have inflicted tremendous casualties on the Russians. They've gotten down to the steel plant. It's heavily defended. It would be very difficult to clear it. So what they've done is, from what we understand, is they backed off. And this, it's, I hate to use the word horrific, because there seems to be more horror on top of the horrific things they've already done. But it looks like they're just going to back off and starve the defenders out. There's at least hundreds of civilians in there. There's, all the, hundreds of active defenders. There's, by some estimates, at least 500 seriously wounded in there. President Zelensky has made numerous overtures to allow some sort of humanitarian egress of these individuals in that plant. Nothing's taking. I think they're just going to sit back, bomb the place, and I think they're just hoping that they either surrender or die.
Yeah, I mean, today, Hal, we did know that Russia refused or declined that offer for a humanitarian corridor, especially like you and I have been talking about, for Orthodox Holy Week will start today. But let's talk about, so if the Russians essentially wait out this siege of Mariupol, does that mean they're not putting the full force of their might, to taking over this steel plant, and so they can refocus their efforts elsewhere? Still, from what I understand it, they are focusing a lot of their energy on Mariupol, and that could be taking away from their renewed fight in other parts of the east. So if they do kind of just blockade and siege, that's still energy they have to commit to Mariupol.
It is. They've got at least 12 battalion tactical groups, BTGs, down there. They're committed. Most of them are focused right where that enemy, or what they would call their enemy, where that Ukrainian force is. I don't know if this is a full-on, stop in terms of offensive operations against the plant, or it's an operational pause. They have taken such huge casualties. The attrition is across all 12 BTGs, from what I understand, the attrition is very high. So they might be kind of, to overuse an overused term, reconstituting a little bit during this operational pause. But also they know they got no water, they've got no food, they're running low on ammo. So they're probably letting the psychology of their situation settle in. The sad part is, if they allow them to surrender, or if they do surrender, and this is what certainly the Ukrainian Marines that are in there know, that there's a very good chance that they could be marched out and executed.
Wow.
And there were intercepts in eastern Ukraine yesterday where they actually heard them talking about, basically executing prisoners of war. So it's not a far-fetched thing. I mean, they seem to have no regard for the laws of war. So it's a difficult situation. If I was a commander there, I'm looking out for my troops. I realize I may not have the means to resist. On the other hand, if I surrender, I have no guarantee that whoever I surrender to will in any way respect my status as a prisoner of war.
Hal, in Mariupol, and we haven't really talked about this that much, kind of what this entity, this group that comprises a part of the Russian army, the Chechen element that has been quite instrumental in Ukraine in the war since the invasion began. There has been some video on social media of some of them kind of celebrating, shooting, gunfire into the air, lighting things on fire after they liberated Mariupol. Those are their words. What is the Chechen element, not only in Mariupol, but writ large for this invasion?
Thugs. That's what they are. They're Russian thugs. They use them because they're brutal. They don't even know there are laws of war, from what I can tell. If you look at what Russia did in Chechnya, these are their henchmen, if you will. Certainly something that they really coalesced during the second Chechen invasion, or the second Chechen campaign, and their strong point is going out there and rounding up people and doing things like summary executions. Interestingly, there was a report of a Russian unit that refused to fight. Basically, they're given an order which was essentially impossible for the unit to do in the state that they were in. So they sent the Chechens in and executed a number of Russian soldiers, and then said, "Okay, you going to go do this, or do we have to execute more?" And I guess the Russian unit went back and tried to execute the mission, floundered from what I understood, but they use them as henchmen. They use them on Russian troops as henchmen. They use them against the civilian population. They're brutal. They're unscrupulous. Honestly, I don't think they're really any great combat multiplier on the battlefield by any means. They're just ruthless.
Just for our viewers who don't know, what a Chechen is, it's essentially it's a ethnic group in Russia. Is that right?
They're from
generically.
Chechnya. Chechnya. They have a very distinct national identity, not unlike the Ukrainians. And there was at the breakup of the Soviet Union, the Chechens wanted to be a separate republic, and Russia said, "No, you're staying as part of Russia." And there was a fierce civil war there. The Russians went in there in the late '90s, and they got the first time they kind of ran into the same thing they ran into in Kyiv, which is they went in there and the Chechens did some very good counter mechanized anti-armor tactics and really chewed them up. And so they had to kind of pull back. And then the second invasion was when Putin was in charge of Russia. And that was a much more brutal, much more planned, overwhelming firepower. And doing kind of what you see in Ukraine was what they did in, or certainly what you see in like Kharkiv and even Mariupol to some extent, is what you saw in Chechnya, particularly with Grozny. And these are their allies. And they came from that whole era of just unrestricted, brutal warfare and crimes against humanity.
Yeah, and the point I want to make is they're, a Muslim minority. And so part of this video that I saw on Twitter today, them shouting Allahu Akbar as they were celebrating the liberation of Mariupol. So I found that interesting. There was some historian that also tweeted that, essentially way back when the Greeks who were fleeing the Ottoman Empire at the time founded the city of Mariupol, Hal, and now history kind of comes full circle where the Chechens who were celebrating, Muslim Russians essentially, in Mariupol. So it's interesting how history kind of goes into a full circle like that for any of our history buffs out there. Right now, though, Hal, let's talk about really this strange and bizarre display, this list of sanctions put out by Russia on prominent U.S. officials. Ned Price, John Kirby, Vice President Harris, Tony Blinken's wife, Mark Zuckerberg, George Stephanopoulos. What does this mean?
It's just they're going down a list of celebrities for the most part. They're trying to respond to the sanctions, and of course only within the bubble of media of Russia could this have any meaning. You know, and they could say, well, we've been doing to them what they were doing to us. You know, they're going after our family members, we're going after their family members. The reality is this has no effect on those who are listed. You know, when you list an oligarch that has hundreds of millions or billions of dollars tied up in Western investment and assets, and you shut them down, that has a big impact. When you're talking about, you know, the Secretary of State or George Stephanopoulos, you know, over at ABC, when you're talking about putting sanctions on them, Russian sanctions on them, that has no meaning. It's just it's an empty propaganda gesture, but it's consistent. It's not the first time they've done something like this. They'd put other sanctions with named individuals earlier, and it was just as meaningless as this one is. But it's Putin's way of retaliating.
Yeah.
You know, the problem he has is he doesn't really, you know, except for gas, oil, and some certain metals, and of course wheat and corn and barley. That's about it. They don't have. They were never big players. I mean, you're talking a country that big, and it had a GDP about the size of Italy.
Wow.
And don't get me wrong, Italy's a pretty sizable GDP, but when you compare it against Russia, which, you know, stretches from Europe to Asia, you know, with 170 million people, you get a sense that they just don't have much in the economic, you know, ammo dump, if you will, that they can throw at the West. So
I want to go back to Mariupol just briefly. I forgot to bring this up, but we are seeing satellite imagery, Hal, and we talked about this offline, of possible mass graves to the degree that we have not seen yet, not even in Bucha or Irpin or the like. This could be on a much larger scale. And kind of European leaders and Ukrainian leaders alike are bracing themselves for that.
Well, you know, in World War II, the Germans went out to a ravine near Kiev. I think they called it the Kiev ravine, and you know, did mass execution of Jews, Slavs, Romanians, well, Gypsies, and I think they killed 33,000. So this is a country that has seen this sort of thing before, you know. But when we're looking at Bucha, we're talking 300, 500 maybe, and that seems to be what we've been seeing with other cities. Now you come down to Mariupol, and this is satellite imagery. But look, I've had satellite imagery analysts or imagery analysts working for me. They have tremendous skills. There's a art and a science to this, and there's a lot of great technology for analyzing this imagery. And when they say it looks like a mass grave for 9,000, I put a lot of stock on what they're saying. They have some very, very good tools that they use to figure this out. And I have a feeling that as we keep looking and we keep analyzing, we're going to find a lot more.
Just terrible. Last point I want to make, Hal, and we're talking about the devastation that the country of Ukraine has suffered to its infrastructure. Vladimir Zelensky spoke virtually to leaders at the International Monetary Fund today in the World Bank, because the World Bank is estimating that Ukraine has suffered $60 billion in damage to buildings and infrastructure, about 30% in the country overall. And that the economy there in Ukraine could shrink by 35% this year. There's an interesting theory that's kind of percolating amongst scholars in the West to use the forfeited assets of Russian oligarchs to the Ukrainian rebuilding effort. Would that ever pan out, or do you see that being plausible?
I got to tell you, back in the 90s, I was involved with the war on drugs, all right? And I think we won, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, but asset forfeiture was a big tool that we would use to go after drug traffickers. And then it wasn't as big a tool. But I've been looking at this, and I feel like we're dusting off some old books on asset forfeiture, but we're taking it to another level. It can be used. The laws are there. There's, you know, the world, there is the Edgemont Group with financial intelligence units around the world FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network in Washington, D.C., is RFIU for the United States. It's not manned as many as there should be. I think there was 400. They're going to like 600, I believe. This is such a huge area that they could literally put thousands in FinCEN, and I think they'd still have lots more work that needed to be done. But going in there, digging through all the records, trying to figure out actual ownership of assets, property, bank accounts, of course, things like that. And then, of course, the whole area of cryptocurrency. This is big, but we have the tools, we have the know-how to do this, and it could be done. It's just never been done on a level like this. But I was waiting when someone was going to raise their hand, and I know Treasury's been a part of this whole thing, that they're going to raise their hand and say, we have another way to do this. And that's exactly what it's meant to do. This is to help them repair Ukraine. And I could see them selling off yachts. I could see them selling off properties. I could see them seizing bank accounts. All these things could be done. Unfortunately, I have a feeling at the end of the day, when they do the ledger, I don't think it's going to quite equal up. There's just so many assets they have. So
Hal, I just want to, we're going to have to leave it there. We do have some breaking news out of Washington. Hal, don't go anywhere. We're going to hopefully come back to you, but want to go out to this shot in Washington, D.C. right now, and some charter buses full of migrants from the state of Texas arriving in Washington, D.C. Let's listen in. You know, this was Texas Governor Greg Abbott's big push to get the Biden administration, to get Democrats to see the border crisis firsthand. Now, these migrants got on these buses voluntarily. They were not coerced or forced to get on these buses to head to Washington. Let's listen into this shot right here. Okay, so it seems like a lot of media are also here to welcome their arrival, to maybe see if they'll speak with them once they get off some of these buses. Also looks like some protesters, activists, maybe just curious residents of D.C. who want to see this for themselves. But as you know, this was announced a couple of weeks ago by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, saying that the state of Texas would be sending busfuls of migrants who came here illegally to Washington, D.C. And of course, this was, some would call a political gambit by Abbott, kind of a political stunt, if you will. But he wants Democrats in Washington, especially President Biden, to see firsthand what some of these border communities in Texas face on a daily basis. Now, that was the big question. No, these migrants are not forcibly removed from Texas to Washington. They voluntarily get on these buses in order to meet with, nonprofits, non-governmental organizations, sponsors, and the like, as they try to either, seek asylum or go on a work visa or what have you, until they have to come back before a judge to adjudicate their claims. And so we're just going to keep a live look on these pictures. It's about a little after 10 o'clock now in the nation's capital, a little bit after 7 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. And so hopefully if some of the migrants coming off these buses do speak to the press, we'll take some of those comments, barring the language barrier if they do speak some English. But of course, we have been following this story from the very beginning. And so we're also monitoring reaction from the Biden administration. They wouldn't really comment very much on this, on what Greg Abbott was doing. But we also heard some other governors, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, essentially say that he wants to do the same, but he wants to send some of them to Biden's home state of Delaware to get the president's attention. So, you know, this is full political gamesmanship on display here, but definitely tangential, of course, to the growing crisis at the southern border. And I know I sound like a broken record, but of course, Title 42 will be ended May the 23rd. Now, of course, that was that pandemic border restriction put in place the last 2 years to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Some would argue that it shouldn't have been a form to deal with migration problems. Javier Becerra said that today, HHS secretary. It looks like some of these activists are trying to block the cameras here as these migrants come off the buses. Let's listen in.
Y ese del 8 bus, siguen sacando gente, vamos a ver.
También, claro, claro.
Todos están oyendo hacia la...
Don't touch my camera. I'm not touching your camera. I have no desire to touch your camera. Hey, move!
You touch me one more time, I'm gonna fuck you up, bitch. Try me. Try me.
Why are you touching my camera?
Bitch. You ain't got no shame. These just people trying to make their
doing
living.
my job.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck you and fuck Fox News, bitch.
Okay, we are going to move on from this here, but interesting live pictures there in Washington, D.C. As some of these migrants who were bused from Texas to the nation's capital arriving there. This is right by the U.S. Capitol. And so if we get any more sights and sounds from this event, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting an update from down on the ground in Covington, Georgia, a small plane crash into a General Mills plant. And hopefully we'll get more details from when we first reported to you about an hour ago of this plane crash. So more stories here on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. We'll be back in just a moment. Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft, and thank you for being with us. Let's go out to a story now that we had broken in for just a little bit ago. This plane crash at this General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. We have this photo. Fox 5 Atlanta's Eric Perry got this photo. He tweeted it out of some of the damage at the plant, but we're being joined right now by Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Denise Dillon. She's on the scene outside of the plant. Denise, good to see you. What do we know at this hour as far as injuries, fatalities? Are we hearing from General Mills as well?
Well, we've just heard from police who say they do not know exactly how many people were on board at this plane, but they do say there were no survivors. It was a Cessna 2-engine plane. They think maybe 4 to 6 people could have fit in that plane, but they don't know exactly how many. It could have been just the pilot at this point, for all they know. But I am right outside the gates of the General Mills factory. The airport, the Covington airport, is about a half mile in that direction. And witnesses described seeing the plane. They said it was flying low, kind of slow, almost as if it was just gliding. And one man told me that it just kind of banked and dropped. If you look behind me, you can see maybe some of the red lights through the trees here. This is, there's a number of fire trucks, ambulances back there. Fire trucks have been coming and going for the last few hours now. They tell me that when the plane went down, it crashed into 4 trailers that were parked just outside the trailers. The plane just engulfed in flames. Many of the witnesses reported and even took some photos for us of huge black fumes of smoke just going up into the sky. Many people said they heard the explosions. I talked to the captain of the police department out here. He had a first-hand look at the damage back there. He said you could see what could have been a wing, maybe something that might have been part of an engine, but just so much charred black metal you really couldn't tell what was what. He did say, though, that it was far enough away from the building that no one inside the plant was injured.
Denise, do we have any idea if workers are going to go back tomorrow while the investigation is undergoing? We know the FAA, the NTSB, I believe, is involved. And were there anyone in the plane itself at the time of the crash? Do we know?
There were people inside the plant. I don't know how many, but again, the crash happened far enough away from the building that no one was hurt. I do not believe that the plant will be closed tomorrow, since the workers were still there when it happened and they were at a safe enough distance, but we haven't gotten any formal word from General Mills. And you are right, the FAA is currently en route, and they will then be taking over the investigation from Covington Police.
Denise, last question for you. What will you be looking for going forward in the next couple of days as this story develops?
Well, the big thing is who was on board.
Yeah.
Is it, someone, a local pilot who was just, it was a beautiful day here. It was just a local pilot who was out for an evening flight. We don't know yet. They're certainly not releasing any names, and it may take a while before they do that.
All right, Denise Dillon with Fox 5 in Atlanta. We appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you again if there are any more developments. Have a good night.
Sure. You too.
Okay, we want to move on to some more of these other top headlines on this Thursday. We were just talking about Russia and Ukraine on day 57 of the war. And of course, President Biden making that announcement today, $800 million more dollars to the Ukrainian war effort. Now we're going to hear from the Pentagon, Press Secretary John Kirby, taking questions from reporters about the war there and about the continued assistance the U.S. is providing.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay, lots to get through to start. So first off, I think you all know the Secretary had a chance to meet with his, with the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Denis Shmyhal, at the Pentagon here today to affirm our unwavering U.S. support for Ukraine and the humanitarian situation in that country. The Secretary highlighted the authorization of a presidential drawdown, the additional drawdown that you saw today of $800 million. That's tailored to meet critical Ukrainian needs for today's fight as Russian forces launch a renewed offensive in eastern Ukraine. This authorization is the 8th drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August of 2021. Capabilities include, and you can see it up there, 72 155 millimeter howitzers and 144,000 rounds. 72 tactical vehicles which are designed to tow the howitzers. More than 120 Phoenix Ghost tactical unmanned aerial systems, as well as, of course, field equipment and additional spare parts. This commitment, together with the 18 howitzers that were announced on the 13th of April, provide enough artillery now to equip 5 battalions for Ukraine for potential use in the Donbass. And I want to stress again that what we're providing is done in full consultation with the Ukrainians, and that they believe that these systems will be helpful to them in the fight in the Donbass. Where and when they employ them and how they employ them, of course, is going to be up to them. The United States has now committed more than $4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration, including $3.4 billion just since the beginning of the invasion on the 24th of February. The United States also continues to work with its allies and partners to identify and provide Ukraine with additional capabilities. And we're going to continue to utilize all available tools to support Ukraine's armed forces in the face of Russian aggression. Additionally, earlier today, the Secretary met with his Czech counterpart, Defense Minister Jana Černochová, to discuss ongoing security assistance for Ukraine and continuing efforts to help strengthen NATO's eastern flank. And then finally, of course, I think you know the Secretary conducted calls with his counterparts in Germany and France to discuss ongoing security assistance efforts in Ukraine. And for Ukraine, he thanked each of these leaders as well for all their contributions, and we'll have a full readout of those discussions a little bit later. But it is, again, of a piece of the Secretary's continued efforts to consult and to communicate with allies and partners, not only in Europe but around the world, to try to improve Ukraine's ability to defend itself, because some of these allies and partners have capabilities that they can provide that we can't. And so he has been literally working this personally every single day. And to that end, I can announce that the Secretary will be hosting a number of his counterparts for a Ukraine Defense Consultative Group at Ramstein Air Base on the 26th, next week. The goal was to bring together stakeholders from all around the world for a series of meetings on the latest Ukraine defense needs and this is critically important, ensuring that Ukraine's enduring security and sovereignty over the long term is respected and developed. Topics will range on the agenda from obviously the latest battlefield assessment of the renewed Russian offensive in eastern Ukraine to energizing the defense industrial base in an effort to continue the steady flow of security assistance, and again, in taking a longer, larger view at Ukraine's defense needs going forward. Beyond the war that they're facing right now, we think it's time to have that discussion as well. So the Secretary is very much looking forward to getting over to Ramstein early in the week to have this meeting. And with that, Bob.
Thank you, John. On that last point, I'm sorry I missed it. Did you say how many countries are represented?
We are still working through all the invites, so I don't have a total list for you now. As soon as we can get you one, we will.
It's more than NATO countries?
Yes, not just NATO countries.
Okay. My questions, actually, I have two questions about your list there on the board.
Okay.
On the drones, the Phoenix Ghost drones. So what can you say about their role? In other words, broadly speaking, are they intelligence-oriented or are they attack-oriented? And when did you begin developing that asset? And the second question is on the artillery, the howitzers. In layman's terms, what is the significance of 5 battalions worth of artillery that you're helping the Ukrainians develop?
5 battalions of additional artillery will add to their complement of their own artillery battalions. It's added firepower. Now, we're not putting U.S. troops in with these systems, so they're going to have to provide the artillerymen, of course, but it's added capability. It's 5 more battalions, which is quite a number. You know, hundreds of additional troops to field these systems, but they are additional systems. And what makes it important is the kind of fighting that we expect in the Donbass, because of the terrain, because it's open, because it's flat, because it's not as urban. We can expect the Russians to rely on long-range fires, artillery in particular. In fact, Bob, we've seen them move in artillery units even before they started moving ground forces in. Or I should say traditional infantry in. So we know that this is going to be part of the Russians' playbook, the use of long-range fires, which are assisted by artillery. Understanding that terrain, understanding the geography, understanding Russian doctrine here, we believed, but more critically, the Ukrainians believed, that they needed additional artillery firepower, and that's what these will offer, in addition to the 18 that are already beginning to move in as well. So we're going to continue to have a conversation with the Ukrainians about their needs going forward. But given the kind of fight that we expect is coming, we believe that this will be a force multiplier for them. And then on the Phoenix Ghost, this is a drone that had been in development before the invasion. Clearly, the Air Force was working this, and in discussions with the Ukrainians again about their requirements, we believed that this particular system would very nicely suit their needs, particularly in eastern Ukraine. And so it was already in development, but we will continue to move that development in ways that are attuned to Ukrainian requirements for unmanned aerial systems of a tactical nature in eastern Ukraine. I'm just not going to get into great detail about the specifications here. I would just tell you that this unmanned aerial system is designed for tactical operations. In other words, largely but not exclusively to attack targets. It, like almost all unmanned aerial systems, of course, has optics. So it can also be used to give you a sight picture of what it's seeing, of course. But its principal focus is attack.
You said particularly useful in eastern Ukraine. Why would that be?
Again, without getting into the specifications, but the kinds of things this drone can do lend itself well to this particular kind of terrain. I think I'm just going to leave it at that. But its purpose is akin to that of the Switchblade, which we've been talking about in the past, which is basically a one-way drone, an attack drone. And that's essentially what this is designed to do. Yeah, Sylvie.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. A pretty technical one. I don't know, you may already have answered that, but...
It's a technical question. The chances of me being able to answer it are slim, but please go ahead.
So the howitzers that the U.S. is providing, are they more... do they have a longer range than what the Russians have? Or are they more precise? So that's my first question. And the second one is, the president said that Putin will never succeed. So does it mean that the objective of the Western assistance to Ukraine is now to push completely the Russians out of Ukraine instead of only avoid a change of regime?
Well, look, on the howitzers, again, not an artilleryman, so this is also in advance of Mike's inevitable questions. I'm not going to get into the specific specifications on the M777 howitzer. My understanding is it does have a very long range, and this particular variant has a longer range. I can see Mike nodding, so I must be on good ground here. But I'm not going to get into the specifics of it. And look, It should be clear to all of you already that I am no expert on American artillery. I am certainly not an expert on Soviet artillery, so I couldn't tell you how much better this is than Soviet artillery. I can just tell you that as an American system, we're very confident in its capabilities, its range, its effectiveness, its precision. More critically, the early feedback we're getting, by the way, this died on me, so if somebody could get that started again. The early feedback we're getting from the Ukrainians who are undergoing training on the 777s is that they're very happy with the performance of the system, and they're learning it quickly. The training's going very well, and they're excited about being able to use that system in the field. Okay, and then you had the president's comments. Look, I think we've been nothing but consistent here, Sylvie. I've said it before. We say we want Ukraine to win this, which means we want Ukraine whole again and sovereign again, and we don't want Russian forces in Ukraine, any part of Ukraine. And how that gets solved at the table or on the field is really up to the Ukrainians to determine, not the United States. But the president is right. In terms of Mr. Putin's initial strategic objectives, which was clearly to erase Ukrainian sovereignty and to capture Kyiv, he's failed. He has failed to achieve any of those objectives to date. Now the Russians are saying, well, they're going to focus their efforts on the Donbass and in the south. They've been vague about exactly to what end, but that's where they're focusing their efforts, and we're going to do everything we can to help the Ukrainians prevent that from happening. Nazir.
Thank you, John. Our country's situation is still critical. So many Shia people, Azari people has been killed. This weeks, the situation get worse. Afghan people think that United States forgot them. A very bad situation. And also they want me to pass their message that still the United States remember them or totally forgot them, and how much Ukraine situation impact Afghanistan people. And is it the time that the United States recognize Taliban? So many things.
Yeah, there's a lot there. It's not up to the Department of Defense to talk about recognizing the Taliban government. That's a decision made outside this building. I have nothing to say on that. Look, we absolutely have not forgotten the people of Afghanistan, and the State Department particularly is working very hard to continue to work with non-government agencies as well as the Taliban to continue to be able to get people out of Afghanistan, and that effort continues. There's not a Defense Department role in that, but clearly we are supportive of that. Yeah, in the back, Kasim.
Thank you. Can you just clarify something about this drone to us? You said it is developed for the specific needs of Ukraine, and it was developed before the invasion. So it was still when it was in developing phase before the invasion.
I don't have an exact start date.
Okay, and also, will the U.S. Air Force also use this for U.S. military needs, or is it just something for the Ukrainians?
The whole idea of this was for us to use it. So I would expect we'd still have an interest in using this capability, but we're also now, we see the benefit right now, in the moment, for Ukraine to use it. And so we're going to provide some of them.
And also, about this meeting in Ramstein, you said it's one of the goals is ensuring the Ukraine's enduring security and sovereignty over the long term is respected and developed. Are we talking about the post-Russian war or Russian invasion conditions, and then you are talking about the post-war type of security for Ukraine? What do you mean? Can you just try and elaborate on this?
Yeah, post-war, long-term, absolutely. Yeah, Gordon, did you have a question? No?
Yeah, I just wonder if you could speak to the capacity issues on the Ukrainian side for getting all this stuff, flowing all this stuff in. Do you guys see on this side of the border any capacity concerns? And secondly, are there any issues that, I know you guys are moving stuff in as fast as you can, but are there any issues that's governing or slowing down any of the throughput?
So far, no issues in terms of slowing it down. 8 to 10 flights a day are going into the theater. And not all of those flights are American flights, but most of them are. And every single day, including this day, there has been ground movement inside Ukraine. So we have seen no slowing down. As for absorption on inside Ukraine, I mean, that has not it has not proven to be a problem because it's factored into the discussions and the scheduling in an iterative way, Gordon. So clearly absorption rate is an issue. I mean, they have to be able to receive, to transport, to store temporarily if need be, and then to deliver to units. That's a Ukrainian responsibility. So far, that's that from our perspective and from what we're hearing from our Ukrainian counterparts, they're able to do that and do it quite effectively. But that's always a factor in discussing what gets sent in and how it's packaged for them. We're doing this in tranches. We talked about this the other day. Part of that is because the war is changing, and we want to keep a pace with that and alter what's in the packages based on what's going on the ground and what the Ukrainians say they need. Also, what's factoring into that is their ability to receive and to use and to temporarily store appropriately. So there's all that's baked into the process. There hasn't been like a stumbling block or a pothole that's stopping something from going in because we're factoring that all into the decision making.
Got it. And to clarify on the training, we understand that some of the training of the howitzers has begun, I think, this past week or whenever.
Correct. Started yesterday.
Is that also true for some of the other platforms that also need training? And to clarify, does the Phoenix Ghost need the same kind of training as the Switchblade?
We believe that the Phoenix Ghost will require a little bit of training the way the Switchblade's kind of akin to what the Switchblades require, because it's not all that different a system. It's different, but the same basic tactical purpose. So we do believe it will require some training, and we're working that out right now.
But there's no other, the training.
The only training that is going on right now that I can speak to is the training that's being done outside Ukraine on the howitzers. But we fully expect that there'll be some additional training and familiarization done on some of these things, like the counter-artillery radar, the Phoenix Ghost, even the M113 armored vehicles will require a little bit of familiarization. So we're baking that into the process as well. Megan.
On the howitzer training, is this first cohort going to be the only cohort, or do you need to do?
We anticipate there'll probably need to be more.
Okay, and also, where is the training happening and who is doing it?
It's outside of Ukraine, and I'm not at liberty to talk about exactly who's doing it.
Are U.S. troops doing the training?
I'm not at liberty to talk about who's doing it. Travis.
Thanks. I wasn't sure if you would see me back here in this dark corner. There's been a cluster of suicides on the George Washington carrier. And I know the Secretary has an ongoing effort to try to understand suicides. And he's looking at, I think, 8 different facilities. And you had said before that that list could grow. Are there any plans to look at ships? And do you think that ships provide unique circumstances that need to be understood when it comes to suicide?
Well, the Navy's still investigating these deaths, and so I don't want to get ahead of that, as you might understand. So let's put that aside for just a second. But each death is tragic in its own right, regardless of how. Our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the families and frankly the shipmates, because they're affected too. They're part of a sailor's family. I know that from experience. The Secretary's expectation for the IRC on suicide is that it will look across the force. So absolutely, he wants it to look at shipboard life, shipboard duty, just as well as duty in remote locations. Alaska has had this issue. He wants a broad scope and view of suicides across the force, so not just at installations, if you will. And certainly he would like that to include conditions of shipboard life. And I think I mean, I've served at sea on ships. I've served on ships that were in shipyards. In each of those environments is challenging. I think we have to be a little humble when we're talking about suicide, and it's just human nature to want to point to something and say, well, that's the reason. It's this problem or this culture, or it's because the ship is doing this instead of that. And I think we have to be really careful jumping to those conclusions, because what compels an individual to take their own life is it's individual, and it's complex. And I think, as the Secretary has said many times, a sense of humility going into this is really, really important. So obviously, as we look across the force, we certainly want to look at things like command climate and culture and mission and op tempo, the tempo at which we're pushing people. All those things are stressors in life. Some of them could contribite to the problem of suicides, but again, it's a very individual thing. The other thing we want to do, Travis, is again, with humility, be willing to consider what we don't know and to talk to experts who are smarter about this than we are. We have terrific mental health professionals in the military, but there's people outside the ranks that in the private sector that really do focus in on this particular issue, and we want to avail ourselves of their knowledge and wisdom and be willing to, again, be humble about what we don't know and ask tough questions. When the Secretary was in Alaska, several months ago, he took time to sit with mental health professionals from the local university who specialized in issues surrounding suicide, and he found it very illuminating. Also, very daunting, because they conveyed very clear to him how tough this is, an issue to wrap your arms around.
Do you know if the situation with the GW is going to be folded into this larger effort on suicides? Is it something that we're still waiting to see how it turns out?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to get ahead of the Navy's investigation here. The IRC isn't really designed to look at a specific issue or a specific individual act of suicide. It's really designed to look across the force at the factors that compel an individual to take their own life, and what those factors are, and how we can, as an institution, how can we help mitigate those. Yeah, it's not designed on a particular incident. Yeah, John.
Thanks. Are these Phoenix Ghost drones also already in the Air Force arsenal, or are you sending all of them to?
They're already in. I mean, when you draw down authority, you're drawing down from your inventory, so it's in our inventory. Yeah.
Are these more capable than the Switchblade? Is that why?
They have different capabilities than the Switchblade.
Okay. Are you able to say?
No, that's about as far as I'm going to go on it.
And speaking of unmanned systems, have those unmanned coastal defense vessels arrived in Ukraine yet? And can you shed any more light on what those are beyond what you've said?
I don't have an update for them. Yeah, in the back there.
Thank you, sir. Today, Russia announced that they are sectioning dozens of U.S. officials, and I believe that your name is one of them. So, do you have any response about that? This is the first question. The second question, how much these sections make your communications with Russian counterparts more difficult, especially in military issues?
I'm sorry, say the last one again.
How much these sections make the communications between you as DOD officials and the Russian sides more difficult?
The sanctions aren't having an effect on communications. We've been trying to have communications at the higher levels with the Russians now for several weeks, and they clearly aren't interested in that. And the fact that there are sanctions levied against either side, I don't think that's a factor in the lack of communication. And right now, we believe is. We have believed, but certainly today, as offensive operations begin anew in the Donbass, that this is exactly the kind of time that we need to be talking to Russian leaders at senior levels. But so far they've been unwilling to engage in that. And as for me, I mean, I looked at everybody else on the list. That's a pretty fine group to belong to, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, Tom.
For those of us of the Vietnam generation who were draft eligible, the Battle of Khe Sanh captured...
I just want to make it clear, Tom, that I was not in that grouping.
Yes, I know.
You said we. I don't want you putting me in that group, pal.
Those of us, and not you.
Yeah, but I didn't. I just wanted to state for the record that I'm not those of us.
Thanks for reminding me. Khe Sanh was a big battle in Vietnam where the U.S. was able to supply surrounded Marines for until they were able to succeed in liberating them. Then fast forward to the Bosnian War, when we'd fly into Sarajevo, on the planes would do a maneuver called a Khe Sahning, where they would come in and dump down to avoid ground fire. I reference these points thinking of what's happening in Mariupol, where it's surrounded. How has the U.S. military progressed since the days of Khe Sanh and through Bosnia to be able to supply, should a case come up where the U.S. military is in a Mariupol situation? Are they able to supply them, to relieve them, to provide ammunition?
Are you referring to like airdropping?
I'm referring to whatever possibilities there are. Airdropping is one of them, yeah.
Look, the president's been very clear. We are not going to have U.S. forces fighting in Ukraine, and that includes in the skies over Ukraine. And that policy has not changed because of the potential that it could lead to direct armed conflict with Russia.
I wasn't asking about the U.S. in Mariupol. I was citing Mariupol as a reference point. If that happened in the future, has the U.S. changed its way of delivering supplies as it did in Khe Sanh and so forth? In other words, we're talking about the U.S. military capabilities in a situation like
I'm afraid I am not only not an expert on artillery, I'm not an expert on airdrop supplies and logistics. We can get you in touch with somebody here at the Pentagon who can give you a much deeper dive on how we do resupply from the air. Obviously, we have that capability, but I'm afraid I'm not qualified to offer much on that.
And anybody who looks at you realizes you're not part of the Vietnam generation.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope so. Thank you.
I want to tap your expertise on defense contracting.
Can we just go to another question now? That's good. This is going to be a short exchange, Tony.
Well, April 1st, you guys announced $300 million for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. That's not drawdown authority, that's contracting. So far, you've done one contract for Pumas, but not for the breadth of the other list, including Switchblades and laser-guided rockets. Where are those right? Where are those contracts?
Yeah, we're working hard on that. I mean, I can tell you, Mr. LaPlante, our new Undersecretary for Acquisitions and Sustainment, is personally leading this effort. You're right, the Puma contract is the first one let. It won't be the last, but we're working hard on that right now.
I ask you, energizing the defense industrial base, you guys keep talking about that. Has the Pentagon, has Secretary Austin or Secretary Hicks decided to invoke the so-called the DX rule on programs? DX is the highest rated acquisition program. It's like MRAPs in the Gates era. Are any programs being eyed to consider them DX highest priority?
I don't have any decisions to read out with respect to the DX rating, Tony. I mean, this is something that we look at periodically. What is and what isn't given a DX rating, and what that rating should be. I don't have any updates for you on that.
Okay, so we have been listening into John Kirby there, the Pentagon press secretary, talk about what this military aid package is going to look like that is going to Ukraine. And we heard it should be there by this weekend, $800 million worth, some of which includes, and I want to read in part from the list, howitzers, artillery rounds, tactical vehicles, Phoenix Ghost drones that we talked about with national security expert Hal Kempfer, field equipment, and many parts to some of these weapons as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to still be showing and talking about Ukraine and the war there on day 57 because some Ukrainian leaders were visiting Washington today, meeting with lawmakers, meeting with President Biden. We'll have that after the break. I'm Andrew Kraft. That's a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol, where earlier today, Speaker Pelosi met with the Ukrainian Prime Minister on Capitol Hill, also meeting with the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. They also met, I believe, with President Biden before he left for his trip to the Pacific Northwest. Let's just show you some of those remarks as Speaker Pelosi meeting with these Ukrainian officials.
Admiration and respect for the people of Ukraine, for their courage, for their commitment to democracy, for their love of their country. I do so on behalf of bipartisan support in the Congress of the United States to help with those aspirations, because the fight of Ukrainian people for democracy is a fight for democracy even beyond the borders of Ukraine, the fight against dictatorship and autocracy. We're very proud to be working with our president, President Biden, who has been a unifier within NATO, a unifier in terms of the U.S. government, and now a unifier with the Ukrainian people in so many ways. He announced this morning some expanded sanctions as well as some opportunities to help meet the needs of the Ukrainian people. We have passed, as you know, a $13.6 billion legislation, appropriation that is about humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and military assistance. We want to do more. The president said he will be asking Congress for more. We'll learn about that in the next day or so, to be taken up as soon as we can next week. We want to learn, though, from the distinguished ambassador, Shimha, from Ukraine, as to what the priorities and needs are, so that we can be on time, ahead of time, for some of them in anticipation of some further needs. So again, I just say that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is outside the circle of civilized human behavior. It's horrible. Words are almost inadequate to describe it, and that's why we're so privileged to have received the permission from the Ukrainian government to display their photographs and public manifestations of the war. Starting on April 28th, will be in the Capitol of the United States. In the hallowed halls of the Capitol of the United States, we will be demonstrating for a number of weeks the photographs of what is happening in Ukraine, the impression. So it'll be, again, another manifestation of our ongoing commitment, respect, just being in awe of the leadership of President Zelensky, of President Shimha, and we welcome him to the Capitol. Mr. Prime Minister.
Dear Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, it's a big honor to be here. 57th day of terrible war in my country, but we are fighting. We have and we feel great support from United States, personally from President Biden, from Madam Speaker. We have now the main task: to have ammunition, to have sanctions, to have finances, and to have European perspectives for my country. We have all of this. We have supplying new technologies, ammunition. We have sanctions. We work together. We coordinate. The sanctions should be very effective. We need secondary sanctions. We need 6th package of sanctions, and we work closely together. And we also need some finances to finance internally displaced persons, to finance our refugees all around the world, especially in European countries, but all around the world, in all democratic countries. We need money for mine cleaning activity, because it's a terrible situation. More than 120,000 square miles are under mining in my country, and we need again develop this activity, which is not regular activity for a normal country in 21st century, but we need money, we need technologies, we need support in this sphere. We also need support these people which are suffering on the territories where the big battles, or near of which big battles are continuous, because more than 10 million people are suffering because there is no food, no water, no electricity or water supplying, so we again support them, and we have support from our partners in this activity. And thank you, the United States, for its leadership position in this. Thank you personally to Madam Speaker for your leadership in support of Ukraine, and actually for your understanding which problems, which challenges we have in our country because of this terrible war and terrible crimes and atrocities which we have in my country, unfortunately, in the 21st century. So thank you to people of United States for grateful support of my country, and we hope that we will win, and all together, because now the aims of Russia are to create next crises. An energy crisis, we go through this in the winter time. Now they create migration crisis. Now their purpose and the aim is create food crisis in African, Asian and European countries. So I hope that United States also will take leadership position in this issue, in this direction, and will support Ukraine and all of the countries to stop and do not let Russians create next and next crises in the democratic countries all around the world. So thank you, and big honor for me to be here.
Thank you, Thank you, Prime Minister Shmyhal. We will now go to a bipartisan meeting, leadership meeting, where we will again be inspired as well as informed by the Prime Minister as to the priorities that we need to be addressing. Our support has always been bipartisan. It will continue to be. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
All right, Speaker Pelosi there with the Ukrainian Prime Minister Day in the halls of the Capitol. Right now, though, we're going to go out to Ukraine. Earlier today, we heard from the mayor of Mariupol, the city that is besieged right now by Russian soldiers and has been for several weeks. Ukrainian fighters there still holding out at the center of battle at this steel plant in a part of the city. Well, the mayor today is saying that satellite images could potentially show thousands of bodies in mass graves in parts of Mariupol. Let's hear from the mayor right now.
So we need a stable ceasefire. Unfortunately, you know, for 57 days, the city is bombed, and those places where residents are hiding are bombed. And we have all international parties involved. We ask for that ceasefire, for us to announce local residents, to establish the location, the point where we would start the evacuation, for us to be able to start that evacuation, and then we would start and evacuate local residents to the government-controlled part of Ukraine. We ask everybody. Yesterday, President Zelensky proposed, and other leaders of negotiations offered various exchanges and so on. But we have to understand that only the president of that criminal government, Vladimir Putin, believes he has the right to Mariupol. Thank you, Vadim, and I'd like to let journalists here in the studio ask their questions. Please introduce yourself and speak into the microphone.
I'm Rula Al-Khatib from Al Arabiya and Al Hadath News channel. We came from Dubai. I have a couple of questions for you. First, what's your first comment about what the Russians said, that they occupied whole Mariupol and are getting ready for a parade? This is the first question. The second question, how long do you think the Azov and the civilians can survive inside Azovstal after Putin announced that they'll put them under siege? What do they have inside to survive from food, electricity, water? And we would like to know the numbers, the exact numbers of civilians there and the Azov fighters. In addition, please, it was not clear for me, the number of the people in Mariupol who were evacuated till now, the number of the killed civilians, and the number of people who are still in Mariupol. Thank you.
I will start from your last question. As soon as the invasion started, it was still possible for people who decided to leave Mariupol. You know, some of them would live in their own cars, some of them would use trains which were still moving until the time when the Russian troops destroyed this possibility. So for that time, since the beginning of the invasion, about 100,000 people left Mariupol, 100,000. Then the Russian troops captured the whole Mariupol. The whole Mariupol became like prisoners. We were waiting. We launched various missions about evacuation. But as soon as people would reach the first roadblock, the first checkpoint, we would be told by those invaders that we don't have any instruction for you to leave the city, so get back to the city. That's what they told the people. So on the 13th of March, when all our international partners joined efforts for one goal, for one end, for residents of Mariupol to be able to evacuate, but, you know, without ceasefire. At that time, on the 13th of March, I personally led that mission, but we did not get to the city of Mariupol to enable it. But they opened this opportunity, and now residents started leaving the city using their private cars. And by now, until today, the number of people who left Mariupol to government-controlled part of Ukraine is in excess of 100,000 people. Now around the city, in Berdyansk, in villages, there are 50,000 people who are waiting for evacuation. There are also people forcefully evacuated to Russian Federation through that filtering. It's actually deportation, and the number of people transported to Russian Federation or so-called Donetsk People's Republic is more than 40,000 residents of Mariupol. And in the city we now have more than 100,000 people. The city was and is and remains the Ukrainian city, because now our brave defenders, our heroes, our warriors are defending it as much as possible. They are defending our city. So, you know, whatever statements are made, the city is and will be Ukrainian city. But we still ask, you know, everybody, the international community should join efforts towards one goal. The local residents, which are under threat of elimination of killing there in Azovstal, they should leave. So we ask for a ceasefire, at least for one day, for us to be able to make announcements to those residents of Mariupol hiding in shelters in Azovstal, for them to leave to some place, and our warriors would also leave with their weapons. Now they are defending it, but you know that these are the only conditions upon which they are ready and we are ready. And now there have been negotiations running on various levels for it to happen. Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions? You are welcome.
Mr. Mayor, it's Luke Harding here from The Guardian newspaper. The Russians seem to have their own new mayor of Mariupol. They seem to have got rid of you and replaced you with something else, with someone else. Can you speak to what the Russians do in areas they occupy in terms of creating political structures, replacing elected officials with their own people? What's happening in Mariupol, and what does this say about their methods in occupied areas?
Методи в них були і залишаються підслідними. Ми це робили з початку 2014 року. Підходи не Я чую переклад.
Sorry. Their methods were and still are the same since the beginning of 2014. So those leaders who wanted to have so-called Donetsk People's Republic in Mariupol did not surrender in 2014, but I would like to remind you that for 2 months, again, Mariupol was occupied by so-called Donetsk People's Republic, but they did not surrender. And back then, those leaders of so-called Donetsk People's Republic, back then and now, they are the same people, that's the same situation. So what they did? They used so-called opposition bloc for life political party. They used local elections. They brought their local leaders hiding within the ranks of that party. Before that, they were under the previous mayor, they were in government positions. And unfortunately, I have to say that they were adjusting people, Russians' fire against infrastructural sites. And in that way, we have lost our electricity supply, we have lost our water supply, our heating supply, our natural gas supply, our food supply. They were shelling everything, and they were adjusting the Russian shelling. And they were also targeting that Russian fire on evacuation buses, which since the very first days of March until the 10th of March, they destroyed more than 100 buses which we wanted to use in evacuation. And it was done by so-called, by Mr. Kharmyshev and Mr. Ivashenko from so-called opposition bloc for life party. They said that now they're the local authorities here. What they're doing now, the first thing they started doing is now, jointly with Russian occupational forces, they destroyed the evidence, destroyed the trace of their own war crimes. As we understand, they have been burying those dead bodies, and we know where they are burying those dead bodies to hide their war crimes. So those collaborators have now been helping Russian troops, the occupiers. Thank you. Any more questions? You're welcome.
Just one clarification on numbers. At the beginning, you said that the 4 buses had left with 80 people. I'm assuming that's yesterday and not today. And to be clear on the number of civilians still in Mariupol, is it right to say there are about 1,000 civilians inside the steel factories still? And I think according to your figure, about 100,000 still in the city outside the steel factory. Have I got that correct?
100,000 local residents are staying in the occupied Mariupol. In Azovstal steel factory, it's difficult to calculate, it's difficult to count, but according to our estimates, there are 300 to 1,000 residents hiding there, 300 to 1,000. For us to be able to count them, we have to have a ceasefire, at least for one day, for us to see whether they are alive or not, for us to count, to calculate, to count how many of them are there, still there. Because unfortunately now there is still shelling, there is still bombing and all that, so it's impossible to count people, for you to understand. Now, in Mariupol, I am to emphasize, with the help of so-called leaders of that opposition bloc for life, who now became so-called local authorities, more than 20,000 residents have been killed in Mariupol. In the city itself, there are still 100,000 people remaining. Yesterday, unfortunately, it was announced that there would be many buses, that there would be wide-scale evacuation just before Easter, which is a great holiday. There would be a large-scale evacuation, there would be many buses, but there were just 7 buses arriving and just 4 buses reached the end point, and there were just 80 residents of Mariupol, but we thank even for those, because it means 80,000 lives rescued. Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Boychenko. Thank you for finding time to join us on air. Thank you. Dear friends, I would like to remind you that you're welcome to monitor our announcements. We're developing our schedule for tomorrow. Stay with us. Thank you. Bye.
And the siege of Mariupol continues, and we'll cover every single aspect and layer to the war here in Ukraine, and we bring on experts talking about it, keeping you updated with the latest live, raw, and unfiltered news, not only here at home, but also around the world. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, many of these top headlines here in the U.S. In 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday night. I just want to show you a Live Now look right there at the U.S. Capitol. You'll remember just yesterday there was a scare there, having to evacuate the entire Capitol complex and many other congressional office buildings nearby because of impending aircraft. Well, we learned from the Capitol Police that there was no threat to the Capitol complex, of course. It was the U.S. Army parachutists who were practicing as they were going to parachute down for the Nats game last night on Military Appreciation Night, and you can see them right there from video yesterday. Well, now the U.S. Army Recruiting Command has confirmed there was approval for the Golden Knights parachute team demonstration at a baseball game in Washington that caused a brief evacuation of the Capitol based on a false threat alert regarding the team's aircraft. They say after an initial review of the pre-planning and coordination for the U.S. Army Golden Knights flight and parachute demonstration, we have confirmed that the parachute team filed all appropriate and required FAA documentation and received FAA approval prior to operating within the National Capital Region's airspace. The team also confirmed the pilots established and maintained communication with the FAA prior to and throughout the operation. So a lot of fingers are being pointed both at the FAA, at the U.S. Army Golden Knights, at the U.S. Capitol Police, at Speaker Pelosi especially. And so the blame seems to be thrown around here. So we just wanted to make sure we updated you on that story on this Thursday night. Well, there are a lot of entertainment headlines, of course, here on Live Now from Fox. We've been following every latest detail from the defamation trial between the actor Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. Depp suing Heard for $50 million over a op-ed piece she wrote in the Washington Post accusing him of abuse. And so Johnny Depp has been on the stand. He's been cross-examined as well by her attorneys. Well, Fox News correspondent David Spunt has been following this every step of the way from the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. Here's his report.
Another day of stunning testimony from actor Johnny Depp as lawyers for the actor's ex-wife, Amber Heard, tried to derail Depp's defamation suit during cross-examination.
I said that I had had a glass of champagne and I had taken a double dose of the narcotics, of the opiates. That's a very different thing from being drunk.
Heard's attorney, Ben Rottenborn, focused on Depp's drug and alcohol use.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period?
Isn't happy hour anytime?
He attempted to paint a picture of Depp's behavior. Rottenborn showed a photo he says is of the actor passed out, holding a melting container of ice cream. Another photo allegedly of Depp's cocaine-laced table, and this recording of the actor. Heard's team also claims Depp had a bad temper.
You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or two, yes, sir.
They recalled a 2013 text from Depp to another actor where Depp said he wanted to burn Amber. Depp says he never physically or sexually assaulted his ex-wife and testified she was the aggressor in their relationship. When Amber Heard takes the stand, she's expected to testify she only hit Depp in self-defense. In Fairfax, Virginia, David Spunt, Fox News.
David, thanks so much there. Well, there's also some more entertainment news. This one regarding the boxer Mike Tyson getting in a brawl on a plane. He was leaving from San Francisco, going to Florida. Here is Fox 2 Bay Area reporter Henry Lee with the latest. Take a look.
Former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson caught on video punching a fellow passenger on a JetBlue plane at San Francisco International Airport. TMZ obtained cell phone video of the confrontation.
Who wants to be hit by Mike Tyson? My Lord. He packs a punch, as we've seen in the ring.
It happened Wednesday night as Tyson was set to fly out of SFO to Florida. He was in San Francisco to attend the 420 Cannabis Festival. According to TMZ, Tyson took a selfie with a man who was extremely intoxicated. The man sat behind Tyson and continued trying to talk to him. Tyson's reps also say the man threw a water bottle at him. In the video, Tyson punches the man in his face several times. The man was treated at the scene for facial injuries, but provided minimal details of the incident to San Francisco Airport Police and refused to cooperate further. The men were not arrested and were released from the scene. SFPD says this video surfaced after they talked to the men. Any follow-up investigation will be handled by the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office.
I know a lot of people are under the misconception that, oh, his fists are a deadly weapon. No, they're not.
But KTVU legal analyst Michael Cardoza says the man who was punched could potentially have a case against Tyson, both in criminal and civil court.
He has no right to punch anybody, no matter what that person said to him. That's not justification for punching someone, especially with Mike Tyson's skills.
Cardoza says Tyson's celebrity status could cut both ways.
But he is a trained boxer. That certainly would cut against him in a courtroom should it ever get to a jury trial, which I doubt it ever will.
Cardoza had one word of advice for Tyson.
Get anger management, Michael.
Okay, and if we do get any statements or if Mike Tyson tweets about this, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, this really shocked the entertainment world yesterday. A$AP Rocky getting arrested as he got off a flight at Los Angeles' airport. He was coming back from the Barbados, of course, where his girlfriend is from, and that, of course, is Rihanna, and she's pregnant with their first child. Well, Fox 11 in Los Angeles looked closer at what this arrest means and what the charges he's facing.
This time yesterday, Amanda, you remember this, we were just getting word that A$AP Rocky had been arrested at LAX. So 24 hours later, what more are we learning?
Well, we do know that he was taken to jail around 12:42 p.m. and actually made bail $550,000 and was released 3 hours later. So that's what we know as of now. The rapper A$AP Rocky, whose real name is Rakim Mayers, is now out on that $500,000 bond this morning, a day after police arrested him in connection with the shooting in Hollywood Hills. The shooting happened in November of 2021 after an argument between Rocky and the victim, who police say A$AP Rocky did know. The rapper allegedly fired shots at the victim with a handgun and then took off with two other men. The victim was allegedly grazed by the bullets on the hand. A$AP Rocky's next court date is August 17th. For more on this, let's welcome DJ Head from TMZ Hip Hop. Hey, DJ Head, what's up?
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
Of course, listen, it is not a slow news week in the entertainment world, that is for sure. And you know, his name may be A$AP Rocky, but it wasn't A$AP for them bringing him in. I mean, this happened in November and him getting arrested was just yesterday. What do you think took so long?
Well, normally, you know, in these types of cases, they usually give the entertainers a heads up, like, hey, this is the thing, and they give the attorneys the opportunity to, you know, surrender themselves, walk them into the police station. In this case, they arrested A$AP Rocky as soon as they landed, right off the plane. It was kind of interesting, though, how the case unfolded, because it was kind of a long stretch, but from what I'm hearing is that someone just came forward, and so they have new information that led to the arrest.
I see. And he just got back from Barbados with his beautiful girlfriend and mother-to-be Rihanna. Oh.
A lot of the ladies here at TMZ are very upset about A$AP Rocky being arrested, like on the hills, and we never know. You know, Rihanna could go into labor at any time, and so it's kind of a high-stress situation, especially for Black women who have a hard time during pregnancies and stuff like that. So it's kind of an interesting turn of events right now.
I'm hoping she stays healthy and safe because, like you said, she could go into labor soon. She's in her 3rd trimester, so
and also
good stuff to Rihanna.
And also something to point out too is that, you know, A$AP he posted the bond, like you said, he posted the bail, so he's out right now. But we don't know, like, if she does go into labor soon, then I guess he could probably be there for that. But, you know, part of this process is usually when they surrender the passports. And as we know, they wanted to have the baby in Barbados. So it's kind of interesting what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, that is interesting. Last question, you know, it seems like he can't catch a break. A few years ago, it was that assault incident in Sweden. Last week, there were those alleged rumors of infidelity, and now this. What's going on? What's going on with ASAP Rocky?
I think, you know what it is? I'm gonna be honest with you. I think people just they just want in. People just want to be involved in this pregnancy so bad that they're finding anything. We actually broke a story here at TMZ Hip Hop where that was false. You know, the person it was basically a Twitter troll saying that they were clout chasing. They just wanted to be involved in the story. So it's just people wanting to be a part of this story because it's unprecedented.
Right. Well, we will definitely still be talking about this. There's lots more to come. We appreciate you coming on and breaking it all down for us. TMZ Hip Hop airs every day right here on Fox 11 at 2:30 p.m. and once again at midnight. Thank you so much, DJ Head. That was a big story yesterday. So appreciate you. Appreciate it. This is a big story, and just sending a lot of love to Rihanna right now.
Absolutely. Not something you need when you're expecting. You know, there's a lot going on for her. All right. Thanks so much, Amanda. We'll see you next hour. Still to come, a real treat for anybody who loves to read. A great event, great for the family.
Okay, Fox 11 in Los Angeles there. Speaking to TMZ, we spoke to TMZ yesterday about ASAP Rocky's arrest and what it means, especially for their relationship. He and Rihanna, they're expecting their first child. This definitely throws a wrench into all of that. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to head out now to New Jersey. Many residents there were lining up for the first day of recreational marijuana sales, now legal in the Garden State. Let's hear from our reporters who talked to some of them.
We expect a rather large crowd.
The grass is greener in New Jersey today. Rochelle Park Administrator Jack Terhune says his township is ready for the sale of recreational marijuana to begin at the Ascend Dispensary off Route 17.
We've worked well with the company. They've been very cooperative. The police has met with them on numerous occasions.
The company is one of 7 that's been given the green light by the state's Cannabis Regulatory Commission to sell pot to adults 21 and older. And a total of 13 of their retail dispensaries are opening to recreational smokers this morning.
I think this is something that has been a long time coming. We're just happy to be in the first wave of dispensaries to be able to open this market.
Stoners will be able to buy up to an ounce of weed according to state law, and they'll be paying a sales tax of 6.6%. Plus, towns can levy a tax of up to 2%. Dozens of other marijuana companies, cultivators, and manufacturers have also been awarded conditional licenses by the commission. All of it opening the doors to what analysts believe could be a $2 billion market by 2025.
Helping with more medical things than it is harming anyone, so I don't see why not.
I think a lot of people are going to probably abuse it.
The Garden State will be the 12th in the nation to open recreational dispensaries. Several other states like New York and Connecticut have legalized pot but are still working to get their retail markets up and running. It's a major change for all who live in the region, especially Terhune, who spent decades in New Jersey law enforcement, enforcing, among other things, laws forbidding the sale, possession, and use of marijuana.
Obviously, a lot of things change over time, and this is yet another example.
All right, interesting story there out of New Jersey. Remember, on the ballot back in 2020, voters, they wanted this, and of course it went through in a referendum, and now this is the first day that recreational marijuana was on sale legally there in New Jersey. We have a beautiful live look out of New York City at the moment, the Empire State Building, smack dab in the middle there, twinkling in green, and I'm not sure exactly why. Well, let's go not too far from New York City. We have a LiveNOW look out of Philadelphia. Also, I believe this is the Wildwood, New Jersey boardwalk there. So a lot of these East Coast shots you can see. We also have another live look out of Midtown Manhattan as well. That's right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters on 6th Avenue, the Avenue of the Americas. But this one right here, this is Philadelphia, and we're learning just about an hour ago, Philadelphia will end its indoor mask mandate amid blowback. Now, this was just days after it went into effect. You might remember, I believe a week ago Monday, the city of brotherly love, to many people who were shocked, there's downtown Philly right there, put back into place an indoor mask mandate after lifting it. Now, a little over a week later, another reversal. They're ending the indoor mask mandate yet again. So, kind of back and forth here in Philadelphia when it comes to the mask mandate indoors. Well, our next story is going to take us to the Sunshine State, the state of Florida. As you know, the battle has been brewing between Disney and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Well, earlier today, a special district that allows the Walt Disney Company to act as its own government is now, or may soon to be rather, dissolved. The Florida State Legislature has passed a bill calling for an end to what's known as the Reedy Creek Special District. The Disney properties are located within Orange and Osceola counties. If Governor DeSantis signs the bill into law, the district would be dissolved effective June 1st of next year. That means the Reedy Creek employees would be employed by the counties, and the infrastructure would be the county's responsibility. The Reedy Creek Special District was formed back in the late 60s, 55 years ago. Now, Florida's Governor DeSantis has been in a feud with Disney over the company's denouncement of Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which limits early education teachings on sexual orientation and gender identity in the classroom. Right now, we're going to get a report on all of this from Fox 35 in Orlando.
There's absolutely no reason for anyone to think there would be a tax increase unless the local politicians, for whatever reason, wanted to issue one.
And Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming says taxpayers could get stuck with the bill to pay for services like fire and EMS inside the theme parks, at the resorts, and other nearby property.
If we had to take over the first response to public safety components for Reedy Creek with no new revenue, that would be catastrophic for our budget.
Mayor Deming says it could place an undue burden on taxpayers.
So until we have all of the specifics, it's hard to say what the specific answers or impacts would be.
I don't really believe that the residents or the taxpayers of Orange County are going to get stuck with any part of it.
Florida Association of Special Districts Executive Director Dave Ramba is the man responsible for overseeing 1,600 districts like Reedy Creek. He explains one possible scenario.
Orange County could create its own dependent district around Reedy Creek and assess them that exact same amount of money that they need to pay the bills.
He says Disney pays $120 million in property taxes and says Orange and Osceola counties have benefited from that income.
So both of those counties are getting a pretty substantial windfall for the past 50 years.
He also says taxpayers shouldn't be worried about getting stuck with Disney's debt.
Sounds like $1 billion is a lot of money, but think about how much the Walt Disney World Corporation is worth, and their assets that are located there are in the many multiples of billions of dollars.
Okay, interesting dynamic there in Florida. Florida politics is always so interesting, but now a lot of them up against Walt Disney World and the park there. So we'll see what happens, but that is the news out of that special session of the Florida legislature, voting to dissolve that special status. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll have an update from down on the southern border. We'll also be hearing from Texas Governor Greg Abbott on immigration and crime. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said before the break, though, we want to hear from Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin, who does such tremendous reporting down at the southern border about where the crisis stands. Here's his report.
As day breaks in Eagle Pass, Texas this morning, migrants make their move, wading across the Rio Grande to cross into the U.S. illegally. Multiple groups in multiple parts of the river. They come from all around the world. Haitians, Africans, Central Americans, Cubans, and Venezuelans amongst them. It's a scene that plays out daily in one of the epicenters of the current border crisis, with illegal crossings also taking place in the dark of night. As one group of migrants is processed by Border Patrol, behind them, the body of another migrant is pulled from the water by Mexican police on the Mexican side of the river, one of several drowning victims here this week alone. A short time later, a massive convoy of Mexican military and police showed up on the Mexican side of the river. It was a huge show of force, and Fox News is told it was all part of a security agreement recently made between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the governor of the Mexican state of Coahuila. More border enforcement on the Mexican side in exchange for Texas dropping enhanced vehicle inspections on trucks coming in from Mexico. But after that Mexican convoy left, illegal crossings into Eagle Pass continued in broad daylight. In Del Rio sector, Border Patrol agents report they found these unaccompanied migrant children in 3 separate incidents. And in the Rio Grande Valley sector, border agents found this abandoned 2-year-old Honduran boy near Roma, Texas. He only had a birth certificate with his father's information written on the back of it. There have been more than 38,000 of these unaccompanied children found in the RGV sector since October.
Between the president and the border czar Kamala Harris and Secretary Mayorkas, it's like the island of misfit toys. I mean, none of them have done a single thing to secure a border.
And you can add 2 more names to the growing list of vulnerable Democrats speaking out about Title 42. Virginia Representative Abigail Spanberger and Michigan Representative Alyssa Slotkin both penning a letter to DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas urging him, do not let Title 42 drop without first having a plan in place. Reporting in Eagle Pass, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Bill, thanks so much. And right now, Title 42 is still expected to end May the 23rd, barring some intervention on the Biden administration's part. There have been some reports that they may delay that or do away with that end time altogether, so we'll be on the lookout for that. Well, we heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott today, speaking in San Antonio, talking with law enforcement officials about the border issue, but also about the issue of crime overall in the Lone Star State. Let's listen in.
Of bail reform. We've seen most prolifically in Harris County, but also in some other counties, the horrific practice of having criminals arrested and then released on either no bail or low bail, only to go out and actually kill somebody after being released because of that low bail. We passed a law this past session to crack down on those lax bail practices. We also need a constitutional amendment to make that bail reform complete. We will be bringing that constitutional amendment back up in this next session. What happened is we brought it up both at the regular session and the special session this last time, and all Republicans supported it, only Democrats were against it. We need that constitutional amendment to pass to ensure that we have stricter bail laws in the state of Texas. And then, as we speak right now, we're dealing with what is probably the widest, most prolific crime challenge and law enforcement challenges we have in the state. And that is the open border policies that have been imposed by the Biden administration. Under the Biden administration, there have been more than 1.6 million people allowed into the state of Texas, allowed in an illegal fashion. And this has led to an enormous burden on local communities across the state, candidly even in communities like San Antonio and Houston. So in response to that, I've deployed 10,000 National Guard and Texas Department of Public Safety officers. Together, they've apprehended more than 200,000 migrants. They've arrested more than 11,000 criminals, including people who have previously been convicted of murder and previously convicted of raping a child. And they have arrested enough fentanyl they have seized enough fentanyl that would be enough to kill every man, woman, and child in Texas as well as many other states. And Texas is now building our own border wall. All of that is in response to the open border policies that we have right now. All of this is about to get worse in 1 month when the Biden administration is going to end the Title 42 expulsions. When that happens, according to the Biden administration itself, it should lead to about 18,000 people crossing the border illegally a day. If you multiply that out annually, that would be more than 6 million people coming across the border illegally in just a year. And let's just say only half of that involves the state of Texas. Next year, we may see more people coming across the Texas border illegally than we have in the total population of our largest city, the city of Houston. There is no way, whether it's from a law enforcement perspective or a city or county community service perspective or a taxpayer perspective, that we as a state are going to be able to deal with that many people coming across our border illegally. And because of that, we have already taken certain measures to step up what Texas is doing, undertaking unprecedented action to make sure that we're trying to stem the flow of illegal immigrants. One of these measures is the measure of what we're doing to bus people from the Rio Grande Valley or from the border region to Washington, D.C. The catalyst for this was in my talking with local officials on the border. They were having the Biden administration just drop off dozens, if not hundreds, of migrants into their community that they had no capability of dealing with whatsoever. Some of those local communities were putting people on buses, sending them right here to San Antonio, Texas. I said, I have a better idea. Let's not send them to San Antonio. Let's send them to Washington, D.C. And ever since then, we have now sent a total of 10 buses of migrants from the border region to Washington, D.C., including 3 that are arriving today. Typically, until yesterday, we've been sending about 1 bus a day. Yesterday was the first day that we sent 2 buses in 1 day. Other strategies involve things like establishing boat blockades to prevent people from being able to cross the river. Now, also, very importantly, historically, candidly, because the Biden administration is, for one, not imposing federal law and securing the border. And then for another, Biden administration is not doing what other presidents have done, and that is to work with officials in Mexico to try to resolve this problem. It has fallen on the shoulders of the Texas governor, myself, to negotiate with the governors of Mexico for better border security. That's exactly what I did last week, establishing 4 historic agreements with the 4 governors of the 4 Mexican states that are adjacent to Texas that have border bridges coming into our states. And what they've agreed to is heightened border security measures on their side of the border that will reduce illegal immigration into Texas. You can see examples of exactly what they're doing if you just look at my Twitter account today and see what we posted about what the governor of Coahuila and what the state of Coahuila is doing to increase the border security presence. It's very impressive. Bottom line is this on the border, and that is in just a matter of a few weeks, I have done more to secure the border with Mexico than President Biden has done in his entire time in office. The bottom line is this: Texans deserve safe communities, whether it's on the border, whether it's in San Antonio, whether it's in the Panhandle, it does not matter. Safety in your communities is of paramount importance in Texas. Safe communities is a Texas value. Safe communities need law enforcement officers to help keep those communities safe. Law enforcement officers like those here today. The reason why I came here today is to meet with these representatives of law enforcement to learn more about what we as a state can do to address crime in our state, as well as to address the challenges that these law enforcement officers are having. These are ideas and strategies on top of the ones I just told you about that we've already undertaken. And I wrote some notes down about some of the things that came up that I'll be taking back to Austin, Texas, and working with members of the legislature on. One is there is a need for increase in funding. As was pointed out, it's one thing to prevent cities from defunding law enforcement, but when you look at the increase in population. That leads to an increase in demand for law enforcement, an increase in demand that's not being met with the funding that's being provided. And so we will look into strategies to provide more funding and establish higher staffing levels to ensure that law enforcement will be able to achieve our common goal, and that is to provide safe communities. Another thing that was brought up today is something that legislators in Austin, we grappled with this past session, but were unable to come up with an answer to. But because I heard it again today, we're going to go work to tackle it again this next session. And that is, we as a state need to hold district attorneys accountable for their lax policies and not prosecuting certain crimes that either let dangerous criminals out of being prosecuted, or because of their lax policies, it leads to more crime. An easy example is some DAs have a practice of not prosecuting people who steal under a certain dollar amount. If that's going to happen, that's going to lead to great devastation for the stores that are providing goods that these criminals can just walk in and walk out with. And so we will once again be addressing whether or not there are strategies that the state of Texas can use to hold district attorneys accountable for not enforcing the laws that are policy decisions by the legislature that are imposed in statute. Another thing brought up, which I thought was interesting because it's contrary to what I hear from other voices. The comment was more law enforcement officers who focus on mental health. So that there are certain crime scenes or certain situations where a law enforcement officer will be called out to that does require someone with mental health expertise. Some have said that well, as opposed to sending a law enforcement officer, something like a social worker should be sent. And as was easily pointed out, those situations can quickly escalate from something that's not potentially criminal or not potentially dangerous to something that is both dangerous and criminal, which is why you need a trained law enforcement officer who's also trained with mental health skills to be able to de-escalate that situation in a very peaceful way. And then I could go on. I'll mention one last thing because it's something that I thought we had taken care of, but apparently not. And that is, we're finding here in San Antonio, Texas, a proliferation of cartels advertising on TikTok, recruiting teenagers to assist the cartels in their crimes, whether it be smuggling people, smuggling drugs, or other crimes. That's something that must stop. And we're going to stop it first by talking to TikTok. I'm talking to TikTok directly right now. TikTok, stop allowing your platform to be used for cartels to advertise, to recruit Texans or Americans to commit crimes aiding and abetting cartels. Otherwise, TikTok, you are a part of a criminal enterprise of aiding and abetting cartels committing crimes in the United States of America. Texans want a law and order state. I will work with our law enforcement officers to achieve that goal. Someone I work with every day to achieve that goal is the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw.
Thank you, Governor.
Strong words there from Texas Governor Greg Abbott with this meeting of law enforcement officials today talking about what more they can do to secure the southern border. We've talked a lot about immigration today, but we do have a few more stories left on this Thursday night to get to, kind of previewing what we have in store tomorrow, what we'll be watching for on Friday, the last day of the week. We're almost to the weekend. So more on that in 2 minutes. back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look at Philadelphia there. We reported just a few minutes ago that they are reversing now their indoor mask mandate that they just put back into place a little over a week ago amid backlash. And so we're continuing to follow the mask wars here on Live Now from Fox after that Florida judge threw everything into flux about wearing a mask on public transit, airplanes, trains, buses. And so right now, you don't have to, but in certain places, you still do. So we're going to continue to follow that story here. Also, we'll be watching out with the latest on what Elon Musk is going to do. Is he or is he not going to buy Twitter? Of course, we learned today that he has secured the funding, according to reports. He has secured the money for his bid to take Twitter private and is considering making his pitch directly to shareholders. Musk recently became the social media company's largest individual investor, told Twitter's board last week he wanted to buy the entire company, but he didn't say how he would pay for it. Now, in a new filing today with the SEC, the billionaire Tesla CEO said he's lined up $46.5 billion to fund his offer of $54.20 a share. Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and several other lenders have promised to lend $25.5 billion, and this is backed in part by some of his Tesla shares. Musk is the richest person in the world, said he will cover the remaining $21 billion himself. So interesting to note there. We'll be on top of that. Also, some other stories we'll be following, making sure you're aware of all the latest developments. So many of these wildfires here in the state of Arizona, the Tunnel Fire, the Crooks Fire, not much has been contained so far. Structures have been destroyed, evacuations still in place. So an active wildfire season already underway here in Arizona. And then, of course, we go out to the White House and we'll be giving you all the latest about President Biden's schedule. And, of course, we know that he will be in Seattle tomorrow. This is the second and last leg of this Pacific Northwest tour. He'll be speaking about infrastructure. He'll be speaking about so many other issues that are crucial to retaining the majority in the midterm elections later this year. So we'll have live coverage of the president's remarks in Seattle tomorrow. Remember, he was in Portland, Oregon today. And so this is, I believe, the first time he's been out to the Pacific Northwest since he became president. So also Earth Day is tomorrow. We'll have some special coverage of that, speaking with people about that, also with our reporters for some Earth-related content. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. One last story on this Thursday night. Of course, we brought you the news yesterday, previewing this today, that today is Queen Elizabeth II's 96th birthday. Well, all of Great Britain and the UK were out in full force, many holding ceremonies, wishing the Queen a happy birthday. We're going to play out one in the last couple minutes here, and this is one of the Queen's favorite events to attend. She was not able to. Have a look. So Queen Elizabeth II today marking her 96th birthday privately, retreating to the Sandringham estate in eastern England that has offered the monarch and her late husband, Prince Philip, a refuge from the affairs of state. She's expected to spend the day at the estate's Wood Farm Cottage. It's a personal sanctuary where she also spent her first Christmas since Prince Philip's death in April of last year. Philip loved the cottage, in part because it's close to the sea, she said in February when hosting a rare public event at Sandringham. This birthday comes during the Queen's Platinum Jubilee year, marking her 70 years on the throne. Thursday will be low-key. Public celebrations will take place from June 2nd to June 5th, when 4 days of Jubilee festivities have been scheduled to coincide with the monarch's official birthday. And so you can see some of the Marine Guards there playing in the band. We're just going to watch some of the pomp and pageantry of this today from earlier in the UK. Okay, so what we're watching right now, this is out of Hyde Park in London. If you've ever been to London, it's kind of like their Central Park, but a Royal Horse Artillery 41-gun salute fire from Hyde Park today took place. We're going to watch it all unfold here. This is to celebrate the birthday of Queen Elizabeth II as she turns 96. This is, of course, a couple months ahead of her Platinum Jubilee, marking 70 years on the British throne. Let's listen back in. And a very happy birthday to Queen Elizabeth II at the ripe old age of 96, still on the throne after 70 years. It's her platinum jubilee, although she celebrated quite quietly. Remember, Prince Harry and Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, were in Great Britain for the Invictus Games in the Netherlands, I believe, not too long ago, and they made a visit to the Queen herself, and they spoke with other family members. They had not been back to England since they decamped for the United States some time ago. Right now, though, we are going to be moving into some of these other stories on the overnight hours here. Just thought we'd play out this 41-gun salute in Hyde Park in London today to celebrate the Queen's birthday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Remember, we were just previewing some of the stories we have in store tomorrow. It's going to be probably another busy Friday. Remember, we are live, raw, and unfiltered all the time here from around the country and across the world. Feeds, events, news conferences, events, it's all live. If it's not live, it's because we couldn't get to it because we were showing something else that was live, and so we record a lot of things like we were just watching out there from earlier in the day to play out later on. We're going to do just that right now. We're going to play out again President Biden's remarks from the White House before he left for the Pacific Northwest, talking about Ukraine and the more than $800 million we're committing yet again in weaponry and military equipment to help the Ukrainians fight the Russians. Here's President Biden.
The honor of spending some time with the Ukrainian Prime Minister who's in town today, and he is meeting with some of my cabinet members, including the Secretary of Treasury and others. And we had a good discussion. I've talked about what I'm about to tell you about today, as well as he was thanking the American people for their support, understands it's significant, and we talked about keeping everyone together in terms of Europe, the European Union, and others in the effort to stop Putin's brutality. But before I head out to the West Coast, I want to quickly update the American people on the latest steps we're taking to support the people of Ukraine and to hold Putin accountable for his brutal and bloody war. Russian forces have retreated from Kyiv, leaving behind them a horrifying evidence, and you've seen it, you reported it, your folks. And by the way, I don't say this often, but I think